It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, December 22nd, 2014. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani inside our New York City studio. This is a best of edition of the MMA Hour. I'm, in fact, not in New York City today as you are watching this, so we put together a best of show. We actually haven't done one of these in quite some time. This week's show is going to be a best of show. Next week's show is going to be a best of show. And then we'll start the new year off fresh with a brand new show for you. So this has been, in my opinion, the best year in the history of the MMA Hour. You are a big part of that. Thank you so much for your support. And I think we got some really great guests this year, great shows, great conversation. I really am so proud of what we did this year. So I think it's actually kind of exciting to put together a best of shows. Sometimes people don't like that very much, but I think it's fun to look back, and we haven't done that in quite some time. So, Mr. New York Rick, I know we've been talking about this for the last few weeks. What are people going to see in best of show number one?
So this show, as opposed to the next show, is going to be long time or first time. That's the theme of this episode. So we've got Mirko Cro Cop.
Oh, yeah.
First time. Only time. Exciting stuff. You get to talk to Mirko Cro Cop for a lengthy interview.
And if you recall, I said that was one of the guests I really wanted to see on the show this year, and we got him.
We got it.
Yes.
Next one, Rory MacDonald in studio. First time he's been in the studio. A favorite of the show,
yes.
but this one felt different. It felt special.
Yes.
On the next one, another first timer, Nick Diaz.
Yes.
On the show, first time.
Surreal.
Another one that people wanted, and we made it happen. Ronda Rousey. That's a long time.
Long time.
It's been a minute,
yes.
and we finally got her back.
Yes.
Next one, GSP and Hendricks together.
Yes.
Same
remember
time.
That? After Hendricks won the belt.
Historic.
Yes.
TJ Dillashaw, right after he won the belt. Now this one, it wasn't the first time we've had TJ on. It wasn't a long time, but it felt different because he was finally champion, and he did it in a way that nobody expected. Next one, Frankie Edgar in studio.
Yes.
That was the first time for Frankie coming in the studio. And last one, Yves Edwards' retirement.
You love this one.
It's my favorite. It had to make the cut, even though it just happened recently.
Yeah, very emotional stuff from Yves. So that's a lot. A lot of good interviews, a lot of good conversation. I say that, good interviews, so I'm kind of patting myself on the back, but I thought they were fun, just as a fan. Big names, big moments, historic moments for this show. This is the best of the MMA Hour. Sit back, enjoy, and I'll say goodbye to you at the end of all of it. This is a very exciting one for me. As I mentioned on our last show of 2013, this was the one guest that I was hoping, I was praying that I would finally get an opportunity to talk to, and I'm being told he's joining us right now via the telephone, all the way in Croatia, just days away from his glory fight against Remy Bonjaski, a rematch of a fight that happened 12 years ago. I'm talking about the legendary, the one and only, the Croatian sensation, Mirko Cro Cop. Mirko, are you there?
Hey, hi, I'm here.
Well, it's great to have you on the show. I'll say this at the top, Mirko. I have been in this sport, covering this sport of mixed martial arts for over 7 years. I've been to many of your fights, and you're the one guy that I've never had a chance to interview. You've always eluded me for some reason. And I said, as I mentioned at the end of last year's show, our last show of the year, that you were the one guy that I wanted so much to talk to, and I'm really honored that you'd come on the show and talk to us today.
Thank you. First of all, I'm afraid my battery is going to die. My wife didn't put
oh, no.
my phone on the charger. So if the line breaks, please call again. I will pick up on the fixed line. Okay.
Okay. Is it the same number?
Same number. But I'm sorry. I apologize. I just didn't think about it.
No, it's no problem. Thank you again.
It's beeping. It's beeping already. So we might lose connection in a few minutes.
Do you want to hang up now, and then we'll just do it so it doesn't get interrupted?
Okay, I think it's better. But call me back in 10 seconds.
Okay. We'll do that.
Bye-bye.
All right. There you have it, New York Rick. Don't mess this up. We spoke to him. He's there. He's actually there, Mirko Cro Cop. I've been to so many Mirko Cro Cop fights. When he was a member of the UFC, I wasn't there when he was in Pride and all that. And he never liked to talk to the media. He was like a cat in the night. I can never reach him. And I'm just so excited that he's on the show. This is a big one for me, and I want to thank the people over at Glory for hooking us up. This would be a good time to let you know that this show is being brought to you by Glory, and they return this Saturday with a show headlined by Mirko Cro Cop versus Remy Bonjasky. It's a headlining act between two kickboxing icons, and it's a rematch that is 12 years in the making. It goes down in Zagreb, Croatia, which is where Mirko currently lives. It airs here in the United States at 9 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific, and 8 p.m. Central Time. Plus, you get the lightweight world title fight between Andy Risti and David Kiria and a one-night, four-man middleweight contender tournament. It all goes down this Saturday, March 8th, and it works out perfectly with the UFC on Fight Pass because that show will probably end at around 5 or 6 Eastern Time, and then a couple hours later, you get Glory on Spike TV. So there's no counter programming involved. There's no decisions to be made. I believe he's joining us once again. Mirko, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. I apologize one more time.
No problem. You sound even better now. So this is exciting for me. As I was saying, you've always been very elusive with the media, at least when you fought in North America. Is there a particular reason you just not like talking to the media? Is this kind of a nuisance for you?
Well, I don't know. I never liked to talk too much to the media, to tell you the truth. I don't know why. There isn't some special reason, but I was just taking that as a waste of time. You
still feel that way at this stage in your career?
No. Listen, I'm professional. I will do what promoter asks me to do. But if you ask me, just like that, hey, let's have a talk interview. I don't think I would do it. I don't see any special reason. Even I understand that many fans would like to hear some news from me, about me, and etc. etc. But I was never mad about journalists, to tell you the truth.
Well, again,
nothing personally.
No, of course.
Personally, but I was just focused always on the training, fight, and so many times, I'm very long in the business, and so many times how should I say? I burned my fingers with journalists. Not all the time, of course, but with some of them, and people are searching for a sensation, and there isn't any sensation with my private life, with this, with that, and they're just digging and digging and digging, and sometimes it's just becoming boring to me, and and I'm trying to avoid as much as I can, But some, of course, there are different type of journalists, Some journalists, even in Croatia, they can contact me anytime, for any reason, and of course I talk to them, but those are people that I'm dealing with almost 20 years.
Right.
Almost 20 years, and I trust them, they trust me, and we build some relationship, and et cetera.
So, of course, at the beginning of your combat sports career, you were very much known for your kickboxing, and you had a great run, especially with K1. And then you left kickboxing, and you did a lot of great things, of course, in Pride, and then the UFC. You had a long run in mixed martial arts. And then you returned to kickboxing in 2012, and now here you are still dabbling a little bit in MMA, but making a run here in kickboxing. Once again, you won the Grand Prix of K1 last year, and now you're with Glory. Why did you come back to kickboxing? Why did you feel the need to come back at this stage of your life?
Well, no, it's after I left UFC. I really thought that I will quit with fighting. But to tell you the truth, it is just stronger than me. And at the end of the day, every fighter in the world, especially in the days before the fight, they hate everything about fighting. It's a huge stress, and it's a terrible preparation to. But I'm talking about myself, and not most, but every top fighter, I think, feels the same, and they're training the best they can, and it's really hard. It's really hard, and sometimes you just say, okay, it's enough, I'm sick. But when you get cold, you think different. That's my life. Martial art is my life. Martial arts, fighting sport, gave me everything I have. I secured my life, my family's life, and I owe it so much. At the end of the day, I like it. I enjoy it. Sometimes there are hard moments. There are hard moments in the sport. Most likely in the training, because the trainings are really brutal, and especially for this fight, but most likely every fight. But it's injuries all the time and hard sparrings, and even now my physio came, to fix me, after the training. We are putting some ice on elbows and on the knees and so many small injuries, but that's the name of the game, and I like it. And then after I left UFC, and there came an offer from my very, very good, one of my best friend, and actually he helped me at the beginning of my career to come to Japan, and he offered me a fight at his show, and he wanted me to fight with some of the K1 legends. So he brought Ray Sefo, and that's how I started, with Ray Sefo, and then we talked with K1 headquarters, and they wanted me to participate K1 Grand Prix, and I decided to go, and then the story. At the end of the day, I won that K1, and after that I had one MMA fight, and actually two MMA fights, one in Japan, one in Russia, and now I made a deal with Glory, and this Saturday I'm fighting for Glory, K1 rules, kickboxing, and for me there is no difference. Many people ask me, which style do you prefer? Is it MMA or kickboxing? It's like you have same thing, like you have two kids. Which one you like better? I love both. Kickboxing and MMA too is my love, my true love. And so I cannot say which I like better. And many people ask me, which is more dangerous? Is it MMA because of the small gloves? From one point of view, that's true, But from the other hand, in MMA there is a lot of clinching, ground fight. You can finish fight with submission, with choke, with you can submit the guy. Of course, there are small gloves. If he punch you straight to the face practically with bare hands, it hurts. It creates a lot of damage. But there is a lot of opportunity for clinching, for holding opponent, to be on the ground, to avoiding punching, and kicking, of course. But kickboxing, especially on this high level, is very dangerous. You are fighting 3-minute round, and you are exchanging punches all the time. There is no clinching. Only 1 or 2 second referee will make you. He'll call break, and then you start exchanging punches with 10-pound gloves, and it is really dangerous, It is really dangerous. So both of it is dangerous, but you need to be completely prepared, completely fit, then you can compete,
How do you look back, Mirko, on your run in the UFC? Because you've been so successful throughout your entire time in combat sports. But here in the United States, if there are fans who don't know what you've been doing since you left the UFC, they might think you don't fight anymore if they just watch the UFC. Do you look back at your run in the UFC with some regret that you weren't able to fight for a title, that you weren't able to, get a big fight, a big contender main event fight?
Well, it's a black spot in my career, UFC, and UFC treated me like a king. UFC fans treated me like a king. I just failed, Why? It's hard to say. New fighters are coming, and but I will always believe. Believe me, I will always believe. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Who knows, But I always believe that my bad period in UFC started with my injuries, And I told that story so many times. So sometimes I just feel stupid, to tell it again. And sometimes, some people will take it, won't understand the way I think, But there is old wise say, winners always winner will always find solution, and loser will always find an excuse, So I don't want to sound like a loser who is finding some excuse.
No.
But the fact is, after my last fight in Pride, and before my first fight in UFC, I had the first surgery. It was a broken foot. I had a broken foot after the Pride Grand Prix final. Actually, fragment of the bone was floating in my foot. So I went to the hospital, and I had to make a surgery. So it took me away. It took me 2.5, maybe 3 months out of training. I wasn't able, of course, to do any kind of running, jogging. I wasn't able, of course, do any kind of kicking, you know. So, but I was riding a bicycle, you know, and I was riding an arm bicycle as well, some push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, etc. You know. But I wasn't actually to do a complete MMA training, and definitely it left kind of a scarf, you know. I had the first fight then, and I won it, but I felt really bad. I knew it wasn't me, you know. It wasn't me. I fought. I can't remember the guy, my opponent's name, and then I fought. After that, I fought with Gonzaga. I lost with terrible high kick. I was surprised, you know, and shocked by a cage. And at the end of the day, it was the first time, actually second, but my first opponent didn't have a time. Gonzaga destroyed me with elbows on the ground. So after we stand up, you know, I didn't have a double vision. I have a 3 times vision. You know, I saw 3 guys, you know, and he really beat me up badly, you know, and he threw a high kick which I didn't even notice, you know, and and the bad period was just in front of me. And then after that, I broke my leg. I broke my knee, so I had four knee injuries, you know. And then so many, you know, I would say it's a bad luck. Maybe it's not, you know. Maybe I was happy, but because in my previous career I didn't have any kind of injury, you know. So maybe I can consider myself lucky at the end of the day, but. In the UFC days, you know, injury after injury, and then before my last fight, and in UFC with Roy Nelson, I broke my arm, not bone but ligament and biceps broke on the half completely. Pat Berry was there on the training, and I was sparring with Pat, and I throw a hook, right hook. I punched him to the head, but at the same time I felt a terrible pain, and you know, you can. I just saw a hole in my biceps, you know, and of course, same night I went to the hospital because I knew something was terrible happened, and doctor said that in 2 days you have to do surgery, but it was out of the question. In that case, I supposed to cancel the fight, and I was preparing 6 months for that fight, and so many, and I was crazy, but I took my chances, you know, and I risked. And now I know maybe I shouldn't do that, and I should do some things different. But at the end of the day, it's me, you know. I couldn't wait another 6 months, you know, maybe more. You know, I had to do a surgery, you know, and then 3 months nothing, and then 3 months at least of for preparation. I had to return ability in my hand, you know, training, rehabilitation. It was too complicated for me, you know. So I just decided to go for the fight, and later on, right after the fight, to go for the surgery, you know. But that's me, and I don't feel sorrow. That's just that's the name of the game. It's not shame to go down, shame not to stand up. You know, that's I was always saying. You know, and I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior. That's my job. That's my love, and I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy it. And many people ask me, what motivates me. You know, I'm 39 already, and how long I still think to fight. I don't know. I said many times that any fight could be the last one. It's worth for everyone, you know. Just remember what happened to Anderson Silva, you know, the terrible injury, you know, he get, you know, and unbelievable, you know, bone completely broken, you know. Okay, I heard, thanks God, that he's recovering, but you know, it will always leave a scarf, you know, in his mind, and even physically, you know, he will never be the same fighter. He will never. I really like and I respect and I admire him, you know, but I don't think he will ever be 100% the old Anderson Silva. You know, it was terrible injury. You know, he was always start thinking, what if it happened again? You know, but that's the name of the game. You cannot avoid it. You know, sometimes it just happened. You know. So
health-wise, how are you feeling now?
I feel great. I feel really great. You know, I feel really great, and two things are important. Many people are asking me, when is man too old to compete in a top sport? And let me tell you, you know, it's worth for I guess for every sport. But let's stick to the fighting business. First of all, person fighter. He's old. He's too old. When he cannot recover between two trainings. So if I had a hard training tonight, and by tomorrow I cannot recover. I feel tired, and I cannot explode anymore. I feel slow, and my body cannot recover. It means that the end is there. That's one thing. And second thing is when your body is not able to recover between two rounds. So in 1 minute, when you cannot decrease your pulse, when pulse is too high or too close to the maximum pulse, and you're not able to recover anymore, So it's the best solution is to retire, But I feel really great, and I'm doing training like crazy, and my cardio is great, but I'm professional, I'm living as a professional. That's my way of living. I'm not doing that just because of the sport. I just like and I appreciate that way of living. I train every day, even on Sunday, which is the day off. And Thursday is my day off. I go for massage in that days, but I'm doing easy jogging, good stretching, etc. And rest of the week I'm training 2 times a day, hard trainings. It makes me happy. I'm taking a first-class food. I'm taking a rest every day, every afternoon, 2-3 hours nap. So you need to live like professional, and I like that way of living. It's too deep in my blood, too deep in my bones. Even one day when I retire, I will stick to the same schedule. Of course, I will not train so with same intensity, but every morning we'll be jogging, good stretching, maybe some pull-ups, push-ups, etc. In the evening, boxing, kicking, maybe some sparring, jiu-jitsu or whatever, and next day same thing in the morning. In the afternoon, I will do some weightlifting, some cardio, and I just like it, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
For a very long time, you were one of the most feared strikers in the entire world. And now it seems like there are some people who call for you, say it's maybe time to walk away at this age. A few months ago, Fedor Emelianenko said he didn't think that you had the physical condition or the mental attitude. And I know that bothered you to some degree because you responded. Is it a weird transition for you, for people not to just fear you, but now to sort of try to nudge you to walk away from the sport?
Well, I think it's not Fedor's job. I like Fedor and I respect him a lot, but it's not his job, It's not his concern, and to act like my mother, and to give any kind of advices, especially not to me. I think I'm old enough, and I believe I'm wise enough that I will know when it's time to go, And what happened to me in that fight, it could happen to anyone, And I don't know. I really don't know why Fedor said it, because I wasn't tired at all, but my opponent was dead tired, It was, he submitted me 30 seconds before the fight. But it was such a weird submission, because it was my fault. Because on the training, believe it or not, I was doing the same thing always. I let my opponents, my sparring partners, to grab my neck, and of course, and I twisted them on another side, I was doing that every training, So I let him myself potentially in that position, and of course he just turned his body in a neck crank, and then it was too late. There is defense from any kind of submission, but you must start on time, and it was too late when he grabbed my neck, and then I realized that he went to the. Of course, I was naive, I paid the price and that's it. But but so many stupid things happened in that fight. I wanted to submit the guy. I had him in a choke. He didn't go, and then I pulled him on the ground. And I don't know if you saw that fight.
I did.
I pulled him. I had him in a guillotine choke, and I throw myself on the ground. I could stand in stand-up position. Way at the end of the round, I don't think he would enter the second round. He was dead tired. The guy, he wasn't able to walk himself out of the ring. 2 guys were carrying him out of the ring. he was so much tired, But he was enormously strong, and he just caught me. I paid the price, and that's it, And I will never be caught again in a neck crank, never, And I learned my lesson. I paid the price, and then later on I heard Federer saying this and that. I don't think he should do it. Of course, he has a right to give his opinion. He is a legend of mixed martial arts. But I didn't like his comment. To tell you the truth. I don't say he has no right to give any comment, but I don't think he needed, because especially I never gave a comment on his fights, and et cetera, and every loss of Federer, I was feeling like my own, and then to tell you the truth, I was disappointed when he was saying, in some bad way, he tried to be polite, but I didn't like the sound. Especially, at the end of the day, we used to fight together in the Pride ring. So many times we shared a dressing room, and I was fighting in his town, and he didn't show up for the press conference. If Federer came to my hometown, I would find him a few days before. I would take him to lunch, dinner, whatever, shake hands to see her. And I saw him only in the ring, only in the ring. But that's him. I think and feel different way, but who cares, At the end of the day, who cares, I don't feel sorry, and he has a right for his opinion. I have my own opinion, and that's it,
Have you talked to him?
The guy huh?
Have you talked to him since then?
No, we never contact. We don't have contact. I don't have his phone number. He doesn't have my phone number. We are not in contact, But I always like him, as a fighter, and especially we have a good memories from Japan, both of us. And at the end of the day, we were brothers in arms, sharing a few times the dressing room. And I was sorry, and for every loss he has, and I was shocked, and I was so sad. And at the end of the day, I didn't expect that for him. But enough about Federer. I really wish him all the best. I'm not mad on him. I just think he shouldn't give that kind of a comments to me. And but it's enough about him,
In preparing for this interview, I watched some of your old fights, including your fight against Federer, which a lot of people think might be the greatest fight of all time, and some of your great moments in Pride in Japan. Do you miss those moments? Do you still think about those moments a lot? Because when you watch them now with the product that we have in MMA, and you go back and look at some of those crowds and the setups and the entrances and the video and everything, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what Pride did back then. Do you think about it a lot, and do you miss it?
Yeah, I miss Japan. I miss the days, and so many things changed since then. But talking about fights, I never watched my fights.
Really?
Most of my fights I have never seen.
Really?
Believe or not.
Why not?
Never. I don't like it. I don't like to watch it. I remember I watched my fight against Wanderlei Silva, semi-final, final fight with George Barrett. I have never seen.
You have no interest? Do you think one day you'll watch it or never?
Maybe one day when I've been old man, maybe I'll watch it all. But so far I haven't seen a K1 final yet, and I've just.
What about the Fedor fight?
I don't. Huh?
Have you seen the Fedor fight?
I've seen it. I've seen it in Japan because there was a TV crew. So we after the fight we went through the fights. They asked me to give some comments, but since then I have never seen it again.
So you just feel uncomfortable watching yourself?
No. I don't think I don't find it too interesting. To watching myself, fighting. I'm not. I don't know. Some people like to watch themselves, whatever they're doing, but I don't know.
What's
knows?
your favorite memory from Japan?
Oh, there are so many beautiful memories, so many beautiful memories, and I can't pick one, and one of the memories I will never forget is when I was received by Japanese Prime Minister, and in his official residency. It was amazing thing, you know. It was amazing thing. It was amazing thing that it was second time in Japan history that someone out of the politic was received in official residence, you know, and everything was official. There was only Tom Cruise was received once, and after that it was me.
Wow.
Tom Cruise because of that movie. I can't tell the name, but
was it The Last Samurai?
Last Samurai, right? That's right. Because of that movie, he was received in an official audition, and after that, me and at least by then, nobody was received by an official audience at the Prime Minister official residence. But maybe changing in the meantime. But I don't think so. So it was really something special, you know, and. Mr. Koizumi was a really nice guy, and we talked. You know, I spent maybe 1 hour there, and his son came there, you know, and we took a lot of photos. And then there was hundreds of journalists and taking a photo, TV cameras, TV crews. It was nice, you know. It was nice. But of course, I had a beautiful memories, you know, and from Japan. Few times I stayed there for. My longest stay there was 7 weeks, and you know, I was going to the gym. Pride wanted to organize me some limousine to take me, you know, to the training. It was maybe 5-6 kilometers from my apartment. They rented me a beautiful apartment. Actually, 2 apartments. There was a whole team with me. There were 6 of us in every apartment, 3 of us. But I refused the car because in Tokyo traffic jam it would take too long. So I asked for the bicycle. The bicycle, it took us only 15-20 minutes, you know, and it was crazy, you know, and so many memories. We were racing to the gym and from the gym. It was sometimes it was very dangerous, you know, driving through the center of Tokyo, you know, and between those cars, you know. But it was really special, you know, for me. It was really special. So many nice memories from Japan.
Are you surprised that? Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Are you surprised that essentially the combat sports scene in Japan is relatively non-existent now? I mean, there was a time when millions.
Yeah. I was surprised. I am surprised, and
why do you think that is?
Sorry about it. I don't know. I talked with some people that were working for Pride. And that was very close with Pride, and actually at the end of the day, I talked with my Japanese manager, and who is very capable and very intelligent guy, Mr. Kenny Mai. And I asked him what happened with Japan. And I said, after Pride died, people just lost interest, you know. And there was, of course, I don't want to underestimate anyone, but there was 4 fighters that. There was 4 fighters that create the biggest attraction, you know, and etc. It was Nogueira, Fedor, Wanderlei Silva, and myself, you know. And at the end of the day, we all left, you know. I was the first one. I left for UFC, and after me, Nogueira and Wanderlei Silva, and then UFC bought Pride, and it just martial arts scene just disappeared, you know, because Pride was much stronger, you know. MMA scene was much stronger, much more popular than K1 kickboxing scene, and I don't know. It's hard to say. My manager claims that people, that the audience that were coming to Saitama all the time, that they just find new heroes, new interest. In the meantime, you know, they lost interest. They lost interest because there wasn't attractive fighters like they were used on, like Nogueira, like Fedor, like Wanderlei, like me, like, of course, there are many others, you know, like Rampage Jackson, you know, and market just died, you know. The market just died. Unbelievable, but unbelievable true, and it makes me sad, but that's the fact. And then, of course, UFC made a big business, good business, and they spread all around the world, and they are practically only global MMA organization today, and they're doing a great job, and they have the best fighters under their contract, and UFC they are the man today.
I know we're going a little bit over the time that I'd said this interview will go. Do you have still a few more minutes for us?
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
No problem. It's okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I've always wanted to ask you this. A few things I've always wanted to ask you. Right leg hospital, left leg cemetery. Who came up with that?
I don't know. I think I was talking once with Bas Rutten, and we were having. I always had a good time with him. We were always playing some jokes, and then I don't know. I said it, but I said it because there was a TV crew with them, and they recorded it. But I was talking to him, and then he asked me which leg I'm going to kick him, and I said I don't know. I think if he's lucky, it will be my right one. He said why? And then I think I said if I kick him with the right one, right is cemetery, but leg one is right one is a hospital, leg one is left one is a cemetery. Yeah, I think it was him. I think I was talking to him, and then some TV crew recorded it, and that's how it went out.
And it stuck. It stuck forever.
I was just joking. I was just joking. I really like to play jokes, and I was just joking, and but that sentence follows me all the time since then.
Like when you pranked Mauro Ranallo. Do you remember that? That video still lives on till this day. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course, I remember it like it was yesterday. I was fighting American guy.
Ron Waterman.
Ron Waterman, that's right. Ron Waterman. Before Ron Waterman, and I think Bas came to me and he asked me, can you please do it? And Bas told me to do it. Please, let's. I said, yeah, come on. I don't want to hurt the guy. To hurt his feeling. Maybe he will be mad. No, please, he's okay. and then yeah.
I'm sad that he's not doing the commentary for your fight.
Excuse me, what?
Because he works for Glory, but he's not going to be there at this fight. He's doing boxing, but it would have been nice to have him call one of your fights again, like old times.
Oh, I would like to have him, because he's really professional, and he's really expert for fighting, and his comments are really great.
You once fought a man by the name of Dos Caras Jr. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember him.
Do you know what he does now?
Huh?
Do you know what he does now? The guy who wore that mask. Do you know who he is?
No.
I don't know. He's a very popular professional wrestler here in the U.S. for World Wrestling Entertainment. And his name is Alberto Del Rio. And people bring it up sometimes. I was wondering what you were thinking when you had to fight a guy who was wearing a luchador mask.
I don't know. I can't remember my thoughts about that, but I didn't care too much. I just was wondering, is it kind of a hard plastic or what? Because I didn't want to hurt my hand or my leg, but it was just a cotton, so I didn't care. I didn't care.
Have you paid attention? Go ahead, sorry.
But I remember I knocked him out badly.
Yeah.
I knocked him out badly with a high kick.
And then I think they had to take off the mask because they wanted him to breathe. But it was just what made Pride so special. One of your great moments was when you fought Bob Sapp. That was one of the big fights back in the day. Have you been paying attention to what Bob Sapp has been doing lately? He's a very different fighter than when you fought him.
Well, as I can say, he lost last of his 20 fights, and I met him 1 year ago in Japan, when I fought Japanese pro wrestler in MMA. And I asked him, Bob, why are you doing this? I mean, he's too dangerous. He's so huge guy. Because I saw some of his fights. He was fighting in Europe. 99% of the fights he lost here in Europe. he could kick their asses easily, you know.
Yeah.
Why he didn't do that? It looks like it looked to me. It looks just like he's doing that with some attention, you know. That he just wants to lose the fight. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And what did he say to you?
Actually, I didn't understand. I didn't understand his answer. He was trying to explain me why, but I didn't understand. Not because I don't understand English, but I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. I said, okay, but I didn't. But he's a huge guy, enormously strong, you know, and especially in MMA.
Yeah.
Especially in MMA, and he was losing the fights with the guys who are 50, 60 kilograms lighter than he is, and he could beat them easily. You know, why he was doing that, I don't know. It's not my concern. I like Bob Sapp, you know. He's a good man, you know.
You know, I rewatched that fight yesterday, and your reaction was unbelievable. It was almost like you were relieved when you beat him because he was so much bigger than you. Is that accurate? Like, was that one of the times when you maybe doubted yourself going into a fight just because of the size difference?
No, I had no doubts, you know. But right before me, Bob Sapp knocked out badly and very brutal 2 times in a row Ernesto Hust, and I remember that just like it was yesterday. When I was called by my manager, Kenny Mai, and he said, K1 wants you to fight him. He said, but I'm in Pride now, you know, and said, yeah, we know, but nobody else wants to take the challenge fighting with him. You know, believe or not, everybody was terrified fighting Bob Sapp, you know, especially after he knocked out Ernesto Hust twice in a row. And I said, okay, no problem. And but I was happy, you know. I make my I remember the fight. I remember the expression of my face, you know. He was a huge guy, and that time, you know, he entered the ring, and right before that fight, he knocked out twice Ernesto Hust. So I had to be very careful, you know, and I beat him very tactically, very good, you know. I kick him first to the liver, and then I connect my left jab, straight, right above the eye, and I broke his bone.
Yeah.
And I put his bone inside, and he had to go to the surgery the same night, you know, to take it out. So it was very, very painful, and but I was happy, of course, because of that. And he was a beast, you know. He was the beast, and he is still a beast, you know. But I think if he changes something in his training or in his mind, he would still be very, very dangerous, you know. Especially in MMA, he's just a beast, you know. He's a big, strong guy with devastating punches, you know, and enormously strong. When I remember his fight with Nogueira, with Minotauro, Jesus Christ, Minotauro survived the hell, you know, but he ran out of stamina, so Nogueira submitted him, you know. But until then, I believe you saw that fight.
Yes.
It was the craziest fight I ever seen. It was the craziest, and I couldn't believe that Minotauro was able to survive all that things that happened to him.
What a
he
time.
almost broke his spine. Unbelievable. It was a crazy fight, you know. Unbelievable.
I miss those days. Now I feel like I wish we could go back. You know, this past weekend, a UFC fighter came out to this song. I want to play this song for you right now. And I want to ask you, what do you think when you hear this song? When this song plays in your mind, well, what do you think? I think we're going to play it for you right now. Do we have it? Yes, this song. You know this song, Mirko?
I can't hear it really.
I think you're familiar with it.
Oh, Wild Voice. That's mine.
Yes, that's your song. A fighter in the UFC came out to it this past weekend, and everyone said, wait a second, that's Mirko Cro Cop's song. You can't use that song. And I've always wanted to ask you, where did this song come from for you? Why do you always come out to this song?
Well, it was before I went to Japan, and I had to decide. You know, I knew that. Of course, if you are a bad fighter, image cannot help you. You know, but if you connect image, good image, and good fighting abilities, you can make a lot. You can earn more money and everything. You'll be more. People will recognize you, etc. So I had to pick up the song. And my friend of mine, Orsat, the guy who is my present manager, who offered me a fight with Ray Sefo after I left UFC. It was actually, we talked about song, and he suggested, what do you think about You and Duran and the Wild Boys? I said, I'm mad about You and Duran. I like to listen to Wild Boys. I knew that song okay. And then we listened that song again together and said, that's it. That's it. I approve it, and it became my song. That's right.
Let's talk quickly about Glory here, and then we'll let you go. And we thank you so much for the time. This has been really great. You're now with Glory, and you have this fight. They're coming to your backyard. They're coming to Zagreb, and this weekend here in the United States, fans can watch it on Spike TV, and it's a rematch for you against Remy Bonjasky, a fight that you had 12 years ago. What do you think about Glory, what they've been doing as of late? Because they really seem to have taken over the spot that K1 once had, and here in the United States, they're developing a very loyal following. The ratings on Spike are fantastic thus far.
Yeah, Glory is doing a great job, and what is UFC and MMA today, that's Glory in the world of kickboxing, Only global organization today. K1 is in the problems. At the end of the day, K1 is not making new tournaments anymore, and Glory put all top fighters on one place, under one flag, and they're doing a great job. They're very professional, They're very professional, and I saw it here in Zagreb, the way they are paying attention for every possible detail, and they are doing a great job. And my congratulations, And they're making a great shows. They have a top fighters, and they are very, very attractive, just like K1 was in the end of 90s, and practically until the end. Few years ago, and until the last year, but they are taking over now, and they took all the fighters, and that's it. They are doing the right job, and I'm really glad that they have so big ratings, among American fans, and that's a great thing.
Are you going to just stick with Glory for now, or are you still going to fight for other promotions?
Well, I don't have an exclusive contract with Glory. We made a deal only for this one particular fight, and I have few offers, until the summer. So I will see which one I will take. Most likely, I will fight again for Glory. They are making an event in New York, and
that'd be great.
Most likely, but of course, I need. Let's go. I'm experienced guy, Let's go step after step. First, I need to win, and I need to beat Remy Bonjasky again, and then I will take a 1 week rest, and then I will make plans, But most likely, if it happens in New York, as I heard in June, most likely I will come and fight there. And of course, I have some other offers from a legend, from Russian organization, and but we will see, Let's go step by step. I think that's the best, That's the best.
And what did you think about this matchup when they offered it to you against Remy? Because you beat him 12 years ago. Was this a fight that you wanted to do again?
No, actually, I didn't want that fight, and originally I supposed to fight with Peter Arts, and then everything was set up, and then Peter said that he's going to retirement, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. And then, we needed a big name, especially in Zagreb. You cannot bring some unknown name. We needed a big name, and everybody knows Remy as a 3-time K1 champion, true legend of kickboxing, and that's why. At the end of the day, it wasn't my option, it wasn't my choice. But at the end of the day, this is just a sport competition, and I will do my best. Remy will do his best, and let a better man win. I hope that will be me, because I was training hard and fighting in my hometown, and it will be a war.
A lot of fans, especially in MMA, are very excited about the possibility of seeing Mirko Cro Cop versus Pat Barry 2, especially since he has signed with Glory. Are you interested in this fight? Have they talked to you about it?
No, nobody mentioned it. I heard that Pat sent me a message that he signed with Glory, but we are both professionals, but after our fight in UFC, Pat came 2 or 3 times. He came in Zagreb, in my town, and we sparred together, you know. He helped me with preparation, and he's really extraordinary guy, really nice guy, and I like him a lot. And I don't think I will fight with him, you know, because he spent so many time here, you know, and we have so many dinners and lunches together, you know. He was having a dinner with my family, you know, and his girlfriend was with him here, you know. So I don't know, but because, you know, if this is a tennis or something, you know, that we are throwing a ball through the net, across the net, that's something different. No, but this is a sport when you have to hurt, when you have to hurt your opponent, you know. And I don't want that. I want to hurt. I don't say that I will kick his ass, you know. I don't say that. But at the end of the day, both of us will be hurt in that fight. I just want to punch or kick my friend, you know.
By the way, I've always wanted to ask. Sorry, that video of you guys singing, "California Dreaming" in the car. Did you know that he was recording you?
I knew it, but I didn't know that he is going to publish it.
Were you mad?
No, I wasn't mad. But I thought he was recording it for us, you know. But
that was great. I love that video. We just played it a couple of weeks ago on the show. You were so good. You knew all the words. It was amazing.
Yeah, I like that. California Dream, of course. I know the whole song.
Do you want to sing it for us right now?
I'm a bad singer.
Okay, fair enough. A lot of fans want to know:
all the leaves are brown, and the sky is gray,
Wow!
I've been for a walk on a winter's day, on a winter day.
That was. Keep going. It's great.
No, I'm too shy now.
Oh, wow. That was amazing. I don't know how to top that. A lot of people want to know, are you on Twitter? There are some accounts out there, and they want to talk to you. You're not on Twitter?
I have a Facebook profile, but I'm not on Twitter.
You're not on Twitter. Okay, because there were some out there. We wanted to make sure about that. And final thing for you, Mirko. Actually, two last things. Are you going to come back to MMA? Are you still going to fight in MMA?
Definitely. No, definitely. I will. I have a few offers for MMA fights already, you know. But I will go first. Of course, I cannot fight Glory and MMA in the same time. But depends on the schedule. Let me finish the first fight now, and then I will see what is the Glory schedule, you know, and then I will see, you know, where I have a hole to put MMA fight. But I like both. I'm enjoying it, you know.
My final question to you, Mirko, and once again, thank you so much. You're still writing your history right now, but you look back, greatest moment of your career. What's the one moment that sticks out above the rest?
I don't know. It's hard to say, you know. Maybe the fight. I don't know. Maybe every fight was the most important fight for me, but maybe, just maybe, because I was complete underdog that fight, and everybody expected me to lose the fight when I had my first MMA fight against Fujita, you know. And I caught him with a knee, and I made a huge damage to him. I made practically a hole in his head, you know. He had to went to the hospital right away, and maybe it was the moment when I was the happiest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why so happy? You've had so many fights since then, so many great moments. Why was that one?
Yeah, but it was my first MMA fight. I came there completely unprepared for the MMA rules of fighting. I knew nothing about wrestling, about ground fighting, about jiu-jitsu, nothing. And I managed to beat a guy who was a huge favorite in that fight, and I was just underdog, and I beat him, you know, in the first round after less than 1 minute, you know. I caught him with the knee.
39 seconds.
I was training that knee. It wasn't a lucky punch or lucky kick, whatever, you know. I was training that knee. I knew that I won't have too much chance, but I was studying his fight, his previous fights, and I knew he will go for a double leg. He will shoot a double leg, and my only chance was to kick him straight to the face with my knee, and it happened just like I was preparing. You know, and Marco Ruas was preparing me for that fight, and he made that strategy for me, and I was so happy and proud, you know. But so many good moments. K1 belt, Pride Grand Prix championship, you know. It was amazing fight with Nogueira, amazing fight with Fedor, you know. So many, you know, great fights. I felt great during my UFC days because UFC fans, and they supported me like nobody ever before, you know, and losing or winning, you know, they were treating me like a king there, and I felt very proud, you know. Even when I fought against American opponent, the most of the arena was on my side and screaming my name. So I had really good moments in my career, and some really unforgettable moments, and I'm very proud of it.
I'm assuming you've watched the Fujita fight again, right? Since it's such a great moment for you.
Well, in the last 10 years, I haven't seen it.
Wow. Maybe it's time to pop it in. Maybe before this fight on Saturday, to get those juices flowing, the motivation, you'll watch that fight.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I'm prepared, and I'm mentally strong now, and I have no injuries. That's most important, and I feel very confident.
Well, Mirko, I got to say, I love the fact that Glory is bringing you into the mix. I love the fact that they're in Croatia. This is going to be great. And I love the fact that we can watch it live here in the United States. Actually, it won't be live. It'll be slightly taped delayed, but we can watch it nonetheless on Spike TV. It's this Saturday, Glory 14 from Zagreb, Croatia. It's a big rematch between Mirko Cro Cop and Remy Bonjaski, a rematch that is 12 years in the making. Two legends, and you, my friend, are a living legend. What an honor it has been for us to give us an hour of your time here. I know it's late over there in Croatia. I can. They say here in the U.S. you have a bucket list of things you want to do in your career. I can cross this one off my list. I got to interview Mirko Cro Cop. Thank you so much for the time, and best of luck to you, and continued success to you. As long as you want to fight, don't listen to anyone. Do it for as long as you'd like.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
All the best to you. Thank you so much, Mirko. Hope to do it again.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
There he is, the one and only. Let's play that song as he leaves. Give me a little Wild Boys. Not that one. Not that one. The other one. The Wild Boys. There it is. Let's just bask in it for a second. We just talked to Mirko Cro Cop, my friends, for almost an hour. 56 minutes. And 2 months ago, just 2 months ago, I was on this show, sitting in this chair, telling you that my dream interview of 2014, the one guy that has eluded me throughout my career, Mirko Cro Cop Filipovic. Let us welcome into the studio for the very first time, BC's own, Canada's own, now, of course, a member of the TriStar Gym in Montreal, the one and only, the #1 contender in the UFC's welterweight division, Rory MacDonald. How are you?
I'm good.
I didn't recognize you. What's this new look? It's a new old look. What happened to the hair?
I just woke up one morning and I figured shave my head.
When was this?
A few days ago.
Why?
I don't know. It was just...
You were tired of it?
I just woke up and I was like, I just don't want hair today.
You look like the water boy now. You know what I mean? The old school Rory MacDonald. Yeah. A lot younger. It just sounds, there's some. Are you gonna let it grow back, or are you done with that?
I don't know. I'm just gonna. I think I was thinking last night I'm gonna shave the sides of my head.
Really?
Yeah. I have like a mohawk or something.
You don't seem like the mohawk type.
I know, it's weird.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just go with how I feel.
And you're wearing. It's the first time someone joins us wearing a tank top in studio. And it's very cold outside. No, it's impressive.
No, it's not that cold actually. I'm sweating when I got in here.
Oh, that's why you. Yeah. But I'm intimidated. Look at these guns. I mean, you do not seem 170 right now.
No,
you seem like
not.
200.
Yeah,
you're a big guy. I didn't realize you get so big.
Yeah. I balloon up a little bit. Nothing out of control, though.
Especially here in New York with all the food.
Yeah, and I'm training hard too. So
why are you in New York?
I'm training at Renzo Gracie Academy.
Because you have the Metamoris match coming up on November 22nd. You'll be competing against JT Torres. I got to say, I was very surprised when I heard that you'll be a part of Metamoris, only because we don't usually think of you as a jiu-jitsu guy. Why did you do this? Why did you agree to this?
I love jiu-jitsu. I mean, I've been doing jiu-jitsu since I was 14 years old, and it's actually was the martial art that really was stapled in my mind that this is what I want to do. You know, I want to do martial arts for the rest of my life. You know, it was the first thing I fell in love with.
Okay.
And, you know, I I haven't really got to show that in a long time. I haven't been able to do a grappling match or a grappling tournament in a long time. I've really focused just on MMA, and the timing was right after this fight, and I have kind of a layoff between my next fight, so why not?
I'm no BJJ expert. I watch, I follow, especially when the MMA guys cross over. But I'm told JT Torres, your opponent, this guy's legit.
Yeah,
He's a real experienced veteran of BJJ.
Yeah, he's a world champion.
Did you have any say in who you'd be competing against, or did they say, all right, this is the match we want?
They gave me 2 names, and I texted Faraz. I'm like, oh, these 2 guys. And Faraz told me JT, so I just texted them back.
Who was the other one? Do you remember?
I can't remember.
Do you have any idea why he thought that JT was the right guy for you?
I didn't really ask. I just said, I'm okay.
Did you have to ask him for permission to do this? Not so much permission, but his advice. Like, would you do it if?
No, I just told him one day I'm going to do it.
Really? And what was his reaction?
He said it's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm worried about this. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
You're flying high now, right? I mean, you've
Yeah.
had such a tremendous year. You're the number 1 contender in the UFC's welterweight division, and I'm afraid that you're going to look human in this match. Like you seem superhuman these days, especially finishing Tarek Saffiedine, which was an amazing feat, and we'll get to that. Are you afraid that maybe you're going to seem a little too normal in this match, and it's going to take away some of that luster?
Maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow. You're not concerned at all?
I'm going to win.
You're going to win.
Yeah.
You're not going there just to have, like Chael. Chael just kind of went, he needed...
Oh, I'm going to have fun. Don't
Right.
get me wrong. But I'm going to win. I don't go into something with a loser's mindset.
Okay.
I'm going to beat this guy. I'm going to take his food,
Have you been watching him a lot?
No, I don't never watch my opponents.
Even in this world, because I feel like it's so technical. It's not a fight.
I take the same mindset, though, in anything. I'm just going to do my thing. He's good, but I know I'm good, too, so I'll just oppose my will on him.
When's the last time you competed in any kind of BJJ tournament or one-off, something like that? It's been a while, right?
Since I was like 15, 16
Wow.
years old, yeah.
Pre-UFC?
Yeah.
Yeah, how old were you when you got into the UFC? Like 18, 19?
19 was my first fight.
Yeah. So, and Metamoris, have you been watching this? Because it's very interesting what they do. Henzo's in the main event.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that. Do you really think that it can take the next step, like be a household sport? Like this is going to be on TV, or do you think it'll always be kind of a niche thing?
I think it would be huge. I mean, jiu-jitsu is super popular. It's growing in popularity, and it's a great sport to just get into, watch, and take part in. So, I mean, I like it.
You watch it?
Yeah.
Like at home, if you see a clip or something, or if it's online, you'll watch it.
Oh yeah.
You don't think it's boring?
No,
not
at all.
You prefer watching that over MMA?
No.
You watch MMA?
Yeah, good fighters. Like I don't watch every single fight, but I like watching skilled fighters. Yeah, for sure.
Who's a fighter that you like to watch? Like who's someone you admire?
There's so many, man. There's so many new guys coming up that really excite me. Conor McGregor.
I saw you guys tweeting.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by him.
Why?
He's on the cutting edge of some stuff, I think.
Like what?
With his movement and striking, it's got my attention for sure.
Really?
And I want to emulate some of it for sure.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
You watch him and you study him?
Yeah, I wouldn't say study. I just watch and, I'm like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I can try to work that a bit. And
I was very surprised when I saw you tweet him because he's so different than you are, right? I mean, he's very brash. He's cocky. You guys dress similar, right? I mean, I'm sure you appreciate his attire. Yeah. What do you think of his whole package? Like, he's really taken the UFC by storm. He's one of the biggest stars all of a sudden. Do you appreciate that?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the right thing to get noticed quick, I mean, but I think he would have done it anyway with his skill set. I'm more of a fan of his skills, the way he talks is the way he talks, but I'm more of a fan of like his work in the cage.
Can you tell us like what impresses about his actual fighting? Like, is there something in particular? Like, wow, this guy does this really well.
His movement, his confidence, and there's a lot of little technical things that he does with his striking that I think I could use, and I like it. It's new.
You want to train with him?
Yeah.
Would you go to Ireland?
Ideas. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Are you considering it?
Maybe. I haven't really put too much thought into it.
Well, you have a lull, right? After the Metamoris thing, which is in just 3 weeks time.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be busy.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be going around California, I think, doing some training there, too.
Where?
Working with I don't know, all around, as many people as possible.
AKA?
Ronda's another one I think is really
Yeah.
really good. Her judo's, really impressive how she uses it in MMA. And I'm usually not a fan of women's MMA.
Why not?
I just don't watch it.
Well,
But she's like the only one that I'm
Right.
like, wow, I super skilled. I like watching skilled fighters, and I think that she uses her skill super well.
do you want me to set it up?
If you want,
Or
sure.
you think you can handle it?
Yeah, I'll figure it out, I'm sure.
But I'm curious, because I've had fighters, who just said it recently on the show. Oh, Ian McCall last week was talking about women's MMA as well. Do you feel like they're just not up to you guys as far as the talent level, the competition? Why don't you appreciate watching it? Or do you just not like seeing women get punched?
I don't know what it is. I find they fight with a lot of emotion, and sometimes the technique gets thrown out the back door
Right.
a lot of the time. Not all the time, and don't get me wrong, I respect them.
Right.
They fight hard. There's no joke. But it's not something that I watch a lot.
Ronda, would you say there's a big gap between her and the rest, so maybe it's not that interesting? Like every time she fights, she's such a huge favorite. She's
I watch her fights.
always.
Yeah, I wouldn't say always. I mean, when it's on, I'll watch it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're coming off, as I mentioned, this win over Tarek Safadine, and it was such a great moment for you because it was in Canada, your first main event. They were dangling that title shot and everything. And I know you said all this stuff beforehand, and you usually say this, but after the fact, honestly, did you feel like you needed to finish him to prove a point that you are the number one contender? Because it seems like no one complains about this now that you're the number one contender. But I feel like if it would have gone the distance, they would have said, well, I want to see one more. You know how this sport is. People want to see finishes, right? That's the big criticism. Did you feel like you needed that in the back of your mind?
I didn't think about it.
Really?
I was in a really good state of mind for that fight, and I was just letting things happen. I just wanted to be the best I could do that night, and whatever happened. I really tried to not think about the title shot, what was next. I was just enjoying the moment.
Why were you in such a good state of mind?
I don't know. I was hungry, I'm so hungry this year. After that Robbie Lawler fight, I mean, I feel like on another level.
Something changed.
Yeah.
Because it was taken away from you. You were so close, and you had to work your way back up.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a wake-up call or something. It was something just triggered me, and, I feel like I'm like a lion this year, no one's going to stop me. Did
you change anything in your life, in your personal life, in your training after that? I mean, did you do anything drastic, or was it just a mental thing?
Mental adjustment, a few things in my training, but, mental was a biggie.
I've talked about this on this show. I kind of feel bad for you, in a sense, and I'll tell you why. I mean, I'm not saying that, I sympathize, but here's the thing. You were so close to that title shot, right, against Robbie Lawler. And now you're back. You got the title shot. And it was perfect. It was perfect timing because George was leaving. And now he's coming back, and he's raining on your parade. And by the way, I think he's coming back.
Okay.
Do you think he's coming back?
I have no idea.
But it's like you had to work your way back up, and he was gone, and you didn't have to answer the questions. And now I feel like you have to answer the questions all the time. It's not fair.
Yeah, no.
Can you tell him to just take a chill for 2 years, let you get the title shot, secure his...
He's not even back. He's just starting martial arts training, so he's got a long road ahead of him, I'm sure.
I mean, it's not that long. He was just cleared.
Yeah.
The timing. You see what's happening here with the timing? It's going to make your life hell. I feel like you're going to go nuts on the media because they keep asking you now.
I'm sure it won't be a problem.
You don't think it will?
No.
Were you there when he came back?
Came back to TriStar?
Yeah.
I wasn't there that day. I think I came back like the next day or something like that from BC.
He told me he felt humiliated because he was so, he had regret. I mean, humiliated. He probably has very high standards, right?
Right.
But he said it was like, getting back, trying to ride a bike for the first time after a long time. Like his skills were a little, they were a little rusty.
Yeah. That's natural though.
Of course.
Yeah.
But you sense that there's like a collision about to happen here?
No.
But the timing is so strange, right?
I mean,
all of a sudden you get back to that title shot, and then guess who's back? All of a sudden, we thought we were in the clear, and now guess who's back?
Neither of us is the champ right now.
That's true.
And I'm going for the championship. I'm going to take that belt, and no one's going to stop me.
You think that he'll let you do your thing?
I'm sure.
Have you ever had a private conversation with him about all this?
Not really. It's just kind of an understanding.
Is it a bit annoying sometimes when Dana White always says, like, when push comes to shove, they'll do it?
I don't pay too much attention about it, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay. It's an annoying thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they announced that you're getting the title shot.
Yeah.
but they haven't said when.
Yeah.
I mean, of course,
they have to fight
right.
the two.
But have
of
they
them.
given you like a tentative, so at least you could plan? Okay, March, April. That's kind of the.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's gonna be March in Montreal, which would be really good timing for me.
And
But,
great for you because you train in Montreal.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. But I mean, you got to see when these guys how the fight goes, right? They might get injured, they might need surgeries. Who knows, right? So I hope the winner is healthy and they'll be ready to fight in ASAP.
That's the worst, right? When they give you the title shot and then the champion, the guy who wins the fight, gets injured, and then you have to fight someone else. Like it's happened to Verdum. It's happened to a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
So you're just praying no serious injuries. Because you don't
praying,
care.
I'm not praying for anything. I'm just gonna take it how it goes.
Will you watch it
Yeah.
live?
Yeah.
You're interested in that, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
You're going to the fight.
Yeah, UFC's taking me there
Oh.
for. Yeah.
Do you think they'll bring you in the cage?
I hope not.
You don't like that?
No.
Why? It's part of the promotion.
If they want me to, I'll do it. But
You're not going to go out there and ask to do it.
no.
Will you try to ramp things up as far as media and your persona leading up? Because this is the big payday, right? This is the big deal. This is what you've been working for your whole life.
Yeah.
You will do that.
Oh, like ramp it up?
Yeah.
No, just be myself, man.
I know, but this is where you can cash in, right? The big title fight in Canada and Montreal.
You cash in when you're the champion and you
Okay.
hold the belt.
Right.
That's when you're making your money.
But what about like your media? I mean, let's be honest. You told me you were coming to this. I feel like you're starting to warm up to the media.
I like talking to you.
Just me. I'll take that. You don't want to do any other media. That's fine by me.
No, I have to do other.
You don't really have to. You could tell the UFC. I could be your guy. Anytime you want to get something out there, a message.
Okay, I have done that in the past.
You have, and it worked out great, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Everyone loves to talk about your persona and stuff like
Okay.
that you're in on this. But I kind of feel like you're, this is the thing. Like we have some people, I was talking about this earlier, like Ronda, this girl, Betch Kohea. You know Betch Kohea? She's a women's fighter, right?
Okay.
And she's coming up there. And there's the 4 horsewomen. You know the 4 horsewomen?
I've heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronda, Marina Shafir, Jessamine Duke, and Shayna Baszler, right?
Okay.
The problem is they're all losing and she's winning.
Okay.
So they're everyone's picking on them. So this girl keeps winning and she's putting down the numbers. People are getting very excited about this. Ooh, 4, 3, 2, 1. She wants to go after Ronda.
Okay.
And Ronda loves this because she's a big pro wrestling fan and she's talking about how, this is a good storyline. I'm going to now go after her after she beat my teammates and things like that.
Okay.
But I feel like that's breaking down the fourth wall. You get what I'm saying? You can't talk about the storyline. You just have to let the storyline play out. And that's
Right.
where I think you're brilliant because everyone likes to talk about you like, Canadian psycho, this and that. But you never acknowledge it. You always kind of like say like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And I think I feel like you know, but you never actually acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is all you planned all of this.
You know what? Everything else outside of those walls in the cage is just a big illusion. And I try to separate myself as much as possible from it.
Why an illusion?
Because for me, my personality, I need to separate myself from that social thing for me to concentrate completely on what I'm doing, to be in that focus, in that mind state of of hurting someone or taking something from someone. So I separate all that in my head, and that's maybe why the look comes out or the personality is. But I don't know. I just
Even
I'm
when
not
you
into
say
that stuff.
even when you say hurt someone, it's kind of scary. You know what I mean? Like you use certain words that other people don't use. Is that on purpose?
just talking. I don't know.
Does it annoy you when people compare you and say you're the Canadian psycho and all that?
I don't like psycho.
You don't like that word?
No.
Do you see the similarities? Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, but I mean, it's just because maybe my hair was the same or something. I don't know.
Man. One time I think it was prior to the BJ Penn
He was
fight.
very charismatic.
Yeah, but you don't have to be exactly him. Are you trying to say you're not?
I don't think so.
No, I think you are. I think, but it's a different kind of charisma.
Okay, all right.
You were getting your hands wrapped while wearing a suit.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. You should do that every time, by the way.
I think I did it like once or twice.
Against BJ.
It was just the timing of the situation.
Who gets their hands wrapped while wearing a nice suit? I've never seen this before.
It just worked out that way.
It
It wasn't a planned thing.
But you understood how it came across.
Right, yeah.
This is a guy, like you come dressed up for the funeral almost. I like it.
Yeah.
But you don't plan any of that.
No.
Wow.
Just go with the flow, man.
Do you study things like that? I mean, do you study characters? That you don't pay attention to any of that stuff because you
I
have to
just want to
acknowledge.
be me.
Really, but you have to acknowledge that marketing and things of that nature that helps, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have something. You're not just a guy. You're not just a fighter who goes into the cage. Because if you were, I don't think people would be fan of yours.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like George has his thing. George is a guy. Connor has his thing.
Yeah.
Ron, that's part of the sport as well.
Yeah.
Do you just let it happen?
I let it happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've evolved?
I've grown more confident with experience. I think.
I feel like you are conscious of it in a way because you even changed your nickname.
Yeah.
You're Aries now.
Yeah, I didn't really like people calling me Water Boy though.
Why is that?
Because it was more of like it was a name given to me in a gym, and it was kind of like like poking fun at me a little bit. It was fine, like on the inner circle.
Where did
but
it come from?
You know the movie The Water Boy?
Sure, sure.
Okay, well I used to like in their fight training, I used to like remind people of that guy Adam Sandler.
Because you had like superhuman strength?
No, I would just like flip out.
What do you mean? When someone pissed you off?
Yeah.
Really?
And I would just like flip a switch and they would say, "Oh, the Water Boy,"
You have a bad temper?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Always still?
No, it's getting better.
So what pisses you off?
I don't know.
Oh, you know. Is there something like when a guy goes too hard in practice or tries to injure you? Like
That I think that is just instinct to win,
Right.
When, yeah. I just flips the switch, I guess. But I try to tame that because I think if I keep that on the side till I really need it, I let my skill do the work for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a really bad temper too. I've worked on it as well. Like I play basketball and I'm a total lunatic.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how you kind of you keep it down, or do you feel like you've been able to conquer that, or at least
Martial arts helps me.
Really?
I mean, yeah. Finding that at 14 really helped me. I really find it's like an outlet for me, and I don't need to be aggressive in my everyday life.
But they still called you the Water Boy when you were doing martial arts.
Yeah.
So it took some time.
Yeah, I'm still working on it.
Right. It is a good nickname though, I must admit.
It's funny, I guess, yeah. I just got annoyed by it when like strangers would come up to me and call me that.
Don't look at my Twitter after.
Okay.
I said the Water Boy's here.
all
Just because
good.
you look like the old
doesn't-
Rory
it
again.
doesn't
That's why
piss me off,
I was a
but-
little shocked when I saw you.
Yeah, I just felt like a change.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll change it again. Who knows?
And where'd you come up with the Aries?
I don't know. I was desperate to change it. I was getting like I just wanted to stop.
What does that mean, Aries? It's a
The
Greek
god of war.
God of War. Jesus, that's scary stuff.
I
When you
guess
say it
it's just
deadpan
like
like that.
it's like where I like the persona or like the mind frame I want to be in when I'm in the cage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you gave it to yourself, or
Yeah.
that's
I'm
you can't give yourself a nickname.
Probably. Waterboy was given to me, but I hated people calling me,
Right.
so I had to change it. And I wasn't willing to wait around for it.
Right. Do you miss home?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you prefer to be living there? Do you have to live in Montreal, and then when it's done, you're gonna go back?
Yeah. Pretty much.
You don't want to be there.
Well, I want to be there for the training and the martial arts and the guys there, but when I retire from the sport, I'll be living in BC. Yeah.
Why do you feel like you need to be in Montreal? Why can't you get the same thing or close to it
Well,
in BC?
You know what? It's the coaching, it's the setup that they have at TriStar and in Montreal that I really like. The guys are really professional, a high level of skill level, and working with Faraz is priceless.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, he's super skilled and really we've got a good bond now, and he's been able to really teach me and help me evolve as a martial artist.
We were talking about this earlier, and I think you've helped change this as of late, but I'm concerned about Canadian MMA.
Okay.
I don't feel like there are enough Rory MacDonalds coming up these days. And my theory is that there aren't any good local shows cultivating this talent. What do you think?
It's hard for guys to get fights in Canada, and it's hard for guys to get brought up to the States to fight because the local shows aren't really making as much money, right? So to pay like $1,000 for this guy's airline ticket and whatnot, it's a little much for these smaller shows, for these less experienced guys.
Right.
There's not enough shows in Canada for them to fight on, but there's a lot of guys that I think are gonna make it big. Faraz's brother, Eamon, super skilled.
He's trying to make a career out of it.
He's really good, man.
Really?
I haven't talked about his goals with him, but I think he's very good.
What's his record?
I don't know.
I always thought that he was just, being groomed to be a coach. Because he corners you guys as well.
Yeah, he was in my corner against Tyrone, yeah.
What weight?
I think he's 45.
Yeah, he's smaller, right?
Yeah.
So he's one guy that comes to mind. That was going to be my next question. Who are some guys that we should look out for?
Yeah, him. There's so many guys there, man. It's kind of hard.
Do you feel like people treat you differently now that you're the number one contender in the gym?
I don't think so. I'd like to think not.
Right.
Because
when you came in, it was after the Carlos fight, right?
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
Yeah. And also guys have, adjusted to me
right.
Over the years. So I think the bond is still the same.
What about the way they treat you, like when they train with you? Because, there's this epidemic going on in MMA. Everyone's getting injured.
Right.
So you're holding on to the lottery ticket now. You got the title shot. You got what everyone wants, right? You tell them to this, no, let's not go too hard. Let's not, no one. It's a problem though, right? I mean, guys are getting so close to their dreams.
Right.
Look at Cain Velasquez. I mean, he's champion. He can't fight. He's getting injured all the time.
Right. And you think it's from sparring partners going too hard or something?
I have many theories, but one of them is I almost feel like the MMA gym setup is not ideal for you guys, for the pros.
Okay.
They're banging into each other. People are getting knocked over. They're rolling into like you guys are all training and say it's not like that in boxing. You don't have like 8 guys in a ring and bumping into each other. That's the first problem, right?
Yeah.
The second problem I feel like is that there's just so much at stake, and especially when you become champion, you can't. Look what happened when Cain, he fought with a bum knee, got knocked out in 61 seconds or something like that. There's just so much at stake, and you guys have this thing in the back of your mind or hanging in the belt. See, it's like 2 fights are gone from the UFC. No professional athlete, in my opinion, has the pressure that you guys have. Like to make it to the NFL. I know that the shelf life of an NFL player is pretty short compared to other sports, but when you're there, you make a lot of money. You guys, it takes a long time to make that money.
Yeah.
And if you go on a 2-3 fight losing streak, you're gone. Mm-hmm. It's too much pressure.
There's a lot of pressure for sure. I try not to think about the money.
You never think about it.
Oh, I do think about it, but like when I'm training in the gym or when I'm fighting, money is so far away from where my mind is.
Right.
That's for another time when I'm at home thinking about that specifically, and I have to manage that. But yeah, when I'm at martial arts or I'm in a fight, it's strictly focus on that.
In this day and age, I commend and I look up, and without you guys, I wouldn't have a job, right? But I wonder sometimes, what's the incentive to become an MMA fighter? Because it's so hard to actually make it, right?
It is. It's getting harder and harder. The more popular it gets, the more people want to be a part of it, and they notice it, right? My incentive, I just love it. I love martial arts and I love competing.
At what point did you say this is what I want to do?
14, my first day of jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Yeah.
You said you wanted to be an MMA fighter?
Yeah.
When you first did jiu-jitsu, you didn't even do any striking or anything.
I was like hitting the bag, did some kickboxing after too. It was an MMA gym,
right?
Toshido, so. I pretty much told my dad when I got in the car, this is what I wanted to do, and I wanted to quit hockey. And like,
what year was this?
I don't know what year it was. I was 14. So.
How old are you now?
25.
When were you born?
July.
No, what year?
Oh, 89.
89. So if you were 14, that was 2003.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably.
So right before the
2002, 2003. Yeah.
Right before the boom of the Ultimate Fighter, the UFC wasn't as popular as it is today. But you still, was that the goal? I want to be a UFC fighter, or was it just an MMA fighter?
I pretty much knew right away that I was going to do something great.
Really?
It was just like a feeling I had inside.
Great in MMA or great in life?
In MMA.
After one day.
Yeah. I pretty much just had a feeling inside that I was going to do this.
An epiphany.
Yeah, exactly.
Before going to the gym, did you have this feeling, or was it only after leaving the gym?
After leaving the gym. Before, I was just talking with my dad and my brother. We always talked about UFC and like Tito Ortiz and how awesome these guys were, because I'd been watching this since I was like 5 years old, right?
Okay.
And
who introduced you to it?
My dad.
He was a fan.
Yeah, and he did martial arts.
Okay, what did you do?
Like kung fu and boxing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he said, "Son, I want you to watch this stuff."
Yeah.
Okay, so you're watching it from 5 years old.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years old. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when do you decide that, okay, this is actually something I want to do, because that's 8-9 years later?
Well, like I never really thought I would be able to do it. I was always like focused on hockey, and I was like, would you even train for this? I had no education that people like trained. I thought it was like guys just fought or whatever. But my brother did a PE class at Toshido when he was in high school, and he told me and my dad about it. Oh, I went to this MMA gym. They do UFC type stuff. And yeah.
Older brother?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I was like, I want to do that. Where's that? And my dad basically turned the car around, and my brother told him where it was. We went to train, and they told us all about it. I came back an hour later for class and never left.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's all thanks to your brother.
Yep. And my dad.
Are you still close with your brother?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So your dad, you said he trained in Kung Fu and things of that nature. So how didn't he not know, okay, you have to go to a gym? Like, he's been around this before. So why didn't he lead you down that road earlier than 14?
He got caught up with, like, work. You know, he had, me and my brother at an early age, and, he had to support us with work. And I think he's a very hardworking guy, so he drilled that into our heads more.
Okay.
But
schoolwork and things like that.
Yeah, but he also, kind of on the side, told us, follow our passions, things like that, and, work hard at those things. And, once he seen my love for it, my passion for martial arts, he was just, like, my first believer,
Really?
that believed in me, that I could do this. And he was a big supporter.
Did he
Everyone else was like, you're a skinny kid, you're an idiot, stop doing martial arts.
Really?
And
who's saying this?
Everyone.
Everyone. Even your brother?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
He's like, I remember one thing, we were fighting, and he was grabbing me by my throat, and he was like, no matter how long you do martial arts, you'll never be able to beat me.
Wow.
I beat him.
You beat him?
Yeah.
Then, or it took a while?
It took a while.
How many years older?
3.
What's he doing now?
He is, what would I say, like a carpenter, and yeah.
In BC?
Yeah.
So when you grew up, was your father a single dad?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was just you three.
Yeah, my mom lived with my stepdad in another city at the time.
But you lived with your dad?
Yeah, at that time.
Was that your choice?
Yeah.
So he's the guy who's supported you from day one. What did your mom say? Was she one of those who said...
She was mad.
She was mad?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she knew that she couldn't stop me.
But did she think that you were going to get hurt, or you didn't have it in you?
Yeah, she was worried. She's a mom, right?
But I met her. She goes to all your fights now.
Yeah, and at the time, I was her youngest son.
Right.
Well, I guess not youngest, but yeah, I was her baby. So it was hard for her to get into it at first. But then she's seen the passion as well. It's all good now.
So in that, you walk out the day and you say, I'm not only going to do this for a living, I'm going to be something special. I'm going to do something special.
Yeah.
You envision being Tito Ortiz, champion, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. And then when did you make your UFC debut, you said?
19.
Did you think it would be that quick? That's not very common.
My goal was like to be in there before I was 20.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And did that come on the first day as well? Like, did you already lay out
No,
the
it was
goals?
more like time to think about it. I just had like a feeling that I would do something good,
What were your friends saying about this? Were they laughing at you as well?
Yeah, a lot of them thought I was lying, especially when I started actually fighting until I got on TV.
Really?
Yeah, and then they believed me. But
how old were you in your debut?
16.
So wow, so you're still in high school.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
So you must have been the coolest kid by that point, right? You weren't?
No.
You're fighting in a cage in high school. What grade is 16? 16 is probably like 10th grade?
10th or 9th or something.
And you
10th.
And people, wait, were you kind of an outlaw by doing that?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to high school life. I just kind of got through it. I didn't.
Were you bullied?
As much as anyone else, I guess. I wasn't bullied. Like I wasn't tormented too badly. But everyone goes through it, right?
Sure. Well, I don't know. I was kind of a cool, I was a big deal. I sympathize, but
right.
Believe it or not. So you're 16 years old, and do you remember the first fight? Like, do you remember the moments before? Like, were you saying like, "Holy crap, I'm
the
about
first
to do"?
fight?
Yeah.
It was so weird.
Why?
The lights and the people watching me, and it was like I was paying attention to all the things I shouldn't have been paying attention to. The exact thing we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
I was so like, this is so foreign to me,
Overwhelmed?
Yeah. And then I got in there and the lights were hot.
Oh, man.
It was just like, everything's crazy. And then it went ding, ding. And the guy came out and I stood there I didn't even move my feet at all.
Wow.
And he just went pop, 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 pop. And after that, I never looked back. I ended up beating him like a couple minutes later. But
Really?
yeah.
So you almost had to
What an
be
experience.
like the switch had to be turned on, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Is that fight online?
I don't
Have you
think
ever,
so.
you never found it?
I think my mom has all my fights.
What promotion was that? Was that King of the Cage?
XFC, Prince George.
In BC? Mm-hmm. Who was the guy that you fought? I mean, I'm sure.
Terry Tiara.
Were you nervous before the fight?
Yeah. Yeah, big time.
Most nervous you've ever been?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever had that feeling since then where you're noticing all the stuff, getting overwhelmed, or did you get it out of your system?
That one was the worst.
Really?
Yeah, I still got nervous for my other fights, my second fight, and I still get that nerves, but not that bad.
Did you think before,
Knew
what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing this? Like, did you even doubt yourself?
No, I knew what I was doing, for sure. It's just I didn't know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know the lead up. I didn't know what it was going to feel to walk out and all that experience, so.
It's pretty intense for a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
In hindsight, would you say you were too young?
No, I was ready.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a special thing, though? Like, would you not recommend that for all 16-year-olds?
No, yeah. It was, I think I probably had a different mindset. I was training with men, and they weren't going easy on me.
How much did you weigh?
160.
That was the fight?
No, I fought at 155.
155.
Dieted a little bit.
Right. Did you feel like it was so good for you because you had this sort of, we're talking about your temper and all that. It was a way for you to release that and not take it out in day-to-day life. Not, like this was your outlet. Did it help you in that sense?
Yeah. And just the martial arts training too, because we trained pretty hard at that time.
And this was back in BC, and you're no longer training with those guys.
I still do.
You do?
Yeah. When I go back to Kelowna.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they come to in your corner at first?
Yeah, Dave.
He's still in your corner.
Yeah, he was in my last corner. Probably in my next fight corner too.
Why probably and not for sure?
Well, you never know if he's busy.
Sure. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen.
The same guy who was there on that first day, was he at the gym?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah. What's his last name?
Lee.
So he was there the first day you came in at 14 years old.
Yeah, he's the gym owner and the coach.
And now he sees you fighting for the UFC belt. I'm pretty sure he's going to be free that night.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, he hasn't had a champion, right, coming out of the gym?
Not UFC, no.
Right. Was it a weird conversation when you told him that you wanted to go to Montreal?
Yeah, for sure. It's tough. Tough on both of us, for sure.
Well, like, how did he handle it?
As good as anyone could handle it. It's tough. I was his guy. We're best friends too. So it was a tough.
Still best friends.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, very close.
Did he take it personally? I would have taken it personally.
I'm sure he did. But I think he understands now in the long run. But it was a tough choice.
Does he ever come to Montreal to go to the gym?
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Are there guys coming up from that gym?
From Toshido, yeah. Matt Dwyer was on the same card as me. Mm-hmm. Sarah Morris, who was on the Ultimate Fighter.
Right.
And then there's other guys too coming up.
So how was it, like, kind of a bit awkward afterwards when you were telling him you needed to go, or did you get over it pretty quickly?
It was a long period of adjustment time, right?
Okay. Did you ever think when you got to TriStar that this was a mistake?
No.
You knew right away.
Yeah. I had to do it.
You had to?
Yeah.
And why was it TriStar? Did you go around shopping around? Did you talk to other people?
No, not really. I mean, I poked around a bit, but like, I've been to TriStar a handful of times, trained there, and I kind of had a feeling that that feeling I was telling you earlier.
Yeah.
I just kind of go with my gut.
You have these feelings a lot.
Yeah, I just kind of go with the flow. If I want to do something, I'm gonna do it.
Right then, like the first day, you knew it was the right place for you.
Yeah.
Was George there?
Yeah. He was a big help for me too. Mike Ricci brought me out once. George brought me out a few times. The first time I went there, it was on my own though. Met the guys and yeah.
When did you first meet George?
The first time I was up there on my training, just to go up there and see what it was all about.
And he's champion at the time, right?
Yeah.
So it's like this is the king of the sport.
Yeah.
That's got to be a big part of the sell as well, right? You can actually train every day with the best guy in the sport.
Yeah, but there was so many guys. I mean, David Loiseau, Dennis King. There was so many guys in the gym and so many guys coming up from other places to train with George and all the guys and Faraz. So, I mean, there was so many real professionals there to work with, and what I wanted to be and who I wanted to work with. It was a pretty clear-cut decision that I had to go here.
If you beat Carlos Condit at 115, do you think you don't move?
Probably not.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but maybe. I don't know. It's
You were like,
hard
what,
to say.
8 seconds away or something? 10 seconds
Yeah.
away?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that decision would have done it. I was still, even if I won that decision, I probably still would have been bitter with myself, you know? Like, I would have been upset with myself.
Why? About your performance?
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how that would go. Where my mind would be in that case. I haven't thought about it.
Did the idea to go to TriStar only come into your mind after the fight, or were you thinking about it?
No, it was a little bit before, because I'd trained there before.
What was the first?
Twice.
When did you start thinking I need to get out of BC?
Around the second training trip, when I came up with Mike, because Mike was actually we were talking on Facebook at the time. And he's like, you should come up. We're fighting on like the same day, basically in June. You know, he was fighting Pat Curran. I was fighting Condit.
Yeah.
So he's like, stay at my house with my family. And, you know, after that, the whole experience is like, you know, I should probably start thinking about something here, you know?
I know we were talking about this. Off camera before, but since you guys are so closely linked, have you had a chance to talk to Mike? It hasn't been a great weekend for him. You missed Wade, didn't get the fight and all that.
Yeah, I texted him. It's an unfortunate thing, you know.
Yeah.
His opponent dropped out the day of the fight. And, it sucks because he probably would have got back in the UFC after that.
You think so?
I would assume so because of, you know, what he's done to the last 2 UFC veterans he fought since he got cut. But, you know, he's on the right track. I'm sure he'll bounce back in a positive way.
I feel like you're officially over the Condit thing. Like for a while, it was you would bring it up in interviews, you called them out. But I mean, of course, you got the title shot, so what do you have to worry about? But I feel like it's not as big a deal in your mind anymore.
No, yeah, I think I grew up a little bit about, you know, losing in mixed martial arts.
Right.
But, you know, obviously I want to fight him again. I think me and him are like 1 and 2, you know.
Sure.
So I'm sure our paths are going to cross again in a title fight.
How'd you get over it? Was it just a progression, maturation, or do you remember just one point saying this?
Just growing, you know, changing my views on a few things, you know. At first I was like, okay, I was undefeated at the time.
Sure.
So I was like, I'm gonna go my whole career without losing, you know, that's a goal I have. And then the more fights I had and the more experience in martial arts, you know, I've learned that, you know, losing isn't the worst thing possible for martial arts. It's sometimes an eye-opener in a positive way, and both my losses in my career have been very positive in the long run for me, and things that I've needed to grow as a person and a martial artist.
But I feel like, you know, you don't care if it's Hendricks or Lawler, right?
No.
We've talked about that, but the old Rory would want Lawler so you could
sure.
avenge that loss.
For sure.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
You have no desire to pay him back.
No. It'd be a whole new experience if I fought him again.
Right. Have you started thinking about that title fight potentially in Canada? Montreal? Like,
it's a fight. I mean, yeah. Like sometimes I sit back and I'm like, wow, I'm here. I'm right where, you know. It's like I can't believe it happened so fast. You know. Sometimes I have moments like that, but most of the time, and I know the time when it's time to fight, it's just a fight. I've been there many times, and you know, sure there'll be maybe a piece of gold waiting for me at the end of the road, but. You know, when those cage door close, I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to fight. And
you were legit concerned you might not get the time. I mean, you put out this tweet, you're holding a sign, you're saying, like, were you worried? Like, did you say, I have to do something to try to, you know?
We and Faraz were goofing around a little bit.
Okay.
We sent out some stuff on social media, but I was pretty confident I was going to get it, but yeah.
How does that work? Do they call you up and say, Roy, you're getting it, or you just find out online?
I heard my manager texted me. I think Dana made it official on an interview with Canadian press.
Right.
So I think that's how I found out.
That was a big thing because I almost feel like you had to almost convince him because remember the Ellenberger fight, he was very critical of you.
I didn't like that fight.
Did that bother you?
A little bit. I felt that I did pretty good, you know.
Like, why are you so critical?
I think a lot of people expected a bloodbath because of the Twitter thing that went on.
Right.
He was talking so much.
Right.
So some people were like, you know, and especially Ellenberger's style, usually, you know, he's like a train, right?
Sure.
Just burns through people. So a lot of people expected this is going to be just like a Carlos, or like when I fought Carlos Condit, just a, you know, crazy fight. But, you know, I did the right techniques and I, you know, completely dominated him.
Did you take it personally when he was so critical of it?
No, it's just his opinion. I know.
That's your boss, right? You have to.
Yeah.
There's a sense of you like I need to impress this guy to a degree, right?
For sure. You know, you don't want to. You don't want
to be in the doghouse.
For sure, yeah. But I knew it would come in time. You would see that, you know, the good things.
What was that feeling like when you finished Tarek Saffiedine in front of the crowd there? Great crowd.
Yeah, I was pumped up.
That was a great feeling.
Yeah.
Because the last time you finished someone was at Shea Mills?
Yeah, probably.
So it had been a while.
Yeah.
It's different than winning a decision.
Way different. It's way better.
Were you, of course. were you expecting that?
Yeah, every fight I expect it.
Like, you know, did you expect like there, you know, like later on, like did you expect the fight to play out that way?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's what I'm always going for, right?
Right.
It's hard to say. You have to just kind of go with it and see what your opponent brings. You know, he could change in a second, right? He could just start throwing punches like crazy. So you have to adapt.
And what was the feeling like when you got the text that you got that title shot?
I was happy.
How'd you celebrate?
I didn't.
You just sat on your couch and took a nap.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you envisioned November 22nd?
You know, I'm always thinking about fighting. Yeah. So when I'm daydreaming, yeah.
Do you think about anything else?
For sure, yeah.
Like what's the main thing that occupies your mind other than fighting?
You know, I don't know. Family, hunting.
Ladies?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend, of course.
Yeah.
You guys live together?
No, not right now.
Really?
Yeah, she's back in BC at the moment.
You knew her from back then?
High school.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How many years?
I was about 15 when I met her.
I've known my wife since we were 12. So I respect that.
Wow,
Yeah.
nice. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Do you think you'll get married?
Probably.
It's good because she knew you before you were a Rory MacDonald UFC star.
Yeah.
So she's not a Johnny come lately, you know?
Yeah.
She's not jumping on the bandwagon.
She's all good. She's cool.
When's she going to move to Montreal?
She did for a bit, but it was hard for me with training camps and stuff.
Oh, you send her back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a bit cutthroat like that.
Look at you. So I feel like before your fight, like it's not good to be friends with you, right? Like in the week before.
It's tough.
Yeah.
I'm a hard guy to be around. Yeah.
Cut your hand, cutting avocados, like you're intense.
That was a problem, yeah.
Were you afraid you're going to have to pull out?
I was worried that the commission was going to make me pull, like they were going to cut me or whatever.
You just didn't tell them?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
But eventually you want to get married, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to balance that?
I don't know. Maybe I'll be done fighting. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
Who knows?
Do you know when you'll be done?
Mm-mm.
You don't have it in your mind?
Mm-mm.
Do you know what you want to do when you're done?
Somewhat, kind of.
What?
You know, have a family.
But as far as a job?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll have an MMA school or something. I'm just going to go with what I'm feeling, you know, my passion at the moment.
And how about your brother saying you couldn't beat him up?
Yeah.
Look at you now.
I know, eh?
Guns out. #1 contender. Has he ever fought?
No, he's like a blue belt in jiu-jitsu though, and
What a wuss.
he's tough. He could probably take you.
He probably could. Yeah. But I mean, I feel it's a great story. He didn't even think that you could beat him, and now look at you beating everyone in the UFC.
Yeah.
And does your dad go to all your fights?
Not all of them. He works pretty hard, so it's hard for him to get.
Will your family be there in March or April?
I'm
whatever?
sure.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we ran out of time, but I enjoyed this greatly. It went by really fast.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it went by quick.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, man.
All right. There he is, Rory MacDonald. November 22nd, he'll be competing against JT Torres at Metamoris. It's in Los Angeles. You can get tickets now at metamoris.com. And then the big one for us, he'll be getting a title shot. He'll be facing the winner of Johnny Hendricks versus Robbie Lawler. That's #2 for those guys. The rematch, December 6th, UFC 181 in Las Vegas. Official pick. Who are you picking? I know you don't care, but who do you think is going to win the fight?
Oh, I don't know.
I was asking about Henzo versus Sakuraba, by the way. I don't care about the title shot.
Henzo.
Of course.
Yeah.
We're going there in a minute. But you don't you don't have a gut about Hendricks and Lawler?
That one, no.
No. You're just going to be sitting there enjoying it.
Yeah.
All right. There he is, Rory MacDonald. Also follow him on Twitter, Rory_MacDonald. He loves social media. This is a big one for us. A lot of you didn't think it was going to happen, but it is happening. Right now, let's go to the phone line and welcome in the one and only, the man who will be facing Anderson Silva on January 31st in Las Vegas. Our good friend Nick Diaz joins us right now, which seems somewhat surreal to even say. Nick, are you there?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey Nick, it's been a while since we've talked, and I got to say, a lot of people. We've been doing this show for over 4 years, and you're the #1 most requested guest. You've never been on the show before, so I can't thank you enough for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
How's everything? How's life?
It's I'm getting through. Getting through here.
You're surviving.
Oh yeah.
You're in Las Vegas for this big press conference. All the stars are out. Are you? I know typically this isn't the most fun part of the job for you, but do you recognize what a big deal this is? We're very close to the fight now. Are you happy to be there and take part in something like this?
Yeah, sure. I don't really know what's going on yet. I mean, as far as today, if that's what you mean. But yeah, I think things seem to be going well. I feel good about everything.
Has training camp for, I kind of even regret starting it this way because I feel like you're always training, but has it officially started for Anderson Silva, even though we're still around 3 months away?
Sure, yeah. I'm up here in Vegas right now, so, I mean, I knew I was going to be out this way, so I did a hard couple of weeks, pretty much this whole last month here, pretty good. Just getting in shape and stuff, and now I kind of had a few little small injuries, no real injuries, but just just a little banged up from training. So I'm having a nice easy week. On account of me being out here and good timing, I think too. So.
The last time I did an interview with you, on camera or like this was after the George St-Pierre fight, and you said you were done, and you truly stayed true to your word. Except you said if I could get a George fight again or Anderson, and that was almost 2 years ago now. Would you have been content just never fighting again if you couldn't get one of those fights? Were you at peace with that decision?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, these are big fights, and it's hard to look back and think, oh wow, I could have done this fight or that fight. I didn't do it. I look back and I'm thinking about why did I take one of these mediocre level opponents or fights or something like that, and I can see myself going, why I didn't need to do that. I didn't need to go there. It was, it's just, I'm not fanatical or in love with being an MMA fighter.
Sure.
I'm the right guy for the job nowadays. Pretty much after my first couple of pro fights, I wound up being the right guy for the job. So that's why I'm still here. And, I'll fight the right fights if I have the right opportunity.
I've heard you say countless times that you don't get excited about fighting. This is not something that that you truly wake up and say, "Ooh, I get to be in a cage fight." But is there anything about MMA fighting that you missed in your time off? Anything at all?
Yeah, no, I get excited about a lot of things. Getting in good shape, and for the most part, I'm excited to be done and go back and sign for my check. Really, but that's exciting to me. But as far as getting out there and fighting, there's a few things that not so much now, but come closer to the fight. You get down to this level of curiosity where you're wondering what did I not cover, what did I not do. You get it all figured out or something, so you're just, you're like, what is, I pretty much go through every scenario in my head, so I'm going like, what is it exactly that is going to happen out there? So now I feel like, I want to know, but I don't really call that an exciting feeling. I don't really like that. Exciting is more, for me, I'm more like, okay, tomorrow's Christmas, what am I getting for Christmas in the morning?
Right.
So that's an exciting thing. That's kind of a happy thing. It's more of like, okay, we're going to see what's what. See how it goes.
Speaking of being happy, are you happy with the deal that you got from the UFC to take this fight?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. That's why I signed the deal. I mean, I wasn't going to walk out of there, with something I wasn't happy with. So I just, it just, pretty much, I was able to score a deal I can't refuse. That's how I look at it.
Anderson hasn't fought for a while, coming off a devastating injury. Do you think he will look the same, or do you think this will change him as a fighter? Are you expecting someone different than the one we've seen so many times before?
Right. I don't know. I always expect the worst. So
the worst meaning the best Anderson?
Worst for me and the best for him.
Right.
So, yeah, or the best for my opponent. It's just pretty much really pessimistic, I guess, say when it comes to my outlook on how things are going to go. I don't like surprises, and I don't like to. I just don't like to be. I don't. It's not my thing to let myself down, so I don't really work myself up too much. I just do what I have to do to win, and I don't try to fool myself into believing I'm something that I'm not out there. So it's just how I feel, I guess.
I don't know if you heard this recently. George St-Pierre told Chael Sonnen in his podcast that he was surprised you took the fight at 185, that might be a disadvantage.
Yeah, you know what? The thing is about old George, he's not doing the fight. Okay? So he didn't take the fight. He barely said two things and he get the fight. Just like that. But he don't want to fight. He's scared to do the fight. And he's scared to do the fight at 185 pounds. And he thinks we have so much in common that maybe I don't want to do the fight at 185. How does he know? Who knows? Maybe I have a harder time making weight than old George does. I come in there skinny as shit. George packs on extra 20 pounds of muscle. I'm like, that's what I have to do to fight at 185 pounds. So you can look at it like however you want. But the thing is the fact is, I'm like, you didn't really take into consideration what's what when it comes to what's really going on. Not that he's not going to, but he don't have to show up on weight. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to fight. But what the fact is we're both going to walk out there, and I'm going to be a lot smaller if I try to make the catch weight, and my opponent decides he doesn't want to make weight. Now then I actually have a real issue to deal with, and that's a real physical possibility. That's what I'm not concerned about who gets fined little small 10% or whatever, because you didn't make weight or something. As far as I know, Anderson Silva, he's always made weight. What's one time you don't make weight? It's just the fact is that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about until you're actually the guy in the driver's seat. So you can fucking run your mouth, or you can beat the ball and do what you got to do. So that's me. That's where I'm at. But I don't know. I think I don't go ahead and give my opinion on what I think fighters should have done or would have done. I'm like, because I'm not them. I don't know. You don't know what's what. You don't know all the details of what's what. But he's gonna have things to say. He can say what he wants to say.
Did you ask for it to be closer to 170, or did you not care at all?
Nope, I didn't say a word. I said, hey, look, it's not like I'm not going to have to lose weight to make 185 pounds. It's not, it's not something I'm overly concerned about, especially in this fight, I think, because, my opponent is not, one of these big, strong guys who like to, get through a fight by being strong, so it's not, that really doesn't really come into play. The reach, you could say, okay, reach may come into play, but neither of us are getting any taller or shorter before the fight, so it's kind of, there's nothing I can really do about size when it comes to this fight other than, just come in strong and healthy as I can. So, I feel good though. So.
Speaking of GSP, a lot has happened since both of you last fought as far as drug testing is concerned. You've been one of those guys who's talked about this at length. Are you happy?
Did they finally get him for steroids?
No. He actually... he's actually he said that he wouldn't return unless there were changes in the steroid policy, the drug testing policy. So I'll ask you a two-parter. Are you surprised, considering what you've said about him in the past? Are you surprised that he has taken that stance? And are you happy with some of the changes?
Sounds like old Lance Armstrong. Yeah.
So
yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really put too much thought into it. I didn't really understand your question.
Well, are you happy with some of the changes? They're doing a lot more random drug testing these days. A lot has changed since you fought.
No, I like that. That's good. I think maybe we should be doing some drug testing like that. That's good. I kind of disappoint a lot of people who like to most fighters for the most part that like to do steroids, but so that's too bad for them. But either way, it's fine for me. I look at it like there's ups and downs for fighters who are doing a lot of steroids. And, I think it's I look at my career like a long term sort of. Well, I just martial arts. When I do martial arts, it's more of a it's more of a life type of training. Martial arts. I do that for myself in general. So I'm not. I'm not trying to go there with needing extra help and doing all that. I just try to be as healthy as I can. Much, and it's not my thing really to be on steroids. So you have different types of fighters, I guess you could say.
As I said at the top,
go
ahead.
Types of athletes. I think stylistically, though, these guys they do steroids. They're just a different crew. For a lot of time.
Nick, as I said at the top, you were the most requested guest by far we've ever had in the show. And when I announced that you were coming on the show, people lost their minds. And I'm wondering, I wanted to ask you about this because following you on Instagram, for example, you get to see a much different side of you, your sense of humor, things that you post. It's a lot different than the Nick Diaz that we may know from promotional videos or pre-fight interviews and whatnot. At this stage in your career, and you've been fighting for so long and been in the limelight for so long, do you still feel like people don't really know who Nick Diaz is, that they don't really understand what you're all about and, your mindset and just the kind of person that you are? Do you still get that impression?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, for the most part, not everybody's going to sit down and watch every prime time and listen to every interview. And they do, majority of my stuff's pretty much, a lot of stuff's from a long time ago. There's a different outlook on a lot of things. So, people are going to make their case or whatever that I'm, this scumbag. But just the way it is, it's something I just have to deal with nowadays. But I think that, real fans, they're pretty down to earth, So a lot of these guys, that's why a lot of MMA fans are pretty down to earth and open minded. That's how they got into the sport in the first place. So things work themselves out.
Why do you think they like you so much? Why do you feel like you're still one of the most popular guys in the UFC? And a lot of us in the media said the UFC almost needed you more than you needed them at this point because some of those stars were moving on, and you're still one of those big draws even now in your career.
I think a lot of times stylistically, when it comes to boxing and jiu-jitsu, I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and I have been before a lot of Americans in general, and then a lot of American MMA fighters as well. And because my black belt from a pretty legitimate source, so I just think that stylistically that people can relate to what they see out there. And initially, I started fighting like way back 2002s and 3s, and so I'm still in it because I've had to work to evolve and make changes and get better. And a lot of people don't have the time in life to put themselves through that. So, I just end up, we get what we get now. After 15, 16 years of fighting, it's just people like what they see, and yeah, I mean, I've never had a year off. I got a year off now, so it's been a good learning experience. But ever since then, and it is a learning. It's just like, when you've never had a year off of fighting somebody every 3 months, then you don't really know what that's like. So it's it's been a good experience. But I think that after that many fights, and then I fought all the best guys. I was supposed to lose every fight that I fought. So.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, for the most part, except for maybe some of the time I was in Elite XC fighting, maybe one or two opponents here and there that they had me favored to win. But for the most part, I've walked out as like an underdog, or I'm not a kickboxer, so I'm a loser kickboxer. I'm not a wrestler, my wrestling sucks. I'm a loser wrestler. Or, so I always have I'm fighting somebody twice my age a long time ago. So, I've always been kind of not favored to win. But, I wound up with a decent performance out there, or pulled it off, or so people like to see real fight, real fight to win.
Nick, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of your first interviews in a while, and I can't thank you enough for coming on, and we'll let you go in just a couple minutes. But I was wondering if you can comment at all on the DUI stuff that happened, just a few weeks back. Is there anything that you can share, shed some light on it at all?
No, it's pretty much, there's really a lot to it, so I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Okay, but it won't stop you from fighting on January 31st, right?
Oh, no, yeah. It's honestly really not, it's just really not something that I feel like it's important to talk about.
Fair enough. What about your boy Joe Schilling on Saturday? Did you see that?
Yeah, sure did. He looked great. Yeah, that was real good. We're working with him a little bit on his MMA stuff, but I've been doing a lot of sparring with that guy for a few years now. For my last couple fights, I had him out doing a lot of hard sparring with that guy. So he's a good friend of mine. It's great to be able to try and help him out a little bit. He ran into he was out for training. He was going to spend a lot of time training out with me before this fight, and then he wound up with a few family issues he had to take care of. So I was a little worried, but he went out there and looked real good. So I was we're happy for him.
Some might say, Nick, and we'll end on this, some might say that the Anderson Silva fight is one of the biggest in your career, which obviously says a lot. Would you consider a win over him, considering his resume? Would you consider that the greatest moment of your fighting career?
I'm sorry, tell me again?
Would you consider beating Anderson Silva the greatest moment of your fighting career?
No, I maybe if when I get back signed for the biggest check I ever signed for, that's maybe that'd be a great thing. Too bad for him, too bad for me if we don't do well. But yeah, I'll be happy to. I'll be happy with hard work pays off in whatever way it does. So.
Well, it's great to have you back, Nick. Did you miss me?
Oh, you know it. I was like, I thought we were going to get a glide this morning.
Yeah, why? Don't.
That way I wasn't going to get any crazy questions from you out of left field. But
it was okay, right?
Glide for you this morning.
What do you mean? You didn't glide me. I've been
not working. Yes, I did. Check your glide.
I got nothing.
You last night.
I
glided you last night. You missed.
Really?
My glide.
Because we had a good thing going with the glides, and then I felt like you kind of left me hanging there for a second.
I felt like you avoided my glide this morning.
No.
It's all right.
I'm sorry. That was a mistake. It must be the new phone that I got. Was it anything? Should I play right now, or should I leave it alone?
No, it's fine. It's it's over. It's fine. If you have seen it already, then. But no, we're good. It's fine. I understand if you're not going to check my glides.
No, look, when I see that notification that Nick Diaz has glided me, it's like Christmas. You talk about getting excited. It's like Christmas. And then when your brother comes in, I mean, It's this.
These are exciting things, right?
These are exciting things.
Yeah, this is where things become exciting for me.
Don't be a stranger. You know, you could come back. Did you enjoy the experience on the show? Will you come back?
Right. Okay.
You will come back.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay, Nick, appreciate it. All the best.
Take care, thanks.
Okay, there he is, Nick Diaz stopping by. I didn't get his glide. I'll have to check. Is it there? Don't see anything. Interesting. Maybe I'm not looking at it correctly. In any event, thank you very much to him. He'll be at the press conference later today. It's UFC 183, January 31st, Las Vegas, Nevada. Anderson Silva versus Nick Diaz. One of the biggest fights in UFC history. That is not an overstatement, in my opinion. Joining us for the first time in a very long time is the UFC's women's bantamweight champion, the one and only Ronda Rousey, on the phone right now. Ronda, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Is that really you? Wow. I can't believe you're actually on the show. I feel like it was almost easier to get Barack Obama on this show than Ronda Rousey herself.
Yeah, it kind of sucks to wait, doesn't it?
You're still, it's amazing. And on this show, we have a segment called Inside the Vault. Every week I play old clips, and I'm playing that clip this week because I feel like you're still holding on to this grudge.
No, you're out of the penalty box. If I was holding on to it, I wouldn't be on the show.
Wow.
But yeah, I have a grudge holding problem, definitely.
Could we air it out right now? Could we fix this problem right here and now?
Okay, so for everybody listening, this
Yes.
is what happened. Back in my Strikeforce days, before I even, I think it was before the Julia Budd fight, I was being brought downstairs to, it was one of the UFC events I was at. I was being brought down to the media room where they have catering and stuff like that for the media. And, I'm kind of nervous, and I feel a little out of place. And I'm just getting to do media and stuff like that. And it's easy to feel like, a little embarrassed, like the new kid at the cafeteria doesn't have anywhere to sit. And so Ryan Grab was he was handling the Strikeforce PR at the time, brings me over into the press room, and I already feel awkward. And I'm right behind him, and he goes and pokes Ariel, who's in the media room, and, by the catering and all that. And he was like, hey, Ronda's here. Ronda Rousey, she's one of our Strikeforce fighters. She's wanting to take some time to talk to her. And then Ariel goes, yeah, have her wait 5-10 minutes until I'm done eating this. And I'll see if I can give her some time.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
No, wait, hold the phone. Wait a minute, okay? It's not like we're at a media lunch where the purpose is for everyone to sit down and eat today, and I suddenly interrupted your lunch. No, you're at a UFC event where you're there to cover fighters, and it happens to be catering, but you make me go and sit and wait for 10 minutes while you finish nibbling on your catering before you give me any of your time. So I'm like, all right, you want me to wait 5 to 10 minutes? There will come a day where I will make you wait 6 to 12 months.
Wow.
This is what just happened.
Even more than that. I think it's been 2 years since you've been on the show, so I really paid the price. But by the way, I just want to make it clear. I mean, A, I've never done that since because you've made me feel very bad. And B, I don't think I ever did that before. I had done interviews, all that, and I don't think I said it quite like that. To be fair to myself, I remember having a Caesar salad. I'll never forget it. I remember it was UFC 137. It was BJ versus Nick Diaz. It was in the Mandalay Bay.
That was my first UFC event ever.
There you go.
That was, my first one ever. I met you.
I don't forget these things, and you were a big star. I know. I mean, I remember the first time I heard about you, all that stuff, and I just wanted to just get something in so that I'd have something in my belly. That was it. I don't think I was that rude.
So you remembered your salad, but you don't remember what you said to me?
No,
That's how of little importance for the dialogue between me and you was below Caesar salad in your book.
Did you say
to Ariel? It's not helping your case.
Do you recall saying to yourself, "F this guy, and I will make him pay"? Like, do you actually remember that?
Yeah, I remember feeling embarrassed.
Wow.
And,
I'm sorry.
That I was made to wait. And
what an asshole.
Like, I'm supposed to did wait one day.
Wow. So I've approached. I mean, you have, in my opinion, one of the greatest agents in sports. Brad Slater. Kudos to him and his team over there for doing such a great job with your career and others as well. The Rock, etc. Chris Weidman with him. But I've approached him so many times to have you on the show, and I keep getting turned down. So now I know it's you. You're the one who was saying, screw that guy. I'm not going to do a show for X amount of months because of what he did to me in November of 2011, October of 2011, because he wanted to have a couple of strands of lettuce.
Yeah, exactly that.
Okay, fair enough.
You would imagine how well I remember the people that like really genuinely slighted me. That was just unintentional.
Wow.
I told you I have a grudge problem. Ask my mother.
Yeah, but I feel like that fuels you into the person you are today, right? I mean, I feel like you keep thinking about
yes,
this.
yes. Let's give you credit for everything, Ariel.
No, not me. I'm saying your quote unquote problem holding on to grudges. That make you you remind me of those basketball players who get invited to New York at the NBA draft and they don't get picked in the top 10 and they say screw all those teams. When I play them, I'm going to kick their ass. I'm going to prove them wrong. They should have picked me. You know what I mean? I feel like you're that kind of person.
Yeah. It's a productive attitude to have, It's not always popular, but it's always extremely productive.
Well, again, one more time, I'm sorry, and I'm glad. And by the way, how did I get out of the penalty box? Was just my time was up? We expired here, and we're good?
Yeah, I was over it.
It's not good to hold...
I about it enough times, I was like, okay, I'm over it. I've become over it.
And why didn't you ever say something in person? I mean, it's not the first time I talked to you since. Were you just gonna leave it hang? Were you being passive-aggressive? I mean, why not just confront it face-to-face?
I think I did tell you before.
Yeah, you did.
You were aware. I made sure you were aware.
All right. Well, I'm happy that you're on the show. I don't want to spend too much time on that because the interview will be over and we'll just be talking about Caesar salad. Thank you very much for coming back. And there's so much going on in your life. First things first, just last week it was announced that you signed a deal. You're the new women's face of Buffalo, David B. told Buffalo Pro for the active person out there, the athletes. They've done stuff with Chandler Parsons of the Mavs and other athletes as well, Eric Decker. How did this come about? Because this is not your typical MMA sponsorship deal.
No, not at all. And it was very intentionally different. I've been getting first from MMA person for a while, but I felt like apparel is so important that I really wanted to try and get outside of the MMA space for it. And I held out for a while, and I turned down some very good deals that a lot of people doubted me for that was the decision. And it ended up really paying off. I wanted to, when I finally signed with an apparel deal, it'd be something different and unprecedented. And this is the first ever fashion deal that any MMA fighter has ever had.
We're looking at some of the images from your photo shoot and whatnot, courtesy of Buffalo. By the way, that's a Canadian company. I believe they're actually based in Montreal. So kudos.
Ooh, I love Montreal. It's one of my favorite all-time cities. I used to live there. Do you know it?
You used to live in Montreal?
Yeah, there was a time with USA Judo that I was like, I just hated all of USA Judo and all of their team and all their coaches. So I went and trained in Montreal, and I lived at the dorms of Vanier College.
Wow.
And yeah, I was in Saint Laurent, and I would take the bus and sit in the bus stop in the blizzards to go to the gym and all that stuff. I lived out there for about 4 months or something like that.
Now, was that part of USA Judo, or is that your own thing?
No, that was my own thing. I went and go train at the Shidokan, which is like the Olympic training center for the Canadian judoka there, and the Canadian team was always so cool and awesome to me. And they brought me in and let me train there. They couldn't coach me because I was fought the girls, but because I always beat their girls, they weren't against having me there, so the girls would get used to fighting me, and they could, you know what I mean? So that was my runaway place. I ran away to Canada at one point, and that was actually amazing. I love it in Montreal. I just wish I had a car.
Yeah, but Montreal is a special place, especially, the people there are so nice. Canadians are so nice, so I'm not surprised to hear you say that. But back to the Buffalo thing, we're looking at these images, and you've talked about, issues with your self-image and weight and things of that nature. How big of a deal is it just for you to show people that, you don't have to look a certain way? Because the stuff is pretty provocative, and I would imagine at some point in your life, you never ever in your wildest dreams thought you'd have a photo shoot like that with another guy, and you're wearing all this stuff. That has to be a pretty amazing sort of thing to cross off your list, right? You actually conquered this thing. From beginning to end, you officially conquered whatever fear, whatever issue that you had with your body, right?
There are definitely a lot of fears, going into that. I didn't even know there was a male model until we landed. And then when I actually saw the concept of the shoot, I was like, well, this is like love scene 101. I'm like, I'm going to have to do something like this in a movie at some point, right? So it's kind of a good setting where I don't have dialogue and it's just still pictures and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember when we first got into that, I felt so awkward and out of place. And I sat down on the bed with the photographer guy was there, and Arthur was the model's name. He had no last name. He was just Arthur. Arthur, the Olympic Swiss sailor. And so I just literally sat down in the bed and was like, so Arthur, what do you do? Like, it was just so awkward. You had to go from, like, just meeting this person to, like, okay, 10 draw time. Like, oh, shit. It was, so I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on this at all, but,
How did you get over it?
I just tried to not let it show. Like, I felt pretty out of place and awkward and dumb. And a lot of times it's just like, people think I look super confident in what I'm doing, and I'm actually just trying to stifle my own embarrassment. Because I'm willing to embarrass myself over and over and over again, as many times as it takes in order for me to get that one good shot. And it doesn't matter. I'm willing to be embarrassed. So that's kind of how I got over it, was I just embraced being embarrassed for a whole day, and at the end of the day, we ended up with some pretty cool stuff. Yeah.
So when you watch it now, is it mind blowing to you that, well, that's me? I conquered this. I was able to, not feel awkward, or at least not portray that I'm awkward. What's it like watching it?
I just want the results to be good, and I wanted to do a good job, and I wanted it to be like, to be very obviously a fashion shoot and something very classy and stuff like that. And I think it really came across really well. And that it looked more like one of those, like a perfume ad than it would be just somebody like in a Maxim shoot. It really did look very high fashion to me when I saw it. And so, and the whole production was just way more than anything that I'd ever dealt with before. I mean, these people are like very, very professional, and they're very serious about what they do. And they did everything possible to make me comfortable the whole time. I mean, they brought in everybody that does the hair and makeup and styling for the Victoria's Secret shoots for that. So I felt like very well taken care of.
We just had Rory MacDonald in studio, who, by the way, he's a big fan of yours, and he'd like to train with you in L.A. What do you think of that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, my coach is sitting right here. It sounds cool to me. Well, I'll have to ask him. He's the boss.
All right. Well, I told him I put in a good word. He's going to be there after November 22nd when he does Metamoris. But he was telling us about how the first time he trained, the very first time, when he's 14 years old, he knew he'd be special. He knew he'd be some kind of UFC champion. It just like he walked out of the gym as a 14-year-old and said, I'm going to be special. Did you have the same kind of epiphany, or did it take you some time to even think about UFC champion, MMA champion? Was it other things in between? And even when it was judo and Olympics, did it take you some time to believe that you would be special?
No, it was always just kind of ingrained in me. Like when I was a little kid and I started swimming, my dad just said, okay, you're going to win the Olympics in swimming. And I just figured he was right about everything. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to win the Olympics in swimming. And then when I switched from swimming to judo, I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to win the Olympics in this now. And then when I switched to MMA, I'm like, okay, well, there's no Olympics, so I'm be the best in the world, never won a title in this. And in my family, there's no doing something just to do it. My mom always said, you can do anything in the world you guys want to do. You just have to be the best in the world at it.
When you thought about all that stuff, did you like the idea of movies and these kind of sponsorships and all the other ancillary stuff that you've received early in your career, did that, was that part of the equation? Was that part of the thought process as well? Or is this all, very much gravy to you?
You know what? I had some pretty ridiculous high aspirations when I started. The fact that I'm starting to top them is, I never could have seen that coming, because when standing at the base of the mountain, how high I imagined the peak to be was pretty damn high. But as soon as I got there, it was like I realized I'm on the edge of this whole mountain range where there's a bunch of peaks all around me, even higher than what I'm standing on. But the thing is, I have to be willing to dip down into the valley in between and go down and start over again and come back up. So when I started doing judo, I was like, oh, the Olympics. And I got to one peak, and I saw a mountain over there, and I'm like, oh, okay. So, you go and you look at it for a little while, and then you climb up to the next peak. And then I got to that one, I was like, oh, my God, there's all action and Hollywood and all that stuff, and I'm willing to go back into the valley and be an office again and suck all over again and come right back up to the next peak. And I think a lot of people get straight at the first peak because they're not willing to start over again and do this all over again. It's hard. It's a hard process.
What's the one thing that you thought about or recall thinking about that you still haven't accomplished?
I want to have a franchise.
A franchise?
Yes, I want to have a movie franchise.
A movie franchise? Like a sequel, a trilogy, something like that?
So I want to find like the Indiana Jones to my Harrison Ford, or the Rocky to my Stallone, or the Terminator to my Schwarzenegger, or the Resident Evil to my Mila Jovovich.
I'm surprised to hear you say that. It has nothing to do with athletics. Do you feel like you've accomplished everything athletic-wise?
like you said, something that I haven't done yet. I mean, I still want to retire undefeated, but I don't want to retire now.
Right.
And, it's the main goal that I have more than anything else is to be 11-0, and I'm going to beat Kat Zingano, and that is the next thing on my plate. But, that's something that I haven't done, like entirely unique that I haven't done yet, then I would probably say more towards outside the sports thing. I mean, what would you suggest to be a new goal for me?
Well, I don't know. Who am I to tell you what your goals should be? I mean, I'm just a lowly MMA reporter here. I mean, look. Well, I mean, let's be honest. From that day, I mean, I'm pretty much in the same spot when we met back at UFC 137. Look at you now. I mean, one person has gone all the way here, and I'm pretty much staying here, so I shouldn't be the one to tell you about your goals. But let's talk about Kat Zingano, because you wanted to fight on January 3rd. That's what we were originally told, but now you're fighting February 28th. Are you annoyed that it got pushed back almost 2 months?
Well, I wasn't happy about it, but there's really nothing I can do about it. I just show up and fight when they tell me to show up and fight, and I show up and win, and that's it. And who it is or when it is, it's outside of my control, so I can't really invest too much of my happiness in it. But yeah, I was planning on doing other things at that time, but now that the fight's pushed back, I could take some more meetings and really try to figure out more of what I want to do after that fight and what the new schedule is. And that's the thing with having dual careers. I just have to be able to roll with whatever comes my way and find a way for everything to work together.
Is the silver lining that you get to fight essentially home? You've never had that experience as an MMA fighter, certainly not at the point you are now. Is that, and I don't consider Anaheim. I mean, I feel like you're more of an LA girl.
Well, it always has been a dream of mine to be able to fight at the Staples Center. And so that is a silver lining. It definitely is. I've always wanted to be at the Staples Center. It makes me think of the days I was cocktail waitressing and I was watching the Lakers play on TV and being like, man, I wonder if things would be different if even if Luke Walton walked in here and asked me out and I would never have to cocktail waitress again, and I was like sitting there in a shady bar in Crenshaw thinking the third string player on the Lakers team asked me out, my life would be different. Now I'm going to be one of the headliners of the Staples Center. It's pretty ridiculous.
And now look at you, yeah.
It makes it more special. It really does, because yeah, I remember sitting in that bar and watching plenty of Lakers games in the Staples Center and being like, dang, that seems like a lot cooler than where I'm at right now.
Are you a little annoyed, though, that you're not the main event? I mean, I feel like you've earned that opportunity, especially in your hometown. Does it bother you at all?
Oh, no, not at all. If I could be the co-main for the rest of my life, I'd love that. You know how much less work I have to do with the co-main event? And me and Chris Wyman, man, we have great luck together.
That's true.
Whenever we fight hard, we kill it. And so, no, I'm happy to be out of the car with Chris always. Even we said after the last fight, we got to try and stick together because we got a good string of luck going.
They just came out with the line for the fight. You're a gigantic favorite. Does that surprise you?
I don't know. I guess so. I mean, not really. I don't really put that much thought into it. What is it?
Well, right now I'm looking at a few of the lines. I see a minus 1050, and she's a plus. What is that? 600 minus 750. I mean, I didn't think. I mean, this early. What's that?
I think it's better than Alexis.
Well, sure,
but
yeah.
Not as good as Sarah McMahon.
Are you a little disappointed that it's not Gina Carano next? It seemed like that's what you really wanted. It seems like that's kind of dead at this point.
I mean, I think Gina's off making some movies or something right now, and it's one of those fights that I always will want, and I'll always understand whether she wants to do it or not. Gina's already done so much for the sport and done so much to change my life for the better that I can't expect more out of her or demand more out of her, but I would like more out of her, but that's entirely her decision.
Can I tell you my theory on that? I mean, I have the utmost respect for Gina, and she was very kind to me earlier. I've talked about her many times on this show, but I feel like it was just all kind of a PR ploy to get in the news and sell that movie and all that. I mean, it took so damn long for the whole thing to materialize and finally die that I just didn't really believe at the end of the day that they wanted that fight. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't particularly know Gina that well. I mean, we're on good terms, but I don't call her up and invite her to my house on Saturdays. I don't know her like that, so I can't really say anything about her motivations for anything. I would like to think that they weren't disingenuous. It wasn't just getting jerked around. I don't think she would do that. I think that she did want to fight, or does. I don't know, but I don't think it was just a publicity stunt. No.
It was just announced on Saturday that Chris Cyborg suffered a serious injury, and she's not going to be making her bantamweight debut next month. Speaking of, super fights that might not ever happen, at this point, do you even think about it, or do you feel like this is just never going to happen and there's no point of even entertaining the idea?
I mean, I just wait for fights, but I really am not. Oh my God, my mom actually wrote me something really, really cool about that.
What'd she say?
Oh man, I'm looking through my text messages right now and trying to find what my mom said to me about her injury. But
oh, I love your mom. She's been on the show. She actually comes on the show more than you.
Yeah, I think she does, right? I can't find it, damn.
Oh.
But she said something like, if injured is another word for roided out and can't make weight, then she must be pretty fucking injured.
Wow. Your mom's
I know, I'm like, I love you, Mom. This is where I get it from. This is why I don't care to say all the crazy stuff that I want, because I know my mom would say something 10 times more nuts. So I'm like, what? My mom's cool with it. Screw you guys. I ain't got to impress you random guy on the internet. My mommy loves me.
But when you found out that news, were you a little disappointed? Because that is going to be such a big fight. I mean, there's so much buzz and interest in that fight, and this just delays it. And who knows if it ever happens? Part of you just like, I know you appreciate that because I see the way you talk about Betch Gohea and storylines and things of that nature. This is a great storyline. So does a part of you just want to see it happen so that we can all, actually enjoy the making of this fight, coming together, the build up, all that stuff?
Well, in my eyes, Betch Gohea is a real athlete and an honorable fighter, and Cyborg is just a fraud and a cheat. If that fight ever happens or not, if she ever has the courage to actually step in front of me, I'll be happy to give her the ass whipping that she deserves the whole time. But, I mean, honestly, I don't really think that she deserves that much. If that's happened or not, whatever. I'll do it. I'll beat her. I'll prove it to everybody, but it's just... I mean, that girl in my eyes should be charged with like attempted negligent homicide. Stuff like coming into the cage with performance-enhancing drugs is the equivalent of walking in there with a weapon. It's not about who hit the ball farther or something like that. It's about the only reason why we're allowed to do MMA is because the human potential of how it is right now, we can say that it's safe. But if you keep putting PEDs in people, it's going to become less and less safe. And the day that somebody dies in that octagon and the other person tests positive for steroids, they're going to have your first murder case involved in MMA. And that is the kind of thing that's going to destroy the sport. It could destroy the sport forever. And one fucking headline, whatever, that does extremely well isn't worth it. And I'm happy to put her out of her misery and put her out of this sport, and so no one else will have to deal with it ever again because it's something that needs to be done. But do I think that having a big pay-per-view card is worth risking that kind of fate for the sport that I've worked so hard to develop? Then no, I don't think it's worth it. If they're going to put it in front of me, I'll put her out. But do I think she deserves to be there? No.
You mentioned something before I let you go. I have to commend you on something because you said, I don't need to listen to what these people say. You said something a few months back that you never read your mentions on Twitter. And I've thought about that. I've gone on a few rants on Twitter these days because it can be overwhelming and it can literally depress you if you let it. Is that true? Do you really not look at your Twitter mentions? Because it's right there in front of you. How do you avoid that?
Yeah, I haven't looked at my Twitter mentions since we filmed The Ultimate Fighter. So, it's been over a year. I haven't looked at them once. And I'm much happier for it, to be honest. I mean, the thing is, I just realized that I can put the information out there. I can put as much as I want out there for the fans, but receiving the feedback is not anything that I need to do. I don't need to take that. And a lot of people, they have lives that they're very, very unhappy with. And the only time of day that they really get to let any kind of aggression out or to let anything verbally out, they have to sit in traffic all day and they have to let people honk at them and cut them off. And then they have that job that they hate and their boss is mean to them, their coworkers are jerks and they can't speak up. At the end of the day, the only outlet they have is to go online and be mean to people. And that does something good for them. It makes them feel better, but I don't have to absorb that negativity from them. They can go and blow it off all they want, but absorbing it is not my responsibility. So I'm sorry that for the good fans, I can't read what they have to say so much. But, for my own self-preservation, I just can't allow myself to be the sanitation department for other people's shitty lives.
And was there a moment where you said, like, was there a tweet, was there something said to you where you're like, screw this, never again, I'm never looking at this?
No, it was after we filmed The Ultimate Fighter, and I knew how they were going to edit it together and how it was going to be received, and I was like, look, I know what happened. I was there, and I don't need to spend any of my time or energy worrying about people's misconceptions about the version they were shown. So I'm done with this shit. I never looked again. And
you're never tempted to check it out. Let's just see what people are saying. Never crosses.
No, it's just become not a habit.
Wow.
I stopped looking. On Instagram, I'll look because it's easier to like. I think people are just much more positive on Instagram. I get a lot more positive feedback on there, and Twitter, it's just like. People just go on there just to troll on people, and I feel like people go on Instagram because they want to show you what they had for lunch.
That is true. Okay, last thing. What's it like having Travis Brown at the gym, and what's it like having your gym, which at one point wasn't, on the map as far as a destination? It feels like, I have Rory saying it. You see other guys coming through now, big names. It feels like it's all of a sudden become one of these tri-star, Greg Jackson type gyms where guys are coming, guys and women as well, coming from all over to come train with you and your coach and the other people there. What's that like?
It's actually hilarious. Because when I first started coming there, it was like an all-Armenian men's boxing gym.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, it's your fault, Ronda. And I'm like, what a fight. Like, everyone used to be like my secret weapon. And then he has this thing where if he sees someone doing something wrong, he like has to correct it. Like, it has to be done. And he corrects something on someone once, and they're just hooked. And I think that's what happened with Nate we were just training jiu-jitsu one day, and Edmund did a shadow box after jiu-jitsu, so my hands stay loose. And then Jake was like, well, I'm going to shadow box. And then Edmund just is compelled to correct people. So he just jumps up and corrects something, and then Jake was like hooked from that moment on. And I don't know, it's funny that it's become a MMA gym and a women's gym Edmund hated MMA, and he didn't have any women in the gym when I got there. And it's good that he at least is kind of coming out and getting more respect. But we have more secret weapons in there. I mean, my wrestling coach, Martin, is a freaking genius. He's the only person that I can grapple with, like, standing, and he can actually outsmart me. There's people that can be stronger than me or can be quicker than me or more explosive than me, but he is the only one that actually pushes me intellectually when I'm grappling and makes me so much better. And he's just, one of the many people. Our strength conditioning guy, Jesse, is unbelievable. But we keep a lot of these things. We lay low a lot, and we don't do too much press for the gym, and people just find out through word of mouth. That's the only reason why we've had so many people come, and it's just from recommendation from fighter to fighter.
Well, Ronda, I'm so happy that we buried the hatchet. I'm so happy our beef is over. Thank you so much for forgiving me. And congratulations on everything. Congratulations on the Buffalo deal and all the success. And I know you have 2 movies coming out, at least 2 next year. And you got the big title fight on February 28th. So I really want to thank you for your time and appreciate it very much. And don't be a stranger. Remember we had you and Misha on at the same time. That was a great moment. We can have some moments here. So don't forget about the little people. All right.
I didn't forget. I came back, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Ariel, really. I appreciate you how respectful you've been in your persistence. So that's the only reason why I'm here.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All the best to you and continued success.
Thank you. So go on. Bye.
There she is, Ronda Rousey, the UFC's women's bantamweight champion, stopping by. Great stuff from her. And she's got that fight coming up on February the 28th in Los Angeles, the Staples Center dual title fight. A legit co-main event. Chris Weidman versus Vitor Belfort and Ronda Rousey versus Kat Zingano. George, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, yeah.
Great to have you on the show, George. How are you?
Doing very well, thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. Are you running or something? What's going on?
I'm in the gym. Just finished training now. I'm still sweaty. I haven't changed.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much, George. You watched...
No, because I have to do my training. Otherwise, I wouldn't,
Sure.
I needed to get my training done. So it was perfect. I just finished now.
Perfect. So you're still training as hard as ever?
Yeah, but I train for fun, not for competition, which makes it way more enjoyable, and I don't know. It's so much fun. I got a lot better like this too. I try new things, and it's a lot of fun.
I saw that you tweeted this morning that you watched UFC 171 with Arnold Schwarzenegger. How did that happen?
When I had my ACL surgery, the chief therapist at Curlin Job was Edgar Macmillan.
Okay.
She used to take care of me for my physiotherapy, and she's Arnold Schwarzenegger girlfriend. So I was in Los Angeles for business things, and I didn't know where to watch the fight, you know. And it was a perfect timing because Edgar called me and said, "Hey, by the way, I heard you're in LA for Captain America premiere, and if you want to come watch the fight at the house, we're gonna be happy to have you." So I was very happy, you know, to meet my idol, Arnold Schwarzenegger, my biggest idol of all time.
I remember when you met him after UFC 167, you asked him for a photo, even though you were all, bruised and beat up. What was it like for you? Was it somewhat surreal to be watching a UFC welterweight title fight in Arnold Schwarzenegger's home, watching it with him?
Yeah. But the thing is, when I took the picture with him, I was pretty messed up, you know, and it was a lot of things. The fight, like the way everything ended up and everything. So it was not an happy picture for me. Now I wanted to take a better picture when I'm good. So I'm very happy now.
What was it like for you to watch a UFC welterweight title fight without you and see a new welterweight champion? The first time we've seen that since 2007, a very long time ago. Was it strange for you to watch that?
Well, because it's my choice. I give away the title. I didn't want this. Nobody ever forced me to fight. And it's the same thing, nobody ever forced me to stop. And I wanted to stop. I remember when I even talk about this with Arnold, and it made me feel very good because there's only a few people that could understand what I live, and Arnold is one of them. You know, he's got a lot more experience and life experience than me, so he gives me very nice advice. And Arnold used to compete, if you remember, as a bodybuilder, very like Mr. Universe bodybuilder, so he knows what it is to compete at highest level. And I told him, like, when I fought Carlos Condit, I was very angry, very hungry. When I fought Diaz, I was not as much hungry. And when I fought Riggs, my training camp, I was not as much. I was even less hungry, and I felt like I needed to step out to get some time to feel, to see if I want to do this or not again.
When you say angry, what do you mean? Why do you need to be angry in the training camp?
Not angry, hungry.
Oh, hungry. Okay. Faim.
My English sometimes is bad, you know.
In French, we call it faim, right?
J'avais pas autant faim. I didn't want it. And I didn't have as much fun.
Right.
And I used to. Too much pressure, too much critic, a lot of problems. You know, when I was young, I was like 20 years old. I even talk about this with Arnold. I didn't give a damn about anything. The only thing that was on my mind, it was fighting. I didn't care about anything else. I didn't have nothing else on my mind. The more you grow up, the more problem you have, the more expectation, the more bullshit you have in your life too, the more things going on, and the more you're thinking, the more important thing you have in your life. And sometimes, it's hard to keep the priority. And I need a lot of stuff happening too, so I need to step out, you know.
Right. And when you were watching that, did the itch come back? Did you feel like, man, I missed that. That's my belt. Did any of those thoughts go through your mind?
No. I would just watch it as a fan, and it was a lot of fun, you know. I think, personally, the fight, the fight went to Johny Hendricks.
Yeah.
I believe you had around 1, 2, and 5. Most people I know, they think it was Ronda that won the fight. So it wasn't really a tight fight. It could have gone either way. I think it came down to the first round. I believe Ronda won. The round that he won was more decisively, and he did more on the face. He did more damage on the face. But, sometimes it doesn't mean anything, Damage on the face, it's the angle that you hit with the glove, it can cause a crack, it doesn't mean anything, Ronda had a lot of damage too, but you couldn't see the damage on the legs. Damage it's on the face, sometimes it's superficial. So that's one of the reasons I think Hendricks won the fight. But like Ferraz, a couple of the guys, they believe it was Lawler that won. And, it's a very tight fight. It was a very good fight.
Right now, the welterweight division is wide open. It's very interesting because of the fact that you left. After the fight, though, Johny Hendricks said he'd love a chance to fight you again. He thinks it would be a lot of fun, and he'd want to prove that he could beat you. Is there any chance that his next fight will be against you?
I don't know. That's the reason why I take a break of this, because I don't want to be on the radar. And now people is calling me. And if I come back, it's going to have a lot of things to change. You know, I talk about this. I didn't want to make problem of the UFC, but I talk about what I wanted to. I wanted to, you know, it's a big problem in the sport, and I want these things to be done. Otherwise, I will not come back fighting. I don't care for the other guys if they want to fight to do it like they do. But if I come back, I need to do I have to change some things in the way the fight is done.
Are you doing anything behind the scenes to change things, or do you just feel like you need to say your piece and that's it?
I'm doing stuff, but there's not stuff that are something to do with the steroid testing. It's stuff for myself, you know. I'm building myself a better life right now.
Okay.
And we'll see what's going to happen. I don't say I'm going to come back. It's not sure. It's no certainty. But I'm building something, and I cannot tell you everything.
Why not? Why can't you tell at least me? We're from Montreal. We're friends.
I cannot say to you because everybody will know. You know, you're a reporter. You know.
That's true.
So that's the thing. You guys will find out. But right now it's a process, and if I decide to be back one day, it's gonna make me much better. And if I don't decide to be back, no problem. It will make my life better. So it's gonna be good.
And when you say the process and all this stuff, does this have to just do with you or the sport itself? Like, are you doing stuff to change the sport?
This is another thing. No, what I talk about is I told that before, and I never wanted to do something negative for UFC. I didn't want. But the only thing I want, Ariel, is to elevate the sport. I always been one of the guys that fight for the legitimacy of my sport. Mm-hmm. And I was in for Under Armour promotion this week. I was with Chris McCormack, the world champion triathlon. And I talked to some of the guys in Brazil. He's a judo Olympic guy, champion, you know, Olympian champion. And all these guys, they all get tested. They can be tested randomly every time, you know. And you know, we talk about they just banned TRT. But the thing is, seriously, TRT, MMA was the only sport they allowed TRT. There's no other sport in the world they allowed TRT. It's a normal thing. It should have been done a long time ago. The problem is not only TRT, it's the way they do the test. They can ban anything they want, but if they don't test for it, is the problem, you know? I can say, I'm banning, I don't know, orange juice, but if I don't test for it, it has nothing to do, you know? So you have to make the test for this, you know?
How's your relationship these days with the UFC? Because when you said this, Dana White and Lorenzo were very surprised by your comments. And
I said it even before when I meet them. This, I swear. I met them after my fight with Johny Hendricks, and I went in the back. I said it to them. I swear on myself, on my family. I said, this is not true. I said that when I went in the back, when they took me over to talk to me, I said the first thing I said it was that, you know. That's one of the things I said. I said that we talk about other things, but that's one of the things I said. I made that clear before. So when they say I never said it, I said it in public before I said to them. I said to them first, and I never did that to hurt the UFC. It's not my goal to hurt the UFC. And I talked to Lorenzo after, and Lorenzo and I were friends. Lorenzo, he want to do something about it. When I came publicly with this, you have no idea how many text messages I receive of fighters and also reporters like reporters who cover the UFC who are afraid to lose their job. They say, "Oh, thank you for doing this. I think you're right." It's a lot of people is happy about that because you have the power to say it. A lot of guys, they cannot say it because they're going to lose their job and they're afraid. But, you know, Lorenzo is a good person. Lorenzo understands that it's true, you know, I believe the problem is not the UFC, it's the system. It's a new sport. And the last thing I want is to hurt the UFC. I just want to elevate the sport. I think it's the next step for elevating the sport. It should be done. I think it's a normal thing. You cannot be against the virtue.
Dana White said on Thursday that he knows for a fact, that was his quote, that you're going to come back, and he still doesn't understand it, which is interesting what you say right now. He said when you met with him, you told him about some other stuff, but not this at all. So does he really know for a fact? Does he know something that we don't know about your return? Because he says he knows for a fact that you're coming back and your time away has nothing to do with drug testing. It's about personal issues. That's what he says.
It has personal issues, and it has also the drug testing has something to do. I said it. This is the truth. I said it first. And I cannot use the kind of language I would like to use that I tell in the way that I tell them, because it was I didn't use a very nice language when I said that to them. I make reference to very bad things, and I cannot tell you the way I said it because I don't want to, I never want to accuse one individual. And it's not only, I didn't talk only about my last fight. I talk about, in general, I talk about the sport. If you attack one individual, 20 other will arrive and do the same thing. It's not the UFC the problem. Like I said, the problem is the system. It's a new sport. The system is not in place. There is no guideline. The way they test now, I know it's not good. It's not good the way they test. It's if you get caught on steroid right now, it's because you're very fucking very disorganized. It's so easy to beat the test. It's ridiculous. It's not a real test. They should, when you test, it has to be put in the sample has to be put in a certain temperature to not lose the thing inside. Otherwise, it's not good. It has some guideline that need to be done, and it's not done right now.
What did they say when you told this to them?
They were not surprised. I don't believe they were surprised. I tell them, and they're like, they're like, oh yeah, you think so? I say, yeah, I know for a fact. And I cannot tell you the nature of the conversation, but I assure you that I say it. And like I said, I say it in bad word because I was a little bit frustrating about a lot of things, first stuff happening in my life. But it's not against the UFC. I always want to elevate the sport. I talk to them because I'm part of the family of the UFC, and I want to elevate the sport. I think it's a thing that should be done. And I believe Lorenzo is agree with me. He wants to meet with me. He said to say what should be done. But me personally, I'm not interested of coming back if it's nothing done in that regard. I don't care about the other one. If the other one they happy fight like this, it's okay. But me, I'm not happy to fight like this. I've been accused in the past of using steroid, and the only thing I regret now is it's this thing. I should have done it better. I should have done it before. I should have done before this because it's been bothering me for a long time, and I never said anything. But I should have done this before because I had money. I could have done it. I could have paid for the VADA test earlier. I should have done that before.
Freddie Roach said that you told him you were having headaches, and you said you wanted to walk away for 2 years. He said no, 1 year. Did you have that conversation with him about the headaches?
The headache?
Yeah, Freddie Roach said in an interview recently that you told him you were having headaches and you were kind of concerned about your health, so you wanted to walk away for 2 years. And he said 2 years is a little too much, maybe just 1 year.
Now, what I say maybe about I don't have headache at all, and maybe it's a misunderstanding. Sometimes when I say headache, it could have mean headache about things going on in the sport, about the steroid stuff. Maybe it's a headache, like you say in French. Sometimes you're mal de tête. That means it's bothering you. Maybe I made a mistake referring that something that bothers me, but I don't have a headache. And my health, I've never been more healthy than I am now. I never had a problem with my health. The reason it's all mental.
You mentioned that people are afraid sometimes to speak up, and you also use the word monopoly. Do you really believe the UFC is a monopoly?
No, the way I see, listen, the UFC, the UFC made me who I am. I'm rich and wealthy, and I have a lot of sponsors. And they cast me for movies, and I would never have happened if the UFC would not have been there. UFC, they've been there to support me, and I want the UFC to be bigger, even be more well known, recognized as a sport. I want the brand to grow, and I will never go somewhere else to fight. I'm part of the family in UFC, but I want to help the UFC. You know what I mean? I think it's something I should do because a lot of guys I've seen that who are not, a lot of other athletes who are not interested in my sport. The first thing they say when they look at mixed martial art is the big cliche, the stereotype. Oh, this guy, they all have tattoos and they take steroids and they brawl. That's the big cliche. It's not true. But to take out this cliche, it's one thing they need to do is they need to do like any other sport. Why cannot do any other sport? And the UFC, if the UFC change something, it's gonna change everything. Because the UFC, it's like the Vaseline of petrol jelly. It's like the Q-tips. It's like now people think about mixed martial art. They don't even say mixed martial art. They say UFC because the UFC is the biggest and the most prestigious organization.
Would you ever consider starting a union to help this out?
No, I don't want to do anything bad to the UFC. I'm proud to be UFC. I'm support the UFC, and this has been really misunderstood. The reason why I came out, I think, is for helping the UFC. I said it to UFC, and it's a truth. I'm saying the truth. I'm a very how do you say, a very authentic person. I'm telling you the truth, you know, like about this, you know, like that's what I believe, you know. Things in my life, you know, like I have a personal life. I can have issues in my personal life. Personal life, I want the people in my life to stay anonymous because these people, they're not public people. But me, I'm a public person. So when they ask me my opinion on something, I said it, and I'm not afraid to say the truth about what I believe.
Has it been tough now? You know, there's report TMZ comes and bothers you in the airport. You're such a private person, and because you said it's a private issue, it kind of leads to some people wanting to dig and find out. Do you? Yeah,
it's someone that tells stuff. You know, someone like says stuff that they about the rumors. They said it's someone in my entourage that is saying stuff. You know, but I don't know who they is. I don't know. Some people start the rumors too, and you know, what can I do? You know, they try a lot of people speculate about different things, and it is what it is. But I need to be careful sometimes.
Has it brought more stress to you? Because you said, you know, you used to walk down the street and people would ask you, you know, about your upcoming fight, and now I feel like people ask you, when are you coming back? What's up with this with the UFC? What's up with the drug testing? Like, do you still feel like you're stress free now, or do you feel like you've brought different kind of stress upon yourself?
No, it's not stress because I don't have to fight. No, I'm not stressed at all. I don't care about this, you know. And I'm happy for Johny Hendricks, you know. You know, it's a tough fight, you know. I'm very happy. I don't have any regrets. But you know, if I come back, you know, I would like to do this, you know, like one of the things I would like to has to be done is like I told you, is the test. You know, they need to be random testing by an independent organization that has no interest in the money for the fight. That's how it should be done. That's how it is in any other sport. Why it's not like that in mixed martial art, I don't understand.
You're one of the few guys who can actually, you know, be a leader and people would follow you. Did you ever think about doing more, you know, going to talk to the commissions, going to talk to the different organizations, trying to get them to do more?
It's not the commission, the problem. It's not the commission.
You don't think so?
The commission do their job. The commission, they have money from the fight. When there is a fight, they have money, so they have a financial interest in the fight. The UFC is not the problem. It's not the problem. It's not the UFC. It's the system. They need to change the system, you know.
How do you change the system, though, if it's not the commissions? Because don't the commissions decide who gets tested when and where?
Listen to me. This is something that it's not everybody that is agree with me. Because
I agree with you, by the way.
Some guys, they take drugs. They don't want to stop their thing, what they're doing. They don't want to stop that. If they stop that, they're gonna lose confidence in themselves. You know, if they're taking something and then tomorrow they're not allowed to take it, it's gonna affect their mental. You know, so it's not everybody that is agree with me on this thing. You know. And some people, they just don't get bothered by this. You know, it's a lot of different reasons. That's what I believe. I don't care about what people do, but if I come back to fight, I would like this thing. It has to be done for my fight. That's for sure. It needs to be done for my fight.
I don't want to put more pressure as far as coming back and fighting, but I just have to ask you this one question about a particular fight, because, you know, forever people were talking about you versus Anderson Silva, and now it seemed like the perfect time if he came back because you're not champions anymore. You can fight at a catchweight, something like that. Do you think that maybe now is the best time if he comes back healthy to do that fight, maybe even in a year? Obviously not now. He's going to be out for a while, but do you think maybe the stars are aligning that we'll finally see you versus Anderson?
Listen, this one thing, the same thing as before. Anderson now, he need to do his physiotherapy for his knee. That's what you need to think about. Me, the thing I need to do to stop thinking about is about fighting who I'm gonna fight. The reason why I stopped is because I didn't want to talk. I wanted to be under the radar and far of the competition. Of course, in terms of my sponsor and things like that, things that need to be done, I'm fine talking about this. But in terms of competition, me fighting someone, that's the reason why I take a break. I want to be out of the radar. And Anderson is very big guy, you know. He weighs 230 pounds. I know for a fact he walks around 230 pounds. People saw on the scale when he went on the scale. He's obviously, I'm 190 pounds, you know. Now I gain weight a little bit. I'm a little bit bigger. I'm like maybe 5 pounds, you know. And the thing is, I don't care to fight whoever they put. When I was fighting, I never care. I never afraid of nobody. But it needs to be in the weight. If they respect the weight, no problem. I'll fight whoever. I don't care.
Who do you think should fight Johny next? Do you have an opinion on that?
Rory MacDonald, I believe. Rory is very good. I believe Rory at this time is my friend. And very happy for Rory. He did an amazing fight against Damian Maia, and he proved he's the number one contender.
So you're enjoying, you're watching, you're having fun. Is it fair to say you've never been happier, at least in the last 10 or so years?
Yes, it's true. I've never been happy. I sleep better than ever. I sleep better now. And I'm training with the guy. I'm still training. I'm in shape. I'm helping the guy for their fight. Right now I'm training with Olivier, the guy who fought in the Ultimate Fight. I'm training with him today. Mark Bocek, Francis. I'm training with all the guys. I'm staying in shape and everything, And no matter if I come back or not for competition, I always going to be training because it's my life. I'm a martial artist. A martial artist, he trains not because he has a fight. He trains because it's his lifestyle.
Is there ever a chance that you'll go do some other sport because you're an athlete and you love competition, like wrestling or track or gymnastics? Like, you ever think about that?
I was supposed to do a race because Donovan Bailey was in Montreal for a track race for a foundation thing. I was supposed to participate into that race, but I had business commitment, unfortunately, so I couldn't do it. But I like sport general. Not that I'm going to do career in that, but because I'm an athletic person and I like to compete. I love competition. It's part of my DNA. I like competing, and I have this competitive spirit in myself, and I really enjoyed it.
Final question for you, George. Will you ever tell us when the door is finally closed or open, like so that people would stop asking you, are you going to come back now? Are you going to come back? Will you ever make a decision or an announcement? Okay, I've decided there's no chance, because you have yet to say there's no chance either way.
No, I'm going to decide, but now I don't know.
Okay.
There's a reason why when I stopped, I didn't know. Some people, they say, I retired, and they come back. I'm not like that. If I say retire, I retire. But I don't know if I would retire or not. For now, I didn't want to do it now. I needed to step out. I'd stay out of the radar. That's one of the things I said. I didn't know how it's going to be in 6 months or in a year or a year and a half. I don't know. But right now, I don't feel like coming back right now. It's not right for me.
Fair enough, and appreciate that very much. And I thought it was very classy of you to go on Twitter and congratulate Johny Hendricks. I want to ask you, we actually have Johny on the phone right now. Would you like to say congratulations to him?
Yeah, of course.
Johny, are you there?
Yes, I am. How you doing, George?
Hi, Johny. Congratulations. A great fight. I believe, personally, you win the fight. And I gave you the first, the second, and the fifth round. You show a lot of champion heart, and I believe you're the champion, and congratulations.
Well, thank you so much, George. And like I tell everybody, man, you've been a great champion for the sport, and so thank you for everything, and thank you for, like I've been telling everybody too, is that you were very quick with it, not dragging it out. So we're very grateful that you opened the door for us.
Well,
All right.
That's very nice. Johny, you want to make one last pitch to get that rematch, or not now?
Yeah, I would like to get the rematch. I would, George. I would like to fight you again. You're a very tough opponent.
Stick around for a bit, and keep the title. We'll see what's gonna happen in the sport. If some things change, maybe we'll get together again.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
All right. George, thank you so much for the time, George. Really appreciate it. All the best to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There he is, George St-Pierre. All right, Johny, well, thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations to you. I know you said, and how about that, right? I think you might have convinced them. I think we got an answer there.
Hey, I hope so. You know what I mean? I really do. I hope we can get him back. He's a tough guy, and I wasn't going to say anything because I knew I had to. I needed to make sure that I got that win. So he wasn't on my radar, but now that it's over with, I would like to try to get that one back from George.
Well, I'm trying to make it happen for you here, so I'm doing my best. I got you guys on around the same time. So you said, I know you said in the press conference and afterwards, it hasn't really sunk in just yet. Less than 48 hours later, has it sunk in? Those pictures with your kids, your daughters, it makes me melt. It's just beautiful stuff. Has it sunk in that you're the UFC welterweight champion?
Well, it has, but the only reason it has is because of that right there. I want to make sure that my kids know that what I've done for them and what I'm trying to sacrifice for them. You know what I mean? It's a tough sport. It is tough. It was a tough fight. Who am I kidding? And to be able to get everything good and ready to go, I was excited.
What was that moment like when you heard Bruce Buffer say your name, the pictures and seeing you on TV, the elation. But for you, when you're nervous, you're waiting, you've been in that moment before, and this time he says your name. Do you recall how it felt?
Yeah, I remember. It was sort of relief. You're sitting there and you've been in that situation before. You're sitting here going, your stomach's knotted up, your heart sort of tries to stop beating, and your mind's going, just announce it already. You know what I mean? And then whenever he does, you sort of take a step back and, realistically, everything that we've trained for, because, it's not even so much me as it is my coaches, everybody that, are involved in helping me get to where I am today. That's what helps, that's what puts so much stress on you as well.
Have you rewatched the fight yet?
No, I have not.
Of course, and I agree with George. I think you won the fight 3-2. The fifth round was fascinating because I actually thought you were losing the beginning portion of the fifth round, maybe the first 2 minutes or so. And then something happened where you turned it on, you started rocking him with big shots, and then you secured it with the takedown. Did you ever think to yourself, I'm losing this? Because it seemed to me like 2.5 minutes in, that title was slipping away from you.
Yes, and that's it. You're sitting there. He got off strong the third and fourth round, which was really weird. It sort of caught me for a curveball, and I wasn't able to adapt quick enough. You know what I mean? And in that fifth round, that's whenever I knew I had to.
You still there, Johnny? I think we may have lost him. Oh, we did lose him. As we were showing some highlights there of the fight on Saturday, and it's amazing to be involved in a fight like that and actually be aware of the fact that you are losing, because think about how many punches he had taken. I mean, both guys were actually in the pocket the whole time. There was no chasing in this fight. They were both standing in the center. If you actually watch and look at how long, Johnny, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually recall telling yourself, I need to pick this up because I'm about to lose this fight?
Well, yeah, exactly. I was like, I knew that I had to win that fifth round. I knew I had to win it, and it didn't matter how. And whenever I was actually hitting him, I knew that as either I could knock him out, I started wobbling. You see him sort of stagger, and that's whenever my body sort of just said, all right, go for the takedown and secure the win.
Third round, it looked like he hit you with some really big shots. How hurt were you?
I was pretty hurt, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
He hit me pretty good. Good enough that where the third round was bad enough that the fourth round he was still able to do it.
Were you concerned though that you may have been hurt to the point where you couldn't rebound?
No, that never crossed my mind. There was a couple of punches I was like, okay, I really need to throw back, because if I let him get a couple more of these in, yeah, it could be over. But I told myself, hey, just fire back, calm down, fire back. And once I started telling myself that, I started able to start landing some of my own punches.
Did you expect the fight to play out that way? Because it was really amazing to watch both of you just standing in the center of the octagon, in the pocket, just going bang, 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 bang. I mean, there was no chasing, nothing like that. Did you expect it to go down like that?
I did, in a sense, yes. I thought that I was going to be able to do a lot more takedowns, but on the first round, something happened. I don't know what happened. We're gonna find that out before I say anything else. But something kept me from being able to get takedowns, and that's sort of what the deal was. I knew that he had his guard. I knew I had to pass his guard. I knew that if I could get him down to the ground, it'd be a lot easier fight for me. But I was unable to do that. And once I was unable to do that, that's when I told myself, okay, now it becomes even more of a war.
In between, I think the third and fourth, if memory serves me correctly, it was audible on the broadcast that you told your corner that you hurt your shoulder. Is that what you're referring to?
No, yes, but I did do something else. It wasn't my shoulder.
Oh, what'd you do?
Yeah, no.
Can you tell us?
Hey.
Why? You won the fight. The fight's over.
Promise, hey, I know that, but hey, I'll tell. Trust me, I will release it. Realistically, it's my elbow.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna see what happened with my elbow.
Did this happen in the middle of the fight or before the fight?
It happened. It happened actually a week and a half before.
Wow.
and then it happened during the first round.
Were you close to pulling out of the fight a week and a half before it happened?
We thought about it.
Really? It was that bad?
Oh, yeah. But that world championship means that much more.
How much pain were you in the fight?
Oh, I don't know. Realistically, I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Not that bad. I don't think.
Did you have to alter your game plan because of this?
Yes.
Wow. And how much did the shoulder bother you?
The shoulder didn't bother me.
Oh, okay.
The shoulder's not an issue. I said shoulder just because of what was going on, just in case it got relayed back.
Wow.
Somehow.
The shoulder was the key word.
Yeah.
Wow. Was it the left or the right?
It was the right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my takedown. It was whenever I tried for takedown.
Okay.
I could not get it.
Can you tell us how you heard it?
You know what? I threw a hook, and whenever I throw a hook, it just spazzed out.
Ooh.
I don't know what happened. It felt like I felt my arm actually pop. So we'll see what happens.
When are you going to get it checked out?
I'm actually trying to get it checked out right now. So as soon as we're off the phone, I will be back there.
Okay, so just a couple of minutes left. I just had a couple more questions for you. Did you hear that one of the judges scored the second round 10-8 for you and then a 10-10? It all came down to it all equaled out the same, but do you think that's a little bizarre?
You know what? I thought it was a great fight. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how it works out for him. That is
a 10-10 in the fifth is very strange, I find.
Yeah, it is. It is. But, I guess he was just that happy with both performances. You know what I mean? I've seen crazier things, I guess. But, realistically, I don't know. That's why I tell everybody I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They have such a hard job.
Can you explain to us what happened with the weight cut? Was it simply just the scale, or did something go wrong before that?
It was just a scale. We went into Lifetime that Thursday night. We were out there, and the guy actually came back and said, "Hey, there's somebody jumping all over your scale." There's some kids. So we're like, "Oh crap!" So we went up there. As soon as we went back there, we actually put it up. Because we were like, "Okay, we don't want just random kids." We thought, it'd be safe in there, but it was not. And then the next day is when we had trouble with it. So, it's all our fault. And once we got to where we thought we were close, we didn't have a chance to go back to the other scale because they already took it at that point.
Were you freaking out when they said that you were a pound and a half over? Like, what's going through your mind?
Hey, yeah. You're sitting there going, son of a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, I thought I made weight. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you don't. And then they're sitting here talking, people are saying, okay, it's not going to be a title fight if I don't make weight.
Yeah.
Then it's going to be a title fight, but even if I win, I still don't get the belt. You know what I mean? I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to miss weight. I'm not a guy. Yeah, there's so many things going through your head. And then, well, needless to say, Mark Levin, he ran it on the bike. We got on the bike for 20, 25 minutes, rode it, broke a sweat, went back and made weight.
When were you happier, when that commission guy said you were 170 or when Bruce Buffer said your name? Because you were pretty happy with that. The 170, you looked ecstatic, right?
Yes, because, here's the thing, is if I don't make that, then all this doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So whenever he said I made it, that's whenever I knew everything else fall into place.
Did you consider shaving the beard?
Oh, yeah. We bought clippers.
Wow.
We actually bought clippers to shave the beard and my head if I didn't make weight.
Thank God you didn't have to do that. But I did notice it was a bit more trimmed on Saturday. Is that accurate? Did you trim it before the fight?
Yeah, I always trim it. I always trim it the day of the Friday, or I guess that Thursday before, or Friday before the fights, or full weigh-ins.
Okay.
I try to trim it.
Let me ask you two more questions, and then I'll let you go. Let's just say George doesn't come back now. He takes a little more time off. Who do you think deserves the next shot at the title? Who, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't care. My opinion means nothing.
Well, you're the champ now. You get to say your opinion. Everyone wants to know your opinion.
Right. I'm just somebody who just does whatever. You know what I mean? That's between my management and UFC. They get to decide who faces me next.
Would you be okay if they said it was Nick Diaz, even though he's 0-2 in his last two fights?
Again, I don't want it to be. Yeah, you know what I mean. I think he should face. You know, I would say Carlos, but you know, who knows how long he's going to be back. Have you heard anything about him?
Not yet, but it could be a meniscus tear, ACL. I mean, I don't expect him to be back, you know, in short order.
Yeah, but you know, like then it could be anybody.
Okay, and when do you want to come back?
Doing good. When do I want to come back?
Yeah.
Let's see here. I would say probably right around, September, October. It just depends when all this stuff, depends how everything else goes on.
And last thing, I saw a kid by the name of Jake Stone King. He was in your corner. He actually walked down to the cage with you, the young man who is battling brain cancer.
Yes.
Did you get a chance? I know you were in the zone right there, but it just really warmed my heart. We had been following that story. UFC flew him out, and then I just see all of a sudden him walking down to the cage with you, and it put the biggest smile on my face. It was so nice that you did that. Did you get a chance to actually talk to him?
Yeah, I did. Right after the fight, I was like, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for experiencing this with me. I was very grateful that I won for it. You know what I mean? So that way he could stay there and get in the octagon with us.
It was amazing. I am so happy for you. Congratulations, Johny. Enjoy it with your family. Enjoy being UFC champion. I know you've worked very hard for this. You certainly deserve it, and really appreciate you taking some time out, and good luck with the elbow, of course.
All right. Thank you so much.
There he is. Johny Hendricks, the UFC welterweight champion, joining us. A fantastic performance. One for the highlight reels, and it wasn't just him. It takes two to tango. It takes two to put on a fight like that, and they certainly did that on Saturday night. The big news, of course, this weekend, the man that I am still in awe of. I bow down to this man. What he did, very few predicted, but I know one man who predicted it. It was him. He was ultra confident leading up to the fight. When we had him on the show, right when it was announced, he was extremely confident, and now there he is. The new UFC bantamweight champion, TJ Dillashaw. It still sounds amazing to say. What does it sound for you? I mean, to say TJ Dillashaw, the new UFC bantamweight champion, how do you digest that?
It sounds really good. It just takes a little bit getting used to still. You know, I'm still soaking it up every day, and it gets more and more real every day.
So what has the last 2.5 days been like for you? Is it all a blur?
Kinda. It's been a little whirlwind for me. Each day kind of, like I said, kicks in a little bit more and becomes more real. Like last night I got home actually from Vegas and was able to watch the fight. Got it recorded at home, and it was even better watching it on TV than it was out of my own eyes.
That must have been the most enjoyable, 23 minutes of your life, just rewatching that, knowing the outcome and how much you dominated him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I knew the outcome, but I still got nervous from the hype and the walkout and Joe Rogan talking, and then talking up Hennenbrau before the fight and how badass he was, and so it was still like I got nervous watching the program, even though I knew what happened.
I saw on your Instagram, your Twitter, that you were traveling with the belt. Did you get a lot of people stopping you? Like going to Vegas, was it a much different experience than coming home with the belt?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
What were people saying to you?
I mean, I guess just the usual you see all the time. I mean, I followed your eye around, and it's kind of been just a nonstop, just kind of taking pictures, signing autographs, and then other than that, just kind of in awe. Just the fact that, not only, I mean, like you said, I was a huge underdog. No one really believed it, and just kind of in awe. So.
How's your eye? I see the lighting is a little off, but it seems like it's a little swollen.
Yeah, it's still a little swollen. I got a tiny little cut on the side of my head, and my right eye swollen. My nose was pretty bruised up too, but that's going down pretty fast. I've broken that a lot, so the swelling goes down quick on that. But yeah, my nose and my eye got a little swollen.
Were those the only injuries?
Jabs, man. Yeah, my right hand hurts pretty bad, but I got to get that checked out. I think it's okay though.
At what point did you realize that you got him? Was it from the get-go?
After that first round, I just got a huge rush getting back to the corner. I was like, all right, I got to keep doing that. I don't think I knew I had him until after the second. The end of the second, I just kind of felt it. I knew it, like everything was going smoothly. I saw it in his eyes. I just knew that I was going to be too much for him. I was too fast, and I was going to be able to pick him apart.
More on your quickness. Where did that TJ Dillashaw come from? Because I hope you take this the right way. I don't think we've ever seen you in that kind of form. That you look that good, that on point. You were dancing all over the place. You were so accurate, and you looked really good against Mike Easton. But I consider Renan Barão to be a tougher opponent. With all due respect to Mike Easton, you look like the best pound for pound fighter in the world. I mean, we have never seen such a dominant performance against a top fighter before. Where did that guy come from?
From the Easton fight, I think building the confidence from my movement and how well I did in that fight and the things I did is how relaxed I was. I got the first fight where I really relaxed was Mike Easton. I kind of let things just flow. I didn't go in there with strict certain combos I wanted to do and holes I saw in his game. I trained a game plan with Dwayne, but never really thought about it too much. I went in there with nothing in my mind except for being fast and moving my feet, and that's when I guess I just start to flow. I don't know. I guess the having fun out there and just relaxing and soaking up the moment. I knew that this was a crazy adventure and that I wanted to enjoy every second of it. The walkout, the lead up to the fight, taking over the UFC Instagram, just everything in general. I wanted to enjoy it, and it just made everything so much easier. And no hesitation, I just reacted.
How did you feel like an hour before the fight in the locker room? Were you more nervous than usual, or were you in pretty good shape?
I was in pretty good shape. Obviously I was nervous to go out there and fight the bad dude, Renan Barão, but it's as normal as I am for fighting anybody else. I feel like I get just as nervous for fighting anybody else. I turn into a title fight in my own head. It just, I just hold myself to a high standard, and I get nervous for every fight.
We've had a chance to learn a lot about you in the build-up to this fight, and Uriah was on the show last week, and he told us that in the gym, and this is when I started to turn and think that, wow, people are maybe sleeping on this guy a little bit because you were such a huge underdog. In the gym, he said that you're kind of a dick. Like, you rough people up. You're the first to get water at the water fountain. He actually said that you're kind of dirty. Who is this guy? How come that never translates into the fight?
I saw that on the broadcast too of Goldberg saying that. It's just in the gym, I'm super competitive. I want to win at all times, and like I said, I hold myself to a really high standard. And when I don't have a perfect practice, I get kind of pissed off about it. And not that I'm pissed at someone else, but more myself. And so I get really aggressive, just trying to be the best at all times. And I've had to work on it. Dwayne's did a good job of making a controlled aggression to where if I'm getting aggressive, I'm not getting wild and whatnot. And but still, you gotta be good with your partners, and sometimes I'll get a little too rough sometimes. So they gotta tell me. I'm good at calming it down after they tell me, but someone else has to notice it before I do, because I just kind of flip a switch, And so that's something I've been working on that I got to continue to work on.
So do they get pissed at you often?
Less lately, but when I first got in there, yeah. But see, actually, maybe they don't get pissed less because I can oppose my will a lot more these days compared to when I first got in the gym and I didn't have as much technique and I just had straight anger. I got more mad back then because I wasn't doing as good as I wanted to, but I also couldn't do as much damage because I wasn't as good as I am now.
Well, now you're the champ. No one can say anything to you. You're the only guy with a belt over there.
That's been my excuse for everyone so far. I mean, I'm the champ. I can do whatever I want. I'll just do this, and then I can do whatever I want. I have it sitting right here.
Oh, there it is.
Put it up.
Wow. How heavy is it?
I'm pretty sure it's 12 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you sleep with it?
Yeah, I couldn't sleep very well.
It was taking up all the room. It was kicking you and whatnot.
Yeah, digging into my side. So I had to eventually take it off.
It's such an interesting situation between you and Dwayne. You mentioned Dwayne Ludwig. We've never seen a guy evolve so much, win the title, and then his coach leaves the team, knowing going into the fight that his coach is leaving. Is there any chance that you can reconsider this whole situation with Dwayne and get him to stay? I mean, you've looked so good. It's a shame to see him leave now at this point in your career.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I mean, I knew it for a while that Dwayne was going to be leaving. He wants to move back home with his family. His wife and his kids are out here, and they want to move back to Colorado where they're from, where their family's at. So I've known it before even everyone else kind of knew that Dwayne was going to leave. Me and him kind of talked about it. So yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I'm going to have to cross-train with the guy because I'm going to miss out on training with him big time. But going into it, I guess the things I thought instead of him leaving was let's finish this off on a bang. Let's make this an amazing ending to a great story of him being the coach of the year and that's just the way I kind of took it. I didn't put the pressure on him leaving after getting the belt. I just wanted to not only get the belt for him, but for myself as well.
Did you say that on purpose? Like, did you say the pun on purpose at the weigh-ins when you said finish with a bang because of his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Maybe that's not giving you enough credit. Is there any chance that you leave Alpha Male and just train with him in Colorado full time?
No. Alpha Male's got the best training team in the world. I have the best partners when I go into the gym. Not only do I have the best sparring partners, but they really care about me. We care about each other, and when you have that connection, it's so easy to help each other out and be there for each other. And I have a whole team of coaches. Even though Dwayne's the best coach I've ever worked with, you can't ever get a team like that. There's no way you can ever get a team like Team Alpha Male and the bond we have. So I have to stay with the guys. They got me to where I'm at as well. I'm just gonna have to continue to train with Dwayne. I'm gonna have to fly him out for my fight camps and cross train when I'm in. I guess you can consider off season when I don't have a camp lined up, and go out there and train for a couple weeks here and there.
So if you get a fight today and it's in 2 months, will you bring him out to Sacramento for your entire camp?
I doubt he'll probably be able to come out for his entire camp because he's got an academy to run. But a week here, a week there, come out and work on our techniques and watch me spar and stuff. He won't be able to be there the entire time. At least I don't think so. I would love to. Yeah, that's what I would do. But I doubt he'll be able to.
Would he be in your corner for your fights?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, and why do you think you guys had such a good connection? I heard that you used to babysit his kids. It seems like you guys were friends, even more so than coach and student. Why did you get along so well?
I don't know. We just had a lot of we got along well just because our personalities were the same. He's OCD about doing what he does, and I'm OCD about what I do. We're both addicted to being the best, and he was being the best in the coach. And he just had a niche for it. So I respected everything he brought to the table, and he respected how much I respected him, I guess. You know what I mean? I actually looked up to him and treated him like a head coach, and then eventually just realized how much our personalities were super close. And I don't know, man. It was just meant to be.
I was talking to your manager today, the great Mike Roberts of MMA Inc., and he was telling me about, of course, we were just talking about you and your amazing story, and he said the guy who deserves a lot of credit is Mark Munoz. Mark Munoz was the one that helped, bridge the gap between your college wrestling days and Team Alpha Male. That TJ Dillashaw back in the day, did you really think at this stage in your career, this young, that you'd be UFC champion? I know you're a hardworking guy and you strive and you're very competitive, but honestly, did you think this would happen so soon?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I came into a huge stage. I was, like you said, back when Munoz got me into fighting, I was enrolled in grad school, going to become a physician's assistant. I went through college and didn't complete the goals I wanted to, and kind of followed him around. And he realized how tough I was doing it and just how aggressive I was. And he just says, "Man, you should try this out. You should head up to Uriah's gym and try this out. You think you can make something of it?" For me, it was kind of like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to start a good career for myself and make sure I can get paid. But in the back of my mind's like, man, that'd be cool. That'd be cool to be able to make it to the UFC and get on TV and make enough money fighting. And so I told myself I'd give myself a year, see if it'd pan out. If I could get good enough at the sport where I think I can make a decent amount of money to live off of, I'll continue with it and push for higher goals. After that year, I definitely felt like I could hold my own. I was in there with a great gym and was doing great. So, I went all in. After that, I just kind of had to set the goal of being world champ. Once I was going to go all in for it, I had to put that up on my wall, put that in my head, because when you strive to be the best, a lot of other stuff comes easy.
Is it somewhat surreal that in a gym with Uriah Faber and Chad Mendez, Joseph Benavidez, that you're the first guy to get the UFC belt? You beat them to it.
Absolutely surreal. It's unbelievable. I got into the gym looking up to those guys. I still look up to them, just who they are. And I got in there just kind of in awe of who they were as people and getting into their title fights and following their camps. It's just kind of like, man, this is an amazing road for me just being here with these guys, And for me to be the one that brings home the UFC belt, it's just crazy what I've been through with them, It's crazy to see it all unfold, and it's really unbelievable. Especially the way it went down, too.
Could you tell, I know you were probably on Cloud 9 or Cloud 18, if that exists. Could you tell how happy they were for you? It's a very rare thing to see people who have not at least on that. I mean, they've succeeded in their career. There's no doubt about it. They don't have a belt though. They've had some, stumbling blocks. To see genuine happiness, no jealousy whatsoever. They were emotional. You don't see that often in sports. Could you tell how happy they were for you? How sincerely happy they were for you?
Absolutely. It made me want to cry. I mean, Joseph was unbelievably happy for me before the fight even started. He just told me the whole week he knew I was going to win, was just in awe of the whole situation. And afterwards he was just awesome. Uriah, he's just got a great aura, man. That guy's amazing. And he feels it from the heart, man. And we all care about each other that much, like we're brothers. And I can hear him I actually could hear them better almost than my own corner while I was fighting some of the time. I heard Danny Castillo say out stuff the entire time, and I just kind of threw it. As soon as he said it, he has such a deep voice as well, and just I could hear them cheer me on and feel their energy. Just it fed me throughout the whole fight.
There's a great picture on our site right now of you embracing with Dwayne Ludwig, and he was very emotional after the fight. What did you guys say to each other right after?
We did it. I told him I was going to get this belt for both of us. I told him that he needs to get a UFC belt before he I don't know what his coaching career is going to be like, but before he ends it with Team Alpha Male, he needed to get a belt, and this was time to do it. He was announced to leave May 24th, my last fight. Anyways, when I was supposed to fight Tage Mizugaki, so that was going to be his last fight. And we were fine with that, obviously. I mean, that's what it was. And then I got the call to fight the title, and obviously was never going to turn that down. I told him as soon as I got it, I got the phone and called Dwayne first, and I told him, I was like, dude, we're getting a belt before you leave. It's too perfect not to get a belt before you leave, and this is it. This is the time. And after the fight, I just kind of told him, "I told you so, man." And he just, he was ridiculously nervous the whole fight camp. I could see it in his eyes. He, like I said, cares so much for me that he was so nervous. He talked even faster than he already talks. He was just sometimes stuffing my combos on the mitts because he wanted to do them so hard. He just was, he was a stress ball the whole week of fighting. And I guess that kind of calmed me down.
Yeah, usually you'd want the coach to be, more relaxed than you, but yet that made you more calm?
I don't know. I can't say that did, but I was just really calm the whole week. It was a big stage for me, and like I said, I wanted to soak it up and have some fun with it. And the only way I was going to be able to have fun is if I relaxed. And that's the way I got to go into every fight. I can't put any added pressure onto myself now that I'm the champion either. I got to go in there and feel the exact same way every camp. Now that I know what greatness I can prove to myself by being relaxed and having fun, I got to do it every fight. My last two fights, I've especially trying to do it. Justin Buchholz told me something on the way out to the Mike Easton fight, and he told me to enjoy what I'm doing. He's like, how many people would pay to be in your situation right now to do this walkout, to stand in the middle of the octagon and just have everyone even chanting their name or cheering for them? People would pay so much money to do that, and you get to do it just because how badass you are. He's like, enjoy this, and from then on, it was just kind of he's right, man. This is a crazy ride, man. Not very many people get to do this, and I just got to soak it all up. My Easton fight, I was so relaxed. I was talking to Shaq in the corner. I told him when I hit a double leg that it was for him. I locked up a double leg, and I yelled out to Shaq that I hit this double leg for him, and then he was coaching me to throw elbows. I was talking to Joe Silva, and I felt exactly the same way in this fight. I said what's up to Joe Rogan while I was fighting, and I had him against the cage. I smiled at him when I felt like he was going to throw a spinning back kick. I saw it before he was even going to do it, and I obviously he didn't understand it because he didn't speak English, but I smiled at him. I was like, "Oh, you're going to throw a spinning back kick, huh?" And just kind of nodded my head like I knew what he was going to do because I could see him setting it up, and just like that kind of intensity of not being intense, actually, just relaxing.
It seemed like you were having the time of your life all week long. You're hitting mitts on the conveyor belts, in the aisles of the plane. Did you get any crap for that?
No, I actually. Obviously, there's some people online that think I'm joking around, having too much fun, and that I was going to get beat up because of it. That I was just there to have some eyes on me for a little bit. But the UFC loved it. I was showing my personality, and. Just having fun with it, man. Like you said, you saw me having fun. Any opportunity me and Buckles got to joke around and have some fun, we did it. I got to go out and play golf. The week of my fight, I was out at the tailor-made golf course, hitting golf balls, hitting out their brand new clubs and trying them out because they knew I liked to play golf, and things like that, just to get your mind off the fight. When you have a fight to that magnitude or a fight at all in the UFC, that's all you think about. It consumes you every day. And to get my mind off it, I have a great team. They joke around with me the entire time. I got to go play some golf, like I said, and just have fun.
Two last quick things. Yesterday, Dwayne Ludwig told MMA Junkie that if the situation would arise, he would corner you against Uriah Faber. Now that you're the king and he's still very much a player, would you fight Uriah?
I don't want to. I don't want to fight Uriah. He's the one that's got me into the sport. He's, like I said, he's one of my best friends, dude. I mean, he's an amazing person. But not saying that's not going to happen. I'm not saying that the boss man won't come to us with a ridiculous amount of money saying, let's do this, and that's something we probably wouldn't be able to turn down, and we'd have to go do what we do in the gym every day and slap each other around and have a smile on our face, and ultimately that's a great situation to be in, because that means we're both doing awesome and we're going to get paid really well. But I don't want to have to fight Uriah, obviously.
Where would you train in that scenario? Because now it's starting to become a real thing.
If I trained, obviously this is his place. Sacramento's his, so I'd probably have to pick up and go to Dwayne, I guess. I don't really know.
But you're hoping it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't. I mean, even if it is about the money, I really don't want to fight the guy. But we are in the business. That is the business that we are doing, and we have a great camp, and we're taking over the world, man.
What about who is actually next for you? Do you think it makes sense to fight a Sun Tzu? Is that the fight you want? Because we know that you were so annoyed by losing that fight.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he's on the longest win streak. He should be the next one in line, probably. And I'd like to get that fight back. Either him, Diaz Muzagaki, rematch with Brow. I mean, any of those fights make good sense. But, other than the fact that people are saying about rematch with Brow, the one problem I do have with that is that I dominated him. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I knocked him out in the first round with that right hand and it was a fluke. I went out there and proved that what I know how to do against him is going to work. And I'm just too fast for him, man. He's too slow.
But if you were Sean Shelby, would you do a Sun Tzu Dillashaw too?
Probably. I would think so. Most likely, I think.
All right. We actually have Bang on the phone right now. Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anything you want to say to the champ?
I love this guy, man. It's a freaking ninja.
Hey, let me ask you one question, Dwayne, before we let TJ go. He said that you were more nervous than him going into the fight. Why were you so nervous? Your man got it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, man. I care for my guys. It's like watching a kid cross the street for the first time. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
So what happens when it's not business for me?
Did you put any money on him? Go ahead. Sorry, TJ.
It felt like I was just crossing the street, Coach. That's all we were doing was just crossing the street. You were holding my hand and guiding me on the way there.
I know, man.
Hey, Dwayne, what did you say to TJ between the fourth and fifth rounds? It sounded like you were so excited, but you were trying to calm him down a little bit, but you knew the victory was in sight. What did you say to him?
I just asked him, in the way I speak, we're just, go give him a seminar. We're not even going to charge him. Just a fun way that we communicate. We just communicate in jokes and stuff. Just have a good time. Just kind of lighten the mood up.
What is it? Like a secret language?
A way to, secret. We have a serious, like with our system and the way we talk. We have a whole list of commands. Like I told him, keep his 20s clean. It just means to stay tight and make sure everything's technically sound. And we know what we speak. We all. Everybody on the team, we all speak a secret code. It's kind of cool.
I love it. TJ, any final words for Dwayne?
Yeah, man, that was the first time I realized that Dwayne wasn't nervous. Was in between the fourth and fifth round, in that quarter, that minute. I saw it in his eyes. He came in with a giant smile on his face. He's like, "Let's do this, baby." He's giving a seminar. We won't even charge him. To me, that was just kind of like, dude, that's amazing. That's perfect. He had a giant smile on his face, and it was just kind of, he finally was like, dude, this is fucking amazing. You're doing it. That's what I knew in his head was going on. And. Love you, Coach. Appreciate everything, man.
Oh, yeah, man. I love you, TJ, man.
Well, TJ, thank you so much for the time. Again, congratulations. Enjoy everything that comes with being the champion. And again, one of the truly greatest performances we've ever seen, and you certainly deserve it. So I tip my cap to you, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on again. Look forward to talking to you next time.
Very excited to have the former UFC lightweight champion Frankie Edgar joining us in studio, and he has a very busy night coming up on July 6th. It is the finale of The Ultimate Fighter. He fights BJ Penn for the third time. He's 2-0 against BJ, and yet they're doing it one more time. Here he is, Frankie Edgar in studio. Frankie, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
You know, you look good, and I say that because you just had a kid.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Your third?
Third.
Girl?
A girl.
What was it, 2 weeks ago?
About 3 weeks, yep.
How's the sleep before a fight like that? I have 2 kids of my own. You don't get a lot of sleep, but you look okay.
Yeah, well, my wife's a trooper. I told her July 7th, I'm your guy. Until then, you're kind of on your own. So
where are you sleeping?
I'm sleeping in my room. She's sleeping in a different room.
So you just said, hey, have fun with the 2 older kids, which are a handful, I assume.
Yeah.
And the new one? She's doing it all on her own.
At nighttime. At nighttime, she is.
Some kind of father you are.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get paybacks after the fight for sure.
All right, so she's cool with this.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Every time I call her midday, I'm like, hello? Just see how she's doing, because I'm waiting for her to be like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah. Do you feel guilty?
A little bit, but this sport, you got to be selfish, man. People want to punch me in the face in the morning.
That's true. And you got to provide. This is the way you provide, right?
Exactly.
What's this year been like for you? Because you're in the prime of your career, and for a second, it's like, when's the last time I saw Frankie Edgar fight? It feels like it's been ages ago, and it was last July 4th weekend.
Yeah.
But you weren't injured. You were fine. They put you on the shelf because of the show. We've known about this fight for so long, it seems. Has that been frustrating?
For sure, it has been. I just staying in the gym, trying to stay busy that way. But I'm itching, man. I like to stay. I like to fight. I mean, I enjoy doing what I do, and not be able to fight is tough. But I kind of knew that going in.
Are you regretful that you did it? Like, do you feel like it wasn't worth it because you've been out for a year?
I don't want to say it wasn't worth it. I mean, it's done. What's done is done. But I don't know if I'd do it again.
Why is that? Because of the time off, or because of other reasons? The cameras, all that stuff.
Because of the time off. The show was smooth. Doing the show was okay. It was 6 weeks out there. It wasn't bad. I brought my family out and everything. But the time away from fighting for that long, I wouldn't want to do again.
Did they hook you up?
As in?
I mean, you're not earning any income for a year. That's the way you fight. That's the way you earn a living. You fight.
Yeah. No,
What's up with that?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
They'll take care of you.
Yeah, I think they will.
Lorenzo likes you.
Yeah, Lorenzo, Dana, they like me.
Well, because you're an Italian guy, I feel like he really likes you.
You play that card a little bit. Yeah. You gotta.
But you're not actually. Your dad is from Italy?
No. My grandmother, my mom's the first one born in America from the family.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you play it up around Lorenzo.
No, I mean,
you have the accent. You make it a little more.
Accent. I forget about it. Yeah. No, not at all. It's just. I grew up as an Italian kid, I guess, in Jersey.
Have you been watching the season?
Yeah, I have been.
What do you think about watching yourself? Because sometimes you're a little camera shy. You've kind of you've grown up a lot as far as being in front of the camera and all that. But do you like watching yourself and the team and all that stuff?
I mean, I like seeing how they edit it and everything. But yeah, I don't like watching. It's uncomfortable watching yourself. It is. I mean, you get pretty used to it.
I don't like it. I hate it.
But yeah, it is. It's a little awkward. So I'm it's great for my career, and I'm glad I did it. But I'll be kind of happy when I don't have to tune in every Wednesday.
Yeah, you mentioned the editing. How has the edit?
It's been good. It's kind of crazy for me. It's like
no liberties.
As in?
I mean, are they changing things up a little bit?
No, so far it seems pretty good. There really wasn't. Maybe let's be honest, there wasn't much drama between me and BJ.
Sure.
So they focused on the fighters, and that's the storylines that they went with each week. And it seems like it's holding true to what it was. It's just. These cameras were in your face every day, all day, and I'm like, damn, that's all they showed,
Oh, really? Yeah. Were they ever annoying, like all up in your grill?
They were good, I mean, you just get, you signed on that paper, that's what it's going to be. Being in the house, I couldn't imagine having to go back home. And these guys said literally at 5 in the morning that you wake up to piss, they're in your face with the cameras, and that's got to be a little much.
Yeah, because you got to go home and
I get to go home and get away. When I walk in the tough training facility, cameras are on. But other than that, you're good to go.
Dana White said recently that he thought this was the worst year ever. He didn't say it was because of the coaches. He said because of the fighters. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's just Dana being Dana. He says things when he's emotional a little bit. But, I mean, the fights, I was saying this before. When I'm coaching the fights, I'm emotional. I'm competitive. I want my guys to win. I care about the guys. And I thought the fights were a little bit better now. And in hindsight, watching them, months later, I'm like, these fights weren't as eventful as I thought they were. Did you get a sense from the fighters, at least the ones on your team, that they didn't want it as much? Not at all. Not at all. They wanted it. Maybe it's the pressure that got to them. I definitely noticed myself saying, you need to listen a little more. But, granted, these guys are in a tough spot. 6 weeks away from their family. Right. They're locked in a house with no out, like, no contact with the outside world, no TV, no nothing, and they don't even know me, and I'm telling them to listen to me. They barely know me,
Right.
you know, so it's tough.
What I liked about you being on this show was it was kind of full circle for you. A lot of people might know this, might not. You tried out for The Ultimate Fighter.
I did,
and they
yeah.
said no to you.
Yeah.
Season 5, right?
Season 5, yeah.
Which was a great season. BJ was a coach against Jens Culver.
Yeah.
What was that like when you got the word that they didn't want you on that show back then?
I was heartbroken, and I thought for sure I made the first 2 cuts. Me and the kid I went down with at the time, we both made
Who's
the cuts.
that?
This kid Kevin Roddy, actually, and he fights locally still.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm getting a call. I like to stay positive, at least think positive. And I was like, I'm getting a call. And he got a call before we landed home. He got a call to go to the next, the physical and all that stuff to go out to Vegas. And I didn't get that call. And I was waiting. I didn't get it. I'm like, man, I was pretty torn up.
Was it? I mean, because your skills were obviously. Was it a personality thing? Did they not like you?
Probably a personality thing. Yeah.
Man.
I guess they had maybe they filled the void with Gray Maynard. I don't know.
Wow. Was that just a shot at Gray Maynard?
No, I'm saying not
over there.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was a shot. I'm saying maybe we lack in the personality department together. They filled that void already. You know what I'm saying?
How about that picture right there?
That's
like
a
that
memorable one. Yeah, actually, I believe it or not, I have that picture hanging in my basement. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We should probably get you to sign that.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Do you remember where that's?
Yeah, Houston, UFC 136.
Greatest moment of your career?
I would say so.
Better than the first time that you won the title?
Those two are. That was just much more like closure. You know? So.
Emphatic.
I'll
never forget the way when you finished him, that punch that you landed. I mean, it was so flush. It was just so perfect the way you landed that.
Yeah, definitely career defining.
Right. Let's go back to The Ultimate Fighter for a second. So you get that call. Did you think, I don't want to do this anymore? I mean, was it that deflating?
No. I just, whatever. I was still working as a plumber, I was doing that stuff. So I was just like, all right, just back to the drawing board, I felt that a lot in my competitive career wrestling. I've always made it to a certain point and never accomplished what I wanted to. So I felt like, all right, here we go, just back to work.
And then they called you like a month later, right?
Yeah, I think I got a call maybe a month and a half later, and they offered me the Tyson Griffin fight.
Right, and then the rest is history. That was a great fight. Yeah. Do you almost feel like it was better this way, that you didn't have to go through tough and that show, the contracts, all that stuff?
For sure. 100%.
Really?
Yeah. And then, now knowing, especially being a coach and seeing what these guys have to go through, I'm so happy it didn't work that way.
So you're happy that you didn't have to go through that process because you don't think you would have fit in well, or you would have enjoyed it?
I'm sure I would have done okay, you know what I mean? But having to do it the way I did compared to that way, and now I definitely wouldn't want to do it that way.
You have a young guy at your school or whatever, would you tell him not to go try out for tough? That's not the way to get into the UFC?
No, never. I still think it's a great opportunity for these guys. Yeah.
Just not for you?
I mean, well, yeah. The way,
right.
If back then I would have been, 100%.
Right.
But now, not for me.
You mentioned, of course not now. But you mentioned the plumbing. When was the last time you worked as a plumber? Like the last day?
I remember, what was it? It was before I started when I started my camp for Spencer Fisher. That's when I stopped plumbing.
So still in the UFC, you were still doing it?
I was still, I was.
Why?
Just because I had a condo, I had to pay bills. I couldn't. The fight money wasn't enough at the time.
Right. So, and why did you feel at that point that you had to stop before the Fisher fight?
Well, I just felt, I think I just renegotiated my contract. I just felt I felt good, positive about my fight career.
Secure.
I felt secure. That's it. Yeah.
How, pardon the pun, but how crappy is that job?
Yeah, I wasn't a plumber like going to your house and unclogging your toilet. No, I was a commercial. My father owns a commercial plumbing company. So,
okay.
I dug a lot of holes. I did some degrading stuff, broke up urinals at schools and had to carry them out. Some old 60-year-old pipe had to carry out. It's not too nice, but it's not as bad as people think. But it's backbreaking. You have to work in elements.
Right.
It's not fun.
How did your dad get into that?
He was a plumber since he was 18.
Really?
Yeah.
And then he started his own business.
And he started his own business, yeah.
So do you think if you don't become a fighter, that's what you do?
Most likely, yeah.
Really?
I think it would have been my path.
You look back, do you say, thank God I didn't have to go down that path?
Oh, man, I drive past job sites now, and I'm like, thank God that's not me.
Really?
The whole I like... in fighting, it's always something different every day. You don't have to go to the same place. You're kind of travel. When you're in the union, man, it's 7 o'clock on the job, 9 o'clock break, 12 o'clock break, 3 o'clock, 3:30, you're going home, and it's the same thing every day. That would drove me crazy.
So fighting, in a way, kind of saved you in that sense because it gave. I mean, you went from the most. It's not glamorous fighting, but there's a lot of glamorous things about it. Let's be honest. I mean, do you get to travel the world? As you mentioned,
no. I mean, I feel like I don't work. I'll tell my wife that, but I feel like I don't work.
There she is, slaving away. The third kid, and you don't even work.
Yeah.
What a selfish guy.
I am. I tell you.
So is your dad still doing it?
Yeah, he is. He's still in.
Does he ever try to get you to come back?
No, he knows. He knows the deal.
Yeah.
He knows and he's supportive of my decision.
Yeah. Your family. I mean, you guys are notorious. Your in-laws. You travel. What do you travel? Like 30 deep to these fights?
Yeah. I got a good support staff. That's for sure.
What about your wife now for this fight? Is she going to come?
She is. She's going to come. We're going to leave the kids home with. She's only come probably the day before the fight or day of the fight. And
who's going to take care of the little one?
My mother-in-law.
Okay. You trust her?
Yes, I do. Actually,
you do?
Yeah.
Imagine you would have said no on the air.
No, I really do though. So it's not even lying. So yeah.
Your oldest kid is how old?
He's 5.
5, and then
4.
Okay.
And now 3 weeks. So
does the 5-year-old, even the 4-year-old, do they understand what you do yet?
Yes, like starting to more and more, but not fully. Not fully.
So what kind of questions are they asking you?
Well, like I come home with a black eye. You get punched in the face, Daddy? You get punched in the face? Like, yeah. Why? Why do you punch in the face? Like, well, I'm trying to punch them in the face. It's just what I do. They don't really fully grasp it yet.
Right. But how do you separate between, I'm doing this for a living, and because I'd imagine they'd want to punch you then or punch their friend. Like how do you explain to them that this is what you do for your job and that you shouldn't do it outside in the park or whatever?
Yeah, I kind of equate it more to, they have them wrestling and doing jiu-jitsu. So I think they
they do that now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, have them wrestling and doing jiu-jitsu or jiu-jitsu at Ricardo Almeida's actually. And, and wrestling in Tom's River. So, it kind of just equated to that. I think all my friends that are over the house, all the people, even my old friends are all wrestling, but I think they just think everybody wrestles. I don't think they know wrestling is something you choose to do. I think they think it's something everybody does.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What your oldest son, like when did he start wrestling? How old is he?
A couple summers. I'd bring him just for summer session, here and there. But it's tough. Wrestling's not it's a tough sport to kind of get kids to grasp onto.
Sure.
Because it's always hot in the wrestling room, a little tough.
Right.
But they did jiu-jitsu this whole winter, and they really like that. It's a little slower pace, and then now I have them doing the summer session and wrestling, and they made a big jump from last year to this year.
So, man, I got a kid. He's like a little over 2. I feel like I'm kind of slacking.
Nah, you got time.
I got time?
I mean, even if, I didn't start wrestling until I was 13, actually.
Who got you into it?
My father.
Your father? Was he a wrestler?
He was. Yep.
Okay. And he got you into it for what reason? Because 13 is a little late, right?
Well, I wrestled when I was in 3rd grade for probably a month.
What happened?
My father showed me a wrestling move and broke my collarbone, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Your dad broke your collarbone?
Yeah.
What did your mom say about that?
She was upset. That's why I didn't go wrestle till I was 13.
Wow. What did he do?
Showed me an arm drag.
Okay.
Arm drag. I kind of hit the mat and busted my arm. And
after just doing it for a month?
Yeah, a month.
Were you pissed at him?
No, I was cool. He wasn't being malicious.
Right. And what happened? Did he fall on you?
Yeah, he kind of fell. I kind of just slammed into the mat, I guess,
Man, how much pain? A collarbone?
It was painful, man. And it was funny because we were at the rec, and he's like, pick your shoulder up, don't cry, because he felt bad. He didn't want to look like he hurt me.
Yeah.
I had to walk out of there not crying, man. It was painful, though.
Did you have surgery?
No surgery.
Is that the injury when you have to keep your arm up?
No, they just put like a holster type brace on you. Yeah.
Okay, so grade 3 is what, 6, 7?
No,
a little over 9.
8,
so you
9.
took a break for a few years. Were you worried when you came back? Like, were you apprehensive?
No, not at all. You forget when you're a kid. You forget. Short memory.
So why'd you take so long to get back in?
I don't know. Just my parents weren't pushing me to it, I guess. And once I could do it for school is when I started doing it.
So when you started, what did you want? Like, did you think that wrestling would lead to anything, or was it just a fun thing?
It was just a fun thing. I knew I'm a very competitive person, so as soon as I did it, I wanted to be the best, And what the goal, state champ is the goal, when you're a kid. So that was my goal at 13.
Back then, there wasn't UFC or anything like that.
13 years old, UFC 1, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think UFC 1 or 2.
Did you watch it?
I did actually at a buddy's house. Never forget. Yeah.
What was the reaction?
I was like in awe. I think Dan Severn. Obviously I was a wrestler, so I was like Dan Severn. And then Hoist comes out there and does this stuff. I was like, wow, what is this?
And at that point, did you say you wanted to do it? Like, did it kick in at that point?
It was still like it was kind of almost like a. It was
just like a fantasy thing, right?
Yeah, fantasy thing, or just like it was a spectacle, almost. Right. So it's like, then you started seeing it more and more. I felt it kind of went obviously underground for such a long time until I was in college. Is when I know Tito and Randy Couture and those guys, and then the Ultimate Fighter show.
So what was the moment where you said, I'm actually going to try to do this?
It was my senior year in college
Really?
when the Ultimate Fighter show came on.
The first one?
Yeah, first one.
And then you said, okay, I'm going to give this a shot.
Yeah, my wife, we went to school together, and I remember watching it. My teammates come over, we watch it, and Koscheck, he wrestled in the same division as I did in college, same conference as I did in college.
Right.
So our teams wrestled many times, so I knew him, and I was like, this is something people do. I'm going to give this a try, at least to train,
Yeah.
I didn't know there's a career in it, but I definitely wanted to do it.
And were you married at the time?
No. Mm-mm.
But you guys were together?
Yeah.
Was she supportive of that? Because it's a pretty crazy thing. Going
Yeah,
into a
she's
cage.
she's pretty easy, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I think she thought though once college, it's like I said, I'm selfish now. I was pretty selfish in college too.
Yeah.
Right?
You've been selfish for a long time.
Selfish
is what
for
we're
a long
learning
time,
here.
And I think she thought it was finally all right. That's over. Now we can start our life, and then here we are.
And what did your dad think? Because he's the one that kind of got your juices flowing here with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Was he okay with it?
Yeah. Both my mother and father, they weren't okay. I graduated from college. I had a college degree, and
Yeah.
I mean, even though I was going to go into plumbing, something you don't need a college degree with, but they were like, what are you doing, And the UFC was nowhere where it was today.
Right.
I mean, I when I first started fighting, the UFC didn't have a 55-pound division.
That's right.
So I thought, in my head, like I said, when I started doing something, I wanted to be the best at it. I was like, I'm going to have to go to Japan and fight. That's what I thought,
Okay.
And then,
Well, that's kind of funny because you did fight in Japan.
Right.
You did end up fighting. Was that the first time you were in Japan?
Yeah, first, yeah. Only.
Wow. We don't need to talk about that.
No,
one.
it's not. It's just past that one.
You, from what I understand, I don't know if it was your first fight, but early in your career, you competed in the Underground Combat League, right?
I did,
Was
yeah.
that your debut?
My first fight, yeah, first fight ever.
How did you even get that? So the Underground Combat League, for those that don't know, it's here in New York State, right? Was it in New York State?
Yeah, you live in the Bronx.
And it's not regulated. It's essentially illegal.
It's illegal.
It's illegal.
There's no ambulance. There was no weigh-in. We did no rounds. It was a 15-minute round. That's what we did.
So how did you get the call for that? Like, how do you even find out about that?
I found the place local to train. That's how I did it. I graduated college, I started training, and I literally was training 3 weeks when I had that fight. So
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy that ran the school at the time was like, do you want to fight? I said, yeah, let's fight. So I ended up going up there. It was on a Sunday. I'll never forget. It was so hot. It was middle of summer. It was July or something.
Okay.
And drove up there. It was so hot in the gym. Obviously no air conditioning. It's a boxing gym in the Bronx. And I ended up being the main event. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea because it's the Underground.
Yeah, right. I know, but like you weren't Frankie Edgar.
Yeah,
you were a guy with 3 weeks on your
it's
belt.
because I was the only one that probably would fight.
Right.
That's why. I was the only one that said, "Okay, I'll do it."
How much did you weigh?
I probably weighed 155.
And what about the guy that you fought?
I mean, he wasn't much bigger, but
Okay.
he probably won 160. So it ended up being okay.
But what about this coach that brings you in to do this after just training for 3 weeks? Was that a little questionable?
Yeah, now in hindsight, yeah. Absolutely.
Who's this guy?
This guy Rob. He's no longer a coach. Let's say that.
All right. So you go to this event. You have no idea who you're fighting.
No, they told me probably the week before.
But like, what do? You can't look the guy up, right?
Yeah, you try to look him up,
Did you find anything?
I found a little something. He was.
You did?
Yeah. I think believe it or not, his name's Eric Uresk. I know he was out Alliance training.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I seen him in the corner of one of the guys that fought last weekend. I seen him in the corner of somebody.
Last weekend.
From Alliance.
I don't even remember where we are. There's so many damn fights
Ross.
these days.
Maybe he was in Ross's corner.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in Ross's
So
corner.
he's still competing?
Yeah, I think he still competes, yeah. I'm not sure.
So you had some kind of knowledge of him, but you show up.
Right.
How many people are in attendance?
There's probably, say, 50 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
No weigh-ins, nothing?
No weigh-ins, no ambulance there. No rules.
No rules?
I headbutt him in the fight.
You did?
Yeah.
Dirty.
Yeah.
Not only are you selfish, you're dirty too. You threw a headbutt.
I mean, I knew it was legal.
It was legal, right?
Legal.
Any
Yeah, gloves. But the gloves, I mean, I bought these are the gloves I was wearing for 3 weeks. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And did you even wrap your hands?
I did wrap my hands,
okay.
yeah.
So but you could punch him below the belt.
Yeah, I
Or
don't
is
know.
that frowned upon?
I guess it's frowned upon. I mean, not that I'm saying I want to go and do dirty stuff,
No.
but if I'd known what I know now, I probably could have done a lot more
I'm
dirty
just trying
stuff.
to paint the picture here because that's a pretty intense way to start your career.
Yeah, it was nuts. And he was a New York guy. He's a New York guy. I'm a Jersey guy, so everyone's screaming for my demise.
Right. And why couldn't you find a show in Jersey? Or did you not want to start that way? Like why?
Because I was just this guy. The coach was the coach, and
said-
he was leading me this way. I had no idea.
Did you think that this is MMA? Like, did you think that this is what you have to do? Like, did
I
you know
kinda
that this
did.
was a little?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I really didn't.
Really?
I probably didn't want to know. I knew I wanted to fight.
Yeah.
I wanted to see. Like, well, let's see if I could really do this.
And how did you feel? Like after you did it? How did you feel? Like, oh wow, I could do this.
Yeah. Well,
how did you win, by the way?
I won a TKO.
Okay. How early?
About probably 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes in. You know, I went out there, and obviously I didn't have much stand up at all. You know, I was only training for 3 weeks. I was a wrestler, you know, and he came over. I was always willing to stand, you know, and he came over, put me in a tie clinch, and boom, 2 big knees to the face. I kind of shook it off, and I went after him. I ended up getting a couple takedowns, went back up and down, and I ended up mounting him and finishing him with strikes. And went out to dinner with the family, I think like Portuguese in Newark.
Yeah,
and, I went to the bathroom. My face looked like I didn't get into a fight at all. And I went to go blow my nose, and my face blew up with air.
Wow.
The sinus passed. I broke an orbital bone.
Oh,
and
no.
my sinus passed broke up. My whole face was like drooped down. It was crazy. My parents like, oh my God, you know, going nuts. Yeah. So.
Did you have to have surgery?
No surgery. No
Okay.
surgery. But I went to the hospital that day. You know, they just gave me antibiotic. You know,
Right.
but the air seeped out. But literally, I could hear the air between my scalp and my,
Oh my gosh.
skull. Yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty wild.
How long after did you fight again? Like, how long of a break did you have
So
to
that
take?
was July, and then I fought my first pro fight in October.
So that one doesn't count.
Doesn't count. It's not on my record.
Yeah.
It should. Broke my face though.
Yeah,
so
come
it
on.
should count. I mean,
It got you know your feet wet in the business.
Yeah. I made $160.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Did you have like a purse to show and a purse to win, or was it just?
No, it was no purse. It was I had 16 people come buy tickets, so I got $10 for every person that bought a
Wow.
ticket. Yeah.
So if you had no one,
I would have made no money.
wow.
Yeah.
What do you think he made?
I have no idea. He was the favorite. You know, he was the favorite.
was?
I remember going into it, and he was supposedly the kid that was going to the UFC next.
Okay.
You know, I
And
don't
he
know if
never
that's
did.
true or not. You know,
Right.
but yeah.
He never did, right?
No, I don't think
You
so.
know, you mentioned that you love to stand and train and all that, and you have this, people love to call you the Rocky guy, the fights with Gray and all that stuff. Do you ever start to get a little concerned about head injuries and like long-term effects? I mean, you take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people say I take a lot of damage. I mean, really just the great fights. You know, I
Yeah.
took some damage in those 2 fights, and then you know, the up kick from Benson. But you know, I think I just bruise easy. I do. You know,
Okay.
I mean, I got a black eye right now.
You know, I wanted to mention it, but I
And
didn't
they put
want to
a little.
be.
They put a little stuff on before from the earlier show.
Oh, the makeup?
Yeah,
is
so-
worse.
Yeah. So
I didn't want to mention it. I
Yeah,
didn't want to
yeah.
put you on the spot.
No.
Who gave you that?
probably Marlon Reyes.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
But I mean, last week I came in, I had the other. My black eye jumped side to side. You know, I just I bruise easy. You know, this is what it is. I don't think my head's taking too much damage, but I do think about it. You know, it's how can you not?
Right. How do you get excited? And we're running out of time here, so let's get to BJ. How do you get excited about this when you beat the guy twice, and the second one was so convincing? How do you? Is it just the fact that you get to fight again? Is that enough for you? Because it's been so long.
It's been a year. I mean, that alone is getting me, you know, get the juices flowing. But I just don't want. I mean, for sure, I don't want to lose the third time out. You know, not now. The first 2 times I wasn't supposed to win. Now I'm supposed to win.
It's weird, right?
You know, and I definitely don't want to lose now.
And he looks, I mean, everyone loves to put a lot of stock into the way he looks, but he looks great, right? I mean, he looked like when I saw him in Vegas, you weren't there because your wife was about to give birth when they did the press conference. He said he was walking around at 155. Are you surprised by how he looks?
No. I mean, he's not a very big guy. I think he puts on weight that he probably shouldn't put on. So now he's just kind of probably staying where he's supposed to be. You know, when we did the show, I think he was only 160, 65 anyway.
Anything concern you about him? I mean, you've been in there for what, 50 minutes with him at this point? Anything concern you about him? Do you think he'll be the exact same guy, or do you think he can change at this point? I mean, it's tough to change after 50 minutes in there, right? You know this guy.
It's tough to change, but I'm sure, you know, I mean, I think he knows this is his last chance, you know, so I'm sure he's preparing the best he can, and, you know, it's good to have a little concern of your opponent when you're in there. It's going to keep me on my toes. So, yeah, I mean, it's still BJ Penn, you know? I mean, he definitely has something you need to worry about.
Have you noticed that he speaks in a bit of a Brazilian accent these days? When he
Isn't that a Hawaiian accent, though?
Well, it's kind of changing to more. You haven't noticed that? Next time you see an interview with him, notice that. I mean, it's very bizarre. Are you hoping Chad Mendes wins so that you can get another shot? I mean, these days guys are getting title shots after losing to the champion. It happens, but do you think that's your opening to another title shot?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, I don't care
think about
who
that
wins,
stuff?
really. I would love to be the guy to take it from Aldo, though. I would love to be that guy. But, you know, if Chad beats him, which I think he has a very good shot
You think he'll beat him?
It's tough. I mean, if he goes in there and he's not nervous standing up, like I think the first fight he was just a little tentative standing up, and that hurt him. If he goes in with the confidence that he's been having in his last fights, I think he has a very good shot at beating him.
Did they okay, you said they didn't hook you up, but you win this fight. Will you get a title shot? Are you the guy?
I don't know. This show has a good way of putting people in that position.
Sure.
And I think what I've done in my career, I'm kind of an easy guy to give a title shot to. I mean, I've been there 7 times, and
Right.
I think I'm deserving.
I'm excited to see you back in there because I feel like it's been so long and you look so great. That was your first win at 145 against Charles Oliveira last July 4th weekend. So it feels like, oh, Frankie's back. It's like you were taken out of the mix for so long. It's good that you're back in the mix. You know what I'm trying to say?
For sure,
and I bet you would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot wait. You try not to get too excited this early out. You know, and
we're getting close.
We're getting close, and you don't want to get excited really to the day of your fight because you're kind of wasting the whole the energy and everything. But it's getting there.
All right. Well, I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you. Always a pleasure, Frankie Edgar. How about this in studio?
Love it.
You love it?
Yeah, man.
You could stick around. They're telling me you have to leave.
I know. I would stay.
I know. A couple weeks ago, Yves Edwards was on. He was preparing for a fight in Austin. Fortunately for him, things didn't go his way. And last night, via his Facebook page, he announced his retirement from mixed martial arts. 17 years in the sport, at one time considered one of the very best at 155 pounds, if not the best. And at some point, all good things come to an end. So we wanted to have him back on the show to talk about this announcement and where he goes from here. Yves Edwards on the line right now. Yves, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. Really appreciate you stopping by. I know there's probably a lot going on, and you're a busy man, so thank you very much for the time, as always. Why did you decide to make this announcement now?
Well, I've been just kind of thinking about it for a bit, especially after last week, and just trying to weigh things out, my training camp felt really good, had good sparring sessions, had everything going well. Conditioning, weight cut was easy. Everything worked out well except fight night. And, that performance that I'm capable of now, I don't need to be doing this. It's, I still, I can still do those things in the gym, but my last couple performances, I just sullying the things that I've done in the past, and I don't want to continue to make that, to dirty that more than I already have.
Did you know right then and there on November 22nd, when the fight was over, that was it for you?
If I did know at that point, I was probably in denial, or hoping for some reason to not, because it took me a while to say anything about it, and I know I still love fighting, man. I still want to, but I have to be smart. I don't want to be the guy. I feel like I've stuck around longer than I should, but I don't want to be the guy that sticks around too long. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? The guy that's fighting for a paycheck, or the guy that's risking his health, seriously risking his health. I guess I can still have some of the same fun in the gym, but it won't be the same as competition. But yeah, it was something I when it was over, it definitely was as soon as I was fully conscious of what was going on. I remember getting standing up from my butt and how did I get knocked down? What the hell? Okay. And then I don't remember. I remember my leg being caught in the air. I still haven't really watched it. I remember my leg being caught in the air, and then I remember being in an armbar and thinking I was in practice. You know what I mean? Mm. So it's and then as soon as I was coherent, I was I think I'm done. I don't know. But I don't want that to be the case. So I don't. Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Are you fearful for your health? Have you been experiencing anything that makes you feel okay, for my health alone, I need to stop fighting?
No, absolutely not. I haven't had that be an issue ever. That's my problem. I still feel like I felt when I was 26. You know what I mean? In the gym, I probably still look like the same guy, and like as far as having my faculties, I would like to have them as long as possible, if until the moment I die. I honestly thought I was going to die fighting, not necessarily in the cage, but
right.
I just didn't. I don't. Being an old man, I don't know how I'm going to deal with having to have help to go to the bathroom or walk up some stairs. You know what I mean? But so I don't have like any health issues that I'm concerned with, but at the same time, I want to be smart enough to not wait until, I'm forgetting things or I can't seem to grab something tiny. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that to be an issue before I start thinking maybe I should stop doing this. You know? So that's kind of where I'm at.
When you were on the show a couple weeks ago, we were talking about how you were going to turn things around and your explanation for the recent losing streak. Now that, I know it's fresh, but you've finished that last fight and you're taking a step back. Do you have any explanation for this, or is it just Father Time caught up to you, and this happens to everyone, every single fighter? At some point has to realize that his time or her time has come. Do you just think that it's just 17 years of putting your body through this, and this was your time, or do you look back and say, if I would have done this or that differently, I wouldn't have to retire right now?
I don't know. I am one of those guys. You get and then there's a football game, and let's say Tom Brady or Peyton Manning is the quarterback, and Manning gets hurt, and his backup has to come in there and play, and they lose because the backup throws 4 interceptions. You know what I mean? I'm the guy that says, I'm a Peyton Manning fan, but Peyton Manning didn't throw 4 interceptions. That just because the other guy was in there doesn't mean the outcome will be different. But it could also mean the outcome will be different. So like that's like beyond my ken. I can't say that if I did this different, I would still be fighting. Maybe if I had wrestled in high school, I would be better at wrestling. My record would be a little different. I would still be fighting. But maybe if I wrestled in high school and I continued to make weight for all those years and put that toll on my body, I wouldn't have been able to do this until I was 38. There's both sides of that coin. So yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. How difficult was it to write that Facebook post?
Took me since Tuesday.
You started on
Tuesday of last week. I had been thinking about. I at that point I had made a decision that I can't do this anymore. Like I want to, but I shouldn't. If I'm going to leave behind anything, any kind of a legacy, all I'm going to do is tarnish it or not really add to it at this point, because I don't know if I don't know how many more fights I have left in me. Honestly, I don't feel like I can't do it a bunch more times, but like my last performance is the most disappointing of all of them. I've always wanted to go into a fight, and all I've ever wanted to be able to do is perform, show that I know what I'm doing, and show that I'm capable of doing this, and everything else will work itself out. So I don't know, man. It's oh man, it sucks so bad because I still love this game, but I'm willingly deciding not to play anymore.
I know that you're typically pretty active on social media, but I noticed that as far as Twitter is concerned, you haven't said anything or responded to anyone. I'm wondering if you have checked in on your Twitter and seen the outpouring of support and messages. I just saw Matt Serra write something very nice to you, other fighters as well. Have you seen any of this stuff? Because it's pretty amazing to see how much respect. I mean, everyone saying positive things about you, how you were a testament to the sport, class act, and the list goes on and on. Have you seen any of this?
I haven't really been looking at my Twitter or my Facebook. I looked at I looked at my Facebook last night for like 5 minutes, and I saw something. Steve Montgomery, this kid at ATT, who he'll probably be talking to soon. You guys will definitely know who he is pretty soon. Really tough guy, good kid, and he said something, and it's just I don't even remember what it was, but it was something along the lines of, like, he looks up to me. I've talked to Steve a bunch of times. I've trained with Steve a bunch, and like, I can't see that from people that I know and respect. Like, it made me cry. You know what I mean? This has been the biggest part of my life besides my family since I was 17. Like virtually every day since I was 17 years old. Probably 2 months total in the last 21 years. Like, I've had a day that has nothing to do with fighting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so like it's awkward enough, like walking away from it. We had a long day yesterday. My wife fell asleep early, and then I posted that. I didn't want to post that with her awake, because I don't want her to ask me what I'm doing and worry about like what's wrong with me. She's sleeping. I'm reading these things, and it starts fucking with me, man. I love fighting, man, and I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Did she know that you were going to do this? Like, did you talk to her at least beforehand?
Yeah. She knows what's going on with me. I mean, she's my best friend, you know. I tell her, we talk about everything, but I'm not big on change very much, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like, this is everything, man. Like, all my friends, every single one of my friends is through fighting, and all my best friends are guys that I sweat or bled with, you know. And like, now I'm willingly saying, okay, that's it, you know.
Do you feel like you've prepared yourself for this? Like, were you one of those guys that just never wanted to think about life after fighting, so you didn't, get your mind ready for it or anything outside of the gym ready? Like, is this a complete life changer, or do you think you've done enough to at least prepare yourself? I mean, obviously the shock of it all, and it's so fresh right now, and certainly appreciate your time and everything that you're saying and how open you are. But do you feel like you've prepared yourself for this?
I thought I was.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't expect it to feel like this. I knew like someday it was going to end, but like, it's like if you're in a good movie and you're like really into it, and then you realize this shit is really good, but it's going to end at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's kind of like that. It's like, I mean, an extreme version of that, but it's like, I've watched a couple fights today. I don't want to watch any of my fight. I don't know when I'm going to be able to watch a fight of mine, you know, because it's like, I'm never going to do that again. Like, I love doing this, man. I absolutely loved it. There's a story I tell people about one time training, and T-Bow and I are getting together, and he's on top of me with little gloves, and he's hitting a little bit too hard. And like in the head, and I'm like, I'm not going to complain. I just think, well, you just got to get up. I mean, you're still having a good time. You got to get up and get out of this spot. Like, that's what fighting is for me. It's like, I'm in practice with a friend who's hitting me in the face too hard, but I'm having a good time. I'm not going to do that. I do that in the gym. but I'm never going to do that in competition anymore. And that, like, competition enhances, like, the excitement of it all, like, because everything matters at that point. There's no give. There's no, oh, okay, let's try that again. No, like, every moment is critical, and, like, that's never going to happen again.
Do you think that you will remain a part of MMA, perhaps a coach with ATT, your own, your own team, something like that? Do you envision that sort of thing happening?
Yeah, definitely. I love technique. I love seeing people use technique. I love showing somebody something and having them pull it off. You know, I've been helping out with the wrestlers at my wife's high school. She's an assistant principal, and I've helped them out a couple of times in the past couple of years. And I go to their meets, and like, just seeing somebody do something that you showed them and have success with it, that's like one of the best feelings in the world. And I've known that for a while, and I know that's something that I want to do. I know I have a lot of information that I want to give some guys that so they can refine it and make it better for the next guy. So I know that's definitely a part of the future for me, but yeah, I mean, I don't know to what capacity. I don't know if I'm going to try and become like a Carlo Borio or Javi Mendez or Greg Jackson, but I know I'll definitely be a coach to some degree.
Do you think that you're going to take a bit of a break from MMA? Like, obviously, a teammate of yours, Robbie Lawler, fighting this weekend, and I mean, it feels like there's a fight every weekend, to be honest, as far as the UFC is concerned, not to mention the others. Do you think you might, just take a break from it and not watch for a bit?
The only I was like a month ago, I was super excited about Pettis and Melendez, and I'm still excited about it, but like it doesn't hold the same meaning. I mean, it's definitely an important fight, and it's a big fight. I'm still excited about it, but it's like I don't have the opportunity to ever challenge one of those guys ever. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have the same impact. I'm definitely going to be watching Robbie's fight and supporting for that one. That's probably the only fight that matters to me going forward right now. It's the only fight that's been inked that I really am concerned about. Robbie helped me get ready, for this last fight. And the outcome's my fault, but like that guy's amazing, man. I've never seen that guy even have a bad day, even in the gym. And I think it's going to be a different story. I'm definitely going to be tuned in. I'm going to be pumped up and excited about it. And I'll be really happy to see, Robbie is a new world champion. But after that, I don't know. I don't know I don't even know what the next card is after that, and I'm not too concerned right now. I'm sure I'll watch it, but I'm not even thinking about it.
We were talking a bit about this when you were on just 2 weeks ago, but now that you have officially retired, is there a moment that sticks out as your favorite, or even something that we didn't get to witness as fans of the sport, something that happened behind the scenes, anything that kind of, when you think about your MMA career, this is the moment?
No, I mean, there's tons of little memories, but anytime that question's asked to me, the first thing that pops into my head is when Mike beat Uriah the first time, and being in the corner and just all the how happy that made me. It was that was like, it was like my best friend, and he's just won a world title. The guy I train with all the time. I'm probably 6-7 inches taller than Uriah, but I try to imitate him as much as possible. We worked on some of the things that I do that Mike liked, that he thought would help him for that fight. And he wanted me in his corner. He wanted we just did a whole lot of work for it, and like he was able to I mean, that's the best feeling in the world, man. Being a part of a world championship. And I don't know, I think like when you ask that question, that's the first thing that pops to mind. Like really nothing else does.
he recently, I mean, he didn't make it as official as you, but it sounds like there's a chance he may never fight again. Did you talk to him about this and just kind of starting this new chapter in your career?
Yeah. Like I said, man, Mike is one of my best friends, and of all the guys I know, but him and Din are the only guys that are a little bit older than me and pretty much in the same situation. I've talked to Mike. He's called in and checked in on me. The people that knew about this, like, I made this decision basically on Tuesday of last week, and the people that knew about it then were, my manager Dan Lambert, Joe Silva, Mike Brown, and Dustin Poirier, because I talked to Mike and Dustin about it a bunch, and those other guys too. But like, Mike and I had a little conversation about it, and he's tried to give me some advice and telling me it gets easier not to worry about it. It's just a different part of life, but like, it's all good to hear, and I believe him because the guy's never lied to me. But at the same time, it's dealing with it is not the easy part.
What do you think you'll miss most about the actual fight?
Everything, man. Like, I literally will never check in, have Bert check my weight. You know what I mean? I'll never walk into the cage again and feel that canvas under my feet. Man, that's like a great feeling. And then the best feeling of all is just getting your hand raised when it's over, whether it be a minute and a half or 15 minutes. It's that's the best feeling in the world, is success at that point. And I'm gonna miss that the most. I have missed that the most.
I think, some people were talking about, you've given us a lot of highlights, but the weigh-ins were always a lot of fun because you'd always be eating and then you'd give your opponent something, to chew on as well. When did you start that?
Wow, I don't know. I don't know. I just like food, I guess. Yeah, I don't know when I started doing that. I noticed though. I didn't notice. Fortunately, not a lot of people are doing that, but I did notice that some people have started taking a superhero underwear thing and they start rocking the superhero underwear because I feel like that's my thing. But I don't have a thing anymore, so I guess everybody can have it now.
Right. But it's certainly memorable. As I said at the beginning, a lot of people once considered you the best at 155, the uncrowned champion, all that. Is that something that, maybe is a regret that you never got a chance to be that UFC champion, even though you were, if there was a belt involved, that you probably would have been the champion? Does that bother you?
Yeah, it does bother me. Because like I said before, that I'm of that train of thought that's like, just because Peyton Manning wasn't in there doesn't mean things would be different. You know what I mean? But when it's something like that, when it was a fight that was and should have been, or originally scheduled to be a title fight, or should have been a title fight, I can't. That's the only regret I have. Something that's out of my hands, and I can't do anything about it. But that's something that'll never go on my resume, can't put it on my tombstone, can't go anywhere. You know what I mean? I was never a UFC world champion. And yeah, that was a big part of what I wanted. Initially I wanted to fight in the UFC. When I finally got there, after having some success, I wanted to fight for the belt. And through one opportunity, it didn't happen, and then I was never able to earn the opportunity again. So yeah, that sucks, man. That's definitely it's really the only thing I regret.
Do you have a favorite opponent? Someone that you truly loved fighting?
I My favorite opponent is Mike Brown. I love that guy. But the person I loved fighting the most, probably Aaron Riley.
Really? Why?
Why? Because he could take it, and I like dishing it out.
Wow, and that's pretty far back in your career.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. I mean, those fights were fun. You know what I mean? But I think the reason why both those fights actually really started a snowball situation for me in my career both times. The first time was in Texas at a small hook and shoot show for the pancration rules, and that was my first big fight. You know, Aaron had a name. He was the hook and shoot guy. They brought him to Texas to fight me, and that kind of started a snowball effect for me of some good things happening. And then the second time we fought, that was a fight that got me my first UFC contract. You know, so I was really excited about both those fights going in, and then, you know, good things came from both of them. So I think that one, that definitely is probably my most memorable opponent because it meant so much to my career.
You know, I know you said that you were kind of worried about tarnishing your legacy, everything you've done. I get the impression based on how people are reacting to this news that you haven't done that, and you have left a tremendous legacy in the sport, and people remember you with great fondness. But if you have it your way, how do you want people to remember Yves Edwards, the fighter?
Shoot. Someone that like that wouldn't back down, you know. One thing I've never picked and chose opponents. Like I just wanted to fight. I wanted to be a fighter, and so if Joe Silva called when I was my own manager, Joe would call me and I would take a fight. Didn't matter, you know. If I could make the weight, I would take the fight, whether it be on a week's notice or not. And I guess that's how I'd want people to remember me, just somebody with skills and that you know, that represented his skills and who he was, and, you know, never back down. I just want to be a fighter. I just want to be remembered as a fighter, somebody that was truly a fighter, in the core of his being.
Well, Yves, I can't thank you enough. I really appreciate the time. I know we're supposed to be emotionless and unbiased, but, you know, I can honestly say loved covering you, loved getting to know you. I really appreciate you've always been really kind to me, as I told you, you know, personally. Even when I was younger in the sport, you were always so gracious. One of the true class acts that I've ever met in my life, let alone MMA. So I know that you'll find a new calling. You'll be a part of the sport for a long time if you choose to be, or be great and excel at something else. I don't think MMA will be the same without you, and I appreciate it, and I thank you for everything that you've given us as fans of the sport. And I know a lot of people feel the same way, so I can talk for everyone here. So thank you very much for everything. Congratulations on an amazing career. Nothing to be ashamed of. I don't think you should have any regrets. You've done it all. You've fought them all, and you gave us some great memories. So congratulations. Enjoy retirement. Go get a pina colada or something. Kick back, relax. And hopefully, you know, some point in the future, we'll cross paths again. I think you'd make a great coach, a great mentor, and I'm excited to see what you do after fighting.
Thank you, Ariel, man. I really appreciate it. And thank you for raising the level of journalism in the game, man. For real, you and guys like Ben and the guys from, you know, Greg and Jeff, thank you very much, man. The sport wouldn't be where it is. Yeah, the fighters and you know, the different promotions, but you guys play a big part in that too, man. I just want to say thank you for all the kindness over the years. I'm not giving you any BS, man. I really appreciate it, especially you guys, particularly the guys I just mentioned, you and Ben and Damon and TJ and Greg. Those guys, I just want to say thank you, man. Hopefully we this isn't the last time we talk, but
for sure not.
Like, if we never talk again, I just want you to know I appreciate everything for real, from the beginning until now. Thank you so much.
I'll make sure of that. I hope it's not the last time. I'm certain of that. And the sport isn't a sport to cover. It's not worth covering without people like you. So thank you for everything. Really appreciate it. And again, thank you for the time today, and thank you for being so open. Congratulations on a fantastic career, and all the best to you and your family, Yves.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
All right, there he is, the one and only, the Thug Jitsu master himself, Yves Edwards, calling it a career after 17 years, one of the very best. And I'm not even talking about inside the cage, one of the very best in this sport. If you've ever met him, the guy has an infinite amount of time. He's always open. He's always honest. He's always gracious with his time. And he was great to watch. He was great to cover. Unfortunately, Father Time, it hits us all, but 38 years young, 17 years in the sport, a lot of fights that aren't accounted for. The man had an amazing career, nothing to be ashamed of. And, I do think it's worth celebrating that he's able to say, you know what, as much as I want to do this, I just can't do it anymore. And a lot of guys don't have that in them. That's a tough thing to do, as you can tell by the emotion, which I definitely appreciate. And my heart goes out to him because it's got to be a tough thing. You're only 38, and you have to do something different. And you're doing something from, when you're 17, and probably even before that, he knew he wanted to be a fighter. So from a teenager to a grown man, a father, a husband, now you just have to do something different. That can be daunting. That can be scary. But I think that Yves Edwards has left a great enough legacy in this sport to where he'll always have a place in this sport if he wants it, coach, something of that nature. And I think if you're a young fighter who is close to Yves, ATT, or where he lives, I think it would behoove you to lean on this man and to reach out to him, because he has an infinite amount of knowledge, and he's been there, he's fought them all, he's done it all, and really one of the great guys. So sad to see him go, but very happy that he is saying, all right, enough is enough. There's no more that I could do. It's not worth it anymore. Tough decision, but it takes a lot of courage, and I respect him doing that. Thank you very much to Yves Edwards, and congratulations on an amazing and memorable career. All right, so there you have it. Best of show number 1 in the books. Some really fun interviews. The Cro Cop one for me was such a huge deal. I never had the chance to interview him. He was like my last guy. He was like that what is it called when you're searching for something? My holy grail. He was like a mirage in the middle of the desert, an oasis. That was Mirko Cro Cop to me, and I finally got him, and we got him to sing. Unbelievable! What a moment that was, and really great to have Rory here. I love the in-studio guests, as everyone knows. And Frankie Edgar as well. Great stuff from Yves Edwards. We wish him the best. Having GSP and Hendricks on was a lot of fun as well. And then Ronda Rousey and Nick Diaz. Nick Diaz, never thought in a million years he'd be on the show, so that was a lot of fun as well. You can hit my music, Alex, as we say goodbye after this best of show. Hope you enjoyed it, relived it. Let us know in the comment section if you felt like there was an interview that you wanted to see on the Best Of Show. And guess what? Next week, there's another Best Of Show. So if you're celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, rapidly approaching, I want to wish you and your families the very best. Happy holidays. Just don't invite John Fitch to your Christmas party, because he probably isn't interested in going. Maybe he's interested in going, but he doesn't want to talk about Santa Claus. Now, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, go back a couple weeks, December 8th show. John Fitch was talking about Christmas. Nevertheless, I hope everyone's doing great. I miss you very much. I'm on the beach somewhere, but I'm thinking about you. Next week, another Best Of show. We got some guests. Can we throw out a hint as to who's on the show?
I won't give names, but I'll say that it is full of old favorites.
Old favorites? How about that? Nice little tease from Mr. New York Rick. Merry Christmas to you as well. You celebrate it?
Yeah, celebrate a bit of both.
A bit of both? What's the other
my
one?
mom's a Jew, so
wow, look at you.
I get the Hanukkah in. It's all about getting gifts for me.
A little double dipping. I'm not surprised. Will, Alex, Merry Christmas. I don't know what you guys do. You never talk to me anyway, so I'm not that concerned. In any event, if you missed any portion of the show, it's going to be up, iTunes, Stitcher, all that good stuff, so check it out, or just go back into the archives. It's all there. Appreciate the time. Happy holidays. See you next week. Until I say peace, I'm out of here.